Welcome, everyone, to the Fab Blab-a-thon. We're going to be talking all day long to amazing people. I mean, that's why I have all these fabulous guest stars, because since we're the Fab Blab-a-thon, we have to have fab people. So we've got the incredible Miss Cheryl Jennings. Yay! And the amazing Miss Alicia White. Yay!
Yeah.
Always feel like Kermit the Frog. Yay! And I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And this is one of our incredible opportunities to help our members become known, get their message heard, and change the world. So that's what it's all about today. So we're going to be giving asking our great guest stars all kinds of questions on their expertise so that you can learn something today. And they're going to cover from business to personal development to family to relationships to you name it. We've got it on the show today. It's from 10 o'clock to 7:30 at night. So no matter what, you can come back, go in, or stay all day. So it's going to be a hoot and a half. So I'm so excited to have these lovely ladies with us today. There's some people that you meet in life, and then there's some people you're like, oh my gosh, I am so lucky. And that's how I feel about both of these ladies. They've been such a gem in my life. When Cheryl sent me a box of chocolates, I'm like, oh yeah, she's on the top of my list.
I guess I need to do that again.
Yay! Alicia White is responsible for our logo for the Public Speakers Association. If you go to the website, it's that real big one on the front page. I just recently updated it, and it's just awesome. Everyone loves the new logo. So go check it out. She's also done my speaker sheets. I mean, it's just amazing, both of these lovely ladies. So I want to start off with first, so Alicia, tell us a little bit, kind of an elevator pitch about who you are.
Well, thanks, Tanya. Hello, everybody. I am Alicia White, the CEO and founder of Back of the Room Productions. And not only am I a speaker, but I help speakers, coaches, entrepreneurs, and business owners with their branding. I make sure that they look like the star that they are on stage. And I develop their products to give their message legs long after they leave the stage. So what that means is I do some branding strategy, help you with your products, and then we go into the graphic design where we make sure everything's consistent and clear, your message is understood, and it's just been a load of fun.
Awesome. Always. All right. A load of fun every time. All right, Miss Cheryl, you take it off from here.
Well, I have just become a global radio host on BBM Global Network on Monday nights. And my purpose is to try to support and encourage families who are caretakers, who take care of special needs children. Maybe you've got someone who's been a wounded warrior. They've come back and now your life is totally changed. Or you've got friends that have MS, MD, ALS. Or you're caring for your parents. You see, caretaking is a very difficult thing, but it's done out of love. And these people are special in my book, and I'm just trying to give them as much support and encouragement as possible. I've also been an international best-selling author. I'm an international speaker. I am the executive director here in Lawton, Oklahoma for Public Speakers Association.
Yay.
And I have made so many wonderful contacts with people who are experts in their fields that I've even been able to interview some of them on my radio program because they also have someone in their family that they're caring for. And, we learn something from everybody. And we've all got a story. We've all got something that is a challenge to go through. And we just need to share that to help other people to have less problem dealing with the challenges they face. Because the first thing you feel is that you're all alone, and you're not. And I just want people to know you've got support. And if you can't leave home, you've got the internet and you have friends all you want because we can connect now. And I love that so much.
Right. I know, right? It's just so expansive nowadays. It's not just, I'm going to get to talk to one person at a time. Now it's just like, it's just this open world. Don't y'all feel that?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
And when
Yeah.
I got called to be by New York to be a global radio host, they said, Cheryl, we vetted you. We know everything about you, and we want you to be. And I was like, what?
Yeah, right.
They said,
yeah.
we want you to be the host on a program that could reach 50 million people. And I'm like, wow, this is incredible. But it's been wonderful because you really are connected to the world.
And you're changing lives, and that's what I love about both of you. And, and you kind of both own your kind of star power too, because I see a lot of people that still kind of hide, they're like, Tanya, I want to be a speaker, but I don't really want to get myself out there that much. I don't want to put myself, it's like this counterbalancing. And I love that both of you are like, yes, it was so funny.
But I wasn't always that way.
Yeah.
Me either. Y'all seen the picture of me where I was an introvert and, we've all had our journeys. And even for me, I still find that challenge, right? If what's inside and in your head, that echo that just like, stop already. I am fabulous and, people do love me. So why do I still have this fears that pop up, right?
And everybody feels that way.
Yeah, everybody feels that way. And if they don't, then kudos for them. They're a step ahead. And I was so lucky to have so many people in my corner before I even talked about being a speaker. I just remember when I was a graphic designer and someone said, you're not just a graphic designer in North Texas. You're a graphic designer everywhere. And once I started thinking globally, then that's when things started shifting.
Yeah.
Wow. And back when I was very young, I've been married 50 years in August. But back when I was very young, my husband said, we need you to go teach some people something. I said, not me, can't do that. And he said, yes, you can. Your mother did. And I literally say he kicked me out the door and just gave me the boost and encouragement. I've always had him in my corner. And I'm very thankful because if I'm stuck with something, he helps me work through it. And it's amazing.
Yeah. Even for me, it was like this weekend I was in San Diego at John Block's event and I was speaking there and they were doing like this little activity and I decided to join in. And so I was in this little group and we had to act out a celebrity who everyone had to kind of guess what celebrity you were. And I'm like, who do I want to be? And then I'm like, wait a moment. I am the celebrity. Once you've been asked on a plane, someone recognizes you and asks you for your autograph, you know that you're a celebrity. And so people thought I just pointed to because everyone was like Chaplin or Superman or whatever. And I just pointed to myself when it came to my turn. They're like, Tanya Hoffman. I'm like, yeah, but it welled up these feelings of, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that, right? It's just so funny how you act, and the chatter in your head,
Right.
So I know, Alicia, with branding, can you give us like a solid tip that if people just did like this one thing, because I'm sure you see it all, but there's like one thing that really kind of stands out.
Sure. One of the things that I talk about when I get on stage, I love sharing this little tidbit, and that is having the consistency throughout all of your pieces, having the consistency, whether it's the look and feel being consistent, your message being clear and consistent, as well as the headshot that you're using. And one of the things that I say is it's kind of like the reason why consistency is so important is because it's kind of like a song on the radio. When you hear the song for the first time, you hear the tune, and you're kind of like, yeah, I kind of like that tune. And then the second time you hear it, you're kind of singing some of the words. Well, by the fifth and sixth time, you're singing this song loud and proud, and everybody's looking at you because you're singing it in the car, and everybody's like, okay, who's this crazy lady jamming to this song? Here's the reason why you know all the words to the song and why you know what's going to happen next is because that song has been played the same way. The words haven't changed each and every time. So being consistent in putting the words, the content on your website to your business, the solution that you solve for your clients. Make sure it's consistent on your social media, your website, your business cards, everything.
Love it. Awesome tip. I totally get it. Because I know we all kind of do one thing and then we do something else, and pretty soon nothing really matches. You know? You're like, what are we doing?
And it's kind of easy to have the, purple pony squirrel syndrome. I do that a lot because I love so many different things. I love retro. I love vintage. I love corporate look and feel. And I could have all of my pieces just not even match, but I know the importance of consistency, even if it's just a color. I mean, I'm wearing this pink. I mean, you see it on my banners, you see it on my website, and that's the thing you're going to see everywhere I go, everything I do.
Perfect. How about you, Ms. Cheryl? What's like one of the things that you see, especially for caregivers? Because, I love that you have that message of, really, it's not just about the child or the person in need, but also it's about the person who's giving their time, their effort, their love. Is there something that people just kind of really need to take hold of and own and do?
Well, I think it's hard for caregivers, first of all, to learn to care for yourself. In fact, when I told my doctor that I was actually doing some of these things, writing and speaking about it, she just looked at me and she said, Cheryl, don't forget to tell them to take care of themselves. And that's really what she had to teach me. I had a lot of health issues because my whole life was devoted to caring for my children, especially my son with cerebral palsy. And I had teachers that the teacher, the physical therapist, occupational therapist, speech therapist, a tutor would all come into my life every day, give me an hour of homework just for him. And I simply wore out. My body just got so ill, I had to be cared for myself. And so all my life, I've had to continually try to think. It's hard for us to think in terms of how do we care for ourselves. And that's the biggest tip I can tell you. You need to have some time for yourself, but you also need to develop friends. And if you can't leave home because your child is too big, too heavy to lift, there's too many things connected to them or whatever the issue is that keeps you home all the time, get on the internet. Find my site. I am connecting people. I have a Facebook that's called Facebook for Families of Special Needs Children, Siblings, etc., because these families need to understand that even the siblings need the attention too. And they need to be, you need to explain to everybody in the family why one person may need a lot more time and money spent on them instead of being able to divide it among everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's not something of choice. It's something that's needed, but we just don't understand how to care for ourselves. Yeah. And therefore we break down.
And I think, business owners are the same way. Sometimes we look at our business as our baby, right? And we don't take care of ourselves. I know, I just told you, I just flew in yesterday from San Diego. I'm doing the Blab-a-thon today. I leave for San Francisco tomorrow. I'm like, hello, what am I doing? I'm like, I'm really tired. So we really need to take that time for ourselves so we don't burn out and we don't go, I can't do it anymore, right?
That's right. And taking a little bit of time between events as speakers is a very important thing, because if you become very ill, which a lot of people will, it's because so much is crammed in there, we don't have time to relax. And if you have a few minutes, you don't know how. Yeah, I'm having to learn some of those things. And look at me. I mean, I'm old to be learning these things, but I look at doctors and I go, how do you take care of yourself when somebody needs you?
Yes, totally. And you probably feel like that, Alicia. We all get clients. I do a lot of coaching people on speaking and how to make money as a speaker and how to get booked and all those kind of things. And it's almost overwhelming sometimes because you put all your energy into them, but you still need to give energy to yourself, right?
Absolutely. And one of the things that I have been listening to quite a few thought leaders recently about how, Katrina Sawa, Kathy Alexandra, Tanya, you and I have talked about this, and Norma Hollis, we've all said you have to give yourself that time. So in the mornings, 30 minutes. Sometimes I extend it but it's always 30 minutes. It's for me. It's whether it's journaling, meditating, maybe it's stretching. Some people pray, or sometimes I just sing and dance, and my husband looks at me like I'm crazy. So does the dog, but so what? But that's me time. However, I have found that sometimes I need more than that. And so my refuge is going out to the park and being in the wild and wilderness. And so though I can't do that on a daily basis, my husband and I do take a trip to Yellowstone every year where we photograph wildlife. Yeah.
Yes.
She's
Yay.
an incredible photographer, y'all. I mean, really amazing.
Thank you. I mean, we see bears and elk and bison and we have wolves and otters, but all of that, Yellowstone, I found out in 2006, was the reset button for my soul. Guys, my reset button for my soul. And I encourage you to find that reset button. Is it for one day away from the chaos, the kids? Is it a 3-day weekend with just your hubby or your loved one? You know, what is that for you? Get away from the chaos. Shut that phone off.
Love it. So real quick too, when you are looking at branding, you know, we'll go back to branding because I love this subject. You know, because a lot of times people get confused with branding as a sales tool versus a marketing tool because it's, you know, they're all different, right? And it's more of like a recognition, right? If they see your face and they don't recognize you, how are they going to, you know, go up and buy something from you? It's kind of that kind of thing, right? It's kind of just kind of a recognition of who you are, and it has to kind of resonate with your audience. So if you've got a very corporate looking logo, but yet you talk to entrepreneurs, there's a discongruent, you know, message going on, right?
Okay. Wow. You hit on something that I love learning about and researching on. And the science is that if you're saying one thing, but your website looks completely different, isn't compatible, isn't congruent, there's an internal conflict in your viewer's eyes, in their mind. They're looking at you, and then they look at maybe the materials you've laid out or put at the back of the room, and you may be speaking like a superstar. You may have this knowledge and this expertise, but if the materials don't support that, they're going to second guess each and every time. I mean, it's scientific. I mean, it's out there. And so that's why you want to up-level that brand and make sure it's congruent with who you are. Tim Gillette, who's on as a viewer and one of our PSA members, he is the rocker life coach, you know, or I don't want to say life coach because I think he's changed that, but he's rocker dude. I mean, and he dresses like it. He has the denim. He has the motorcycle, and he's got the rocker lifestyle. And if he had walked in wearing a suit, talking about rocking your life, your business, your career, it wouldn't be congruent and people wouldn't trust him.
Yeah.
And that's all what branding has to do it's first you got to find out who they are. You got to know who they are. Then you start liking them. Why do you like them? Their message. All right. And then you trust them because everything you've seen from the time that you began to know them, if it's been congruent, if it's been consistent, then that trust comes so much faster and easier.
Right. Totally. And Miss Cheryl, did you have something else?
No, I was just going to drop the mic.
There you go. That is funny. You're so funny.
I know.
Oh, and if y'all have not seen her video, is it still out on the internet?
Yeah, it is. I'll have to. Yeah.
She did a whole skit for the Ellen panty line, and oh my God, it's the funniest thing ever. So y'all have to go see it.
It's on
the underwear. Yeah.
Alicia White 911. I'll put that on here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Y'all have to watch it. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I want it to go viral. I want to get on Ellen.
Yes, y'all help her do that. Go and watch her video and just comment on it because it's brilliant. So real quick, Cheryl. So when you're looking at, you know, caregiving, because your son has needed a lot of help in his life and you've been there for him, right? Mm-hmm. But yet at one point you're like, I need help. I mean, it must have been a really big challenge to make that decision that you needed help?
Well, mine came because I totally got so ill. I was in the hospital and then got a call from the doctor saying, I know you'll want to jump off the bridge, Cheryl, but we think you have lung cancer. And I was like, what?
Wow.
And overnight, we had to ask for help for him to go and be somewhere while I was trying to find out how to get well. And when he came home on weekends, that's when we realized that we had just reached our limit. I could not lift him anymore. I was dropping him and I would cry because I would drop him. And one time I dropped him and I was trying to put him in bed and he hit the rail where the mattress is that cut his ear. And we laid there and bawled together. But it was so hard when he had to leave, even though I was ill. I closed his door as if he was gone. I just couldn't deal with it. And, people think, oh, well, you should have been able to take care of him longer. Or people who are always offering advice, but they're not in your shoes. And I would say to people, be careful how you judge other people because their ability, they're doing the best they can a lot of times. And yes, now we've had to reach out and get help from different places. And then a few years ago, we got a call that in this group home that he had been in, that he had been assaulted by someone who was caring for him. And I was so angry. I got every agency involved in trying to help investigate. And at the same time, I went home, loaded the car and said, I don't know when I'll be back. I'm going to find another place. And I'm telling you, God opened a door for somebody that I never dreamed anything could be this good, because now he actually lives with a family that's young. They have 3 children of their own, and he does everything with them. They're physically able to lift him. He goes to work with the husband a lot of times. If she's teaching school, it's amazing. They have 3 kids that have soccer games on Saturdays. So it's 3 games in a row. He's out there and I go, is he your cheerleader? And they go, no, he's a coach. And he goes on trips. He's never had that before. We couldn't lift him to do that. And she looks at him and goes, he's so smart. He remembers everything. And where he had been before, they told me he was like a 2-month-old and they'd put him back in diapers. They'd done everything they reduced everything we'd ever done back to nothing. And we're paying for it still with tons of dental work and lots of issues that we're having to deal with because he was not cared for very well. Right. But you see, that's where families struggle. Do I let them go? And even if you can't take care of them, there's not very many places that they can get help. So I'm trying to make people aware that this is a huge need. And yes, there may be people out in our world who abuse the system, but don't take away the very substance of how people with disabilities need to be paid, but they need the money because they still are paying for things out of their own pockets they can't afford. Yeah.
Well, we're wrapping up at the end of our little segment here. So real quick, Alicia, what are you giving our incredible listeners today?
If you would like to receive what kind of products will help your business and where you can be consistent and congruent, I have a list for you at backoftheroomproductions.com. I'll put it on the website because it's kind of a long thing. So I'll put it on the website, but it is a branding checklist. Go through this checklist. It's in steps. Okay, these are your basics. This is your next step. And this is your another step. And then these are other options you can do for your branding. And then go through and check and see which ones are consistent and which ones you might need help with. And I would love to help you. Thank you, Tanya, for this opportunity.
Absolutely. How about you, Ms. Cheryl?
Well, I am going to offer to meet with any person who is interested in knowing more about how they can either get involved or help other families. I will visit with you. I'll give you an hour and it's worth $297. Also, I'll give you the information in a PDF form that will teach you what are the top 10 problems that families face so that you can see what they are and offer the tips on how to deal with those. And I will be connecting people if they will go to Courage to Overcome with a TO, courage to overcome.club. I am trying to connect families in there and people who are interested in helping others. And so we're also trying to look for people that want to be sponsors to help with a nonprofit, to help the families get the needs that are not paid for somewhere else, because they're great. I mean,
Right.
Let me just give you a hint. Last week, we got a message from the people that are taking care of our son. He needs $8,000 worth of dental work done. And
Wow.
we just had to come up with $6,000 2 years ago. I mean, it's just, and it's all paying for what was not done right for him in the years he was cared for by other people. But anyway, if they will talk to me, I will help you connect to anybody that would help you. If it's autism, if it's cerebral palsy, if it's Down syndrome, if you've lost a baby, if you have a wounded warrior, if you're caring for families, for parents, I want to tell you, I will connect you to other people. And this is an incredible thing. I wish I'd had when I was young.
Perfect. Make sure you get that over into the message area.
Okay. All right.
And then I'm putting up a link to the Public Speakers Conference. Is coming up June 26th through the 29th. All of the major players are going to be there that are so heart-centered. They're there to help you, give you real information on how they're actually making the money to be as a speaker, top 6-figure, 7-figure speaker. So myself, my friends, we're going to all be there, and it's just a ball. You'll walk out with a speaking opportunity unless you just don't want one. So, take advantage of that. Plus, we have nominations open. So make sure you nominate yourself or get someone to nominate you for Collaborator of the Year. We have local, national, and international. So jump on that opportunity and take advantage of that. So thank you, ladies, for being in today.
Yay!
I appreciate it. Yay, our first Blab-a-thon and our first fabulous guest stars. So I appreciate that. And let's see, we've got David Kokel coming in. Come on in, David. And thank you, ladies, for being on today.
David!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay!
Right.
So we're going to switch gears and get David on here. And there he is. Let's get him on. Perfect.
Good morning.
So we're going to have a great time. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Bye. So I'm so excited to have you on today.
Well, and it's so wonderful to be here. And I just wanted to give Alicia a little plug. I was working with the Milwaukee Public Speakers Mastermind Group, and I literally found some of her work on LinkedIn and was able to use it with my group. And it specifically had to do with biographies and creating a press kit. And just wanted to say thank you so much, Alicia, for providing that. And we'd like you to do that presentation in person in the future.
That's awesome. Perfect. All right, David. So put your website over to the side so that everyone can get a hold of you and enjoy that. And then let's push it out to social media again. And that way everyone knows that you're coming on.
And I should tell you about my website. I've got a new one that I am just about to open up, which is davidkokeldigitalmedia.com. And looking forward to that, but it's not up yet. I'm going to have something there for speakers and also something there for authors, different ways that these groups can help promote themselves and to shoot video for themselves for promotional purposes and to put stuff on their website.
Awesome. All righty. Perfect. Make sure that you tweet and post so that all your peeps know that we're going to get started in 2 minutes. Tick tock, tick tock. And everyone that's listening, we are looking for speakers for our upcoming Fab Blab-a-thon. It's going to be May 19th. So you would want to jump in on that opportunity. Go to publicspeakersassociation.com. I've got it over there in the side. Under the members page, there's a drop down that says Fab Blab-a-thon. Click on that, and there's a form there to fill out to be a presenter there. If you're not a member yet, what are you waiting for? We love helping you market yourself and get your name out there, get your message heard so you can go and find new clients, new connections, new opportunities, and just have a blast at the same time. Right, David?
Oh, absolutely. And a blast it is, and it's part of the big adventure. And it's a great group of people, and it's a great way to be connected and to also learn from each other, because no matter where you are in your speaking career, there's somebody, you're going to meet somebody there that's been where you've been, knows what you're going through, and can give you some really spot on advice. And I think that's one of the great things, and you being one of them, Tanya. So thank you.
All righty, we ready to go?
Yes.
All righty, let's go. Welcome, everyone, to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! And I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And I'm so excited today to bring you a whole full day of amazing presentations and connections and real insight with real information about all kinds of things, from business to personal development, you name it, we're going to have it. And right now we have the lucky, y'all are so lucky, to have the David Kokel in the house. Yay, David!
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. You get claps for that.
Yay!
I'm so proud to be here, and also very honored too. And to
Nice.
I have to tell you though that I miss the great Tracy Haynes. I wish she was here to be with us. So a big shout out to you, Tracy. We're thinking about you and hoping you're doing well with your gig this morning.
Yeah, he's like, oh my gosh, I double booked myself, my show and your show at the same time. I'm like, okay, we'll just move you later. So that's awesome. So David, give us a little elevator pitch about who you are and how fabulous you are.
Well, I'm David Kokel. I am a digital media producer. I used to call myself a video coach, and before that, a videographer. But I find that digital media is in so many different forms, and I'm starting to work with a lot of different forms. In my background, I spent 27 years as a technical support person at Xerox, and left that path to pursue what I'm doing now. And it's been a very much a life-changing thing, but also a wonderful thing too. I feel like I'm blazing a trail that nobody's been before. And so that's both kind of exciting and scary all at the same time. But I find that scary is actually exciting. So that term is interchangeable. What I'm doing now is I'm working to narrow my niche of folks that I work with. I do work with small business people, but I want to help people to understand how to properly use digital media, and that this is something that they can do themselves. They don't have to go out and hire people at $500 an hour. That you can be very effective in social media and promoting yourself with something as simple as your cell phone. So that's an important part of my message.
Awesome. I know, people nowadays, and this is what I really love about you, David, because you're just kind of really down to earth, and, but you're incredibly insightful into so much of marketing and what it really means, especially video forms. Because I know you've been to my conference and recorded that, and, you just have this kind of insight. So when your people are doing video, what I hear a lot of times is, oh, I can't do video. I need to lose 20 pounds. I need to lose 20 pounds first, or, whatever. I mean, what do you say to people like that?
Oh, that's a great question. And I get that a lot. And the truth is that you are who you are. And if you're not comfortable in your skin, the audience is also going to perceive that. So it's like, well, this is who I am today, right now, and I'm going to go out and give the best performance I can. I'm going to look good. I'm going to be sharp. I'm going to be attentive to my audience, and I'm going to stand and deliver. And that's really what it comes down to, is being able to stand and deliver, because what you look like really doesn't matter unless you're in a beauty contest. And
I love that.
We tend to think that we are a beauty contest, but people will love you for your knowledge, not for your looks, because looks are only skin deep and they are fleeting. But your knowledge and your brilliance and the message that you share with others is what people will take away. And I think that's a hugely important thing.
Yeah, because when you start looking at video, the first video I shot, I was trying to be all perfect, right? And I had memorized my presentation and, had the setup all perfect and everything was all set. And I was ready. And then the light turned on. I'm like, I don't remember what I was going to say. Hello, I'm Tanya Hoffman. How are you? It was like awful, right? And once I just like, oh, I'm just going to be Tanya and just do my thing, that's when things started clicking. That's when everything started moving.
Absolutely. The term I use for that is being in your zone. And as when you're on stage and you're either speaking or presenting, you have to be in a zone, and that it really is about what you're doing, and it's you keeping track of that. The biggest secret about video is just forget the camera's there. Now, forget it momentarily, but whenever possible, I would encourage people to record their speeches or presentations, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, so you can see how well you did, and you can honestly assess yourself. But number two, however many people are in your audience, multiply that number by 10 or 100, because that's how many people are going to actually see it. It's not going to be the live people. It's going to be the people who see it on video. So,
totally.
And for that reason, one of the secrets, one of the great tips I'm going to give all these speakers right now is if you have an opportunity to be videotaped in front of a camera, if somebody else is going to do it, whether you're paying them or you're doing it for free, I would suggest that you take your speech or your presentation and divide it into, let's say you're speaking for 30 minutes, divide it into 10 equal chunks of 3 minutes or less. Because what that's going to give you are 3-minute little pieces that you can put out on social media that talk about what you're doing, that show that you're live on stage in front of an audience, and that people will take you seriously, and that it will give you credibility.
Love it. Because I know, one of the things that I was really shocked about, right, is when I first started, I started with AM radio, then FM, then I went to Blog Talk. There was like 30 million listeners. And I noticed every time I was on somebody's video, if there was a video TV show or video, whatever, I got people super interested, and usually they were signing up with me for something. And it could have been like not even a great video, conversation or whatever. It was like my best or whatever, but I still had people interacting. And it was that video quality of seeing me in action and not just hearing me, but kind of experiencing all of it, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's why I switched from, radio, 30 million listeners, to YouTube that had 0. People thought I was nuts, but immediately it was a transformation in my business. Well,
and there's a lot, because there's credibility when people can see you. First of all, if you're a voice on the radio, they have no idea what you look like. And especially if you're pretty, someone like you, that does not hurt you at all. But also that if people can see you, it has a lot to do with the whole perception thing, where people get to see you, they get to know you, they can like you, trust you, then they can buy from you or buy you as a speaker. So I think it also goes a long way toward marketing that.
Yeah. I think there's a trust factor, when you're like, oh yeah, look, it is a real person, and especially with video like this, which I personally absolutely adore, because you mess up, things happen, like my cat just jumped on my lap. I'm like, okay, whatever, and, you just kind of go with it, and people like that. Everyone say hi to Chai Chai. So, it becomes human. People are tired of gurus. They just want real people that can really help them and make a difference in their life. And that's why I think all of these new live broadcastings and everything is really going to be the next wave, because people want that connectivity. They really want to see you. They want to see people now. They're not just interested in just listening. They want to see and feel the person.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, but in a format like this is live and unrehearsed. So whatever happens, happens. And it allows people to see the genuine you. You're going to mispronounce words. You're going to do something that may be perceived as less than perfect, but that's just part of who you are. And that's okay. because I think people like the fact that you're human, because otherwise it's just too tough a standard to live up to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even on, okay, everyone, I mean, there's things that happen, right, David? Especially live video, you never know what's going to happen. And things do happen, and you've got to be okay with it and just say it really doesn't matter. And sometimes it's really brilliant when things go awry. I think it's because people want to see kind of the humanity in people now. So how do you do that? How do you help people show kind of their realness, if that's a word, who they really are in video? How do you help them do that? Especially if they're kind of stiff and they're, it's their first videos that they're doing. They kind of are, not real relaxed. How do you help them with that?
The word I like to use for that is authenticity, and to try to be authentic. One of the best things that people can do for themselves is, first of all, I've been a Toastmaster since 2008, so I've been doing some speaking. And one of the things that we talk about is that little fear, those butterflies in your stomach. I like those. Those have become a comfort to me, because they remind me that I'm a little bit nervous, that I have something to lose by not giving my best. So it reminds me that I need to be on top, or at least to do the best job I can. And the other thing that I do and I coach people with is that it has a lot to do with your breathing. And that in my testimonial videos, one of the ways you can tell somebody's really nervous is by their breathing. And if you have a group of people that are waiting to give you a video testimonial, the one that's breathing hard and fast, maybe you put them at the end of the line and they can see that it's not as big of a deal, and it will help them to relax and just to be who they are. And as you were asking me for advice on what you can do, it is be who you are, so that when you're off the stage and talking with your audience, you're the same person that was up there talking.
Oh yeah, I can't stand that when, you meet somebody and they have this persona and you meet them and, you're talking to them like, what happened to the person that was on stage or on video or whatever, you meet me, this is who I am. You meet David, that's who he is, and that to me has, it resonates. And I think that's what people are really wanting nowadays, right?
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, but if you deviate from that person you take a hit on the authenticity, because wait a minute, so what I just saw before and then what I'm seeing now, this doesn't add up. And then that plants the seeds of suspicion. And it's really hard to overcome that. So it's just easier to be the person that you are. And maybe it's the person that you want to be. And that's how you get there, is by working to be that person.
Well, and two, when you start to, if your pictures don't look like you, your videos don't sound like you, and then they meet you in person, they're not going to trust you. So there's a lot of trust factor. It's just showing up actually who you are. It's not about being a caricature of yourself, right?
Right. And you are who you are. You can't lose 5 or 10 or 50 pounds or whatever, but just be who you are, because the people who love you because of who you are, not what you look like. And your audience, right, I think, will be the same way too. I mean, they'll love you for your mind, not your body.
Yeah, hopefully.
It depends what industry you're in, I guess.
Yeah, right. I guess so. We'll leave that to the side, and we'll talk about that some other time. So, when people are putting together their video, I know for me, one of the biggest changes for me on video, because I was really struggling, because as soon as that light would turn on, I'd be like, hello, I'm Tanya Hoffman. I would just suddenly become like this little robot. I'm like, what is going on? Every time the light would turn off, I was like, why am I doing that? Right. And then it was because I was too much in my head, right? I was trying to remember everything that I had written out and practiced and everything. And so what I started doing is just putting a bullet point together. And because I know what I'm going to say, right? It may not be the most beautiful words out there, but it's still going to be good. So, because it comes from me. So do you suggest that people put together like little bullet points when they're doing video? That way they're coming from their heart and not their head?
Oh, I'm going to give you, if you're in the audience right now, and we got to make sure we capture this because this is going to be a huge tip. And the tip is that I love to use PowerPoint slides as cue cards. So what I do is across my studio, I have a 46-inch large screen television, and I create a blank presentation that only uses half of the screen. So I'm only using the right half of the screen. I have the camera centered in the middle of the television, just slightly left of center. And I'm doing this from about 10 feet away. So I'm using the PowerPoint as using bullet points, no more than 4 to a screen of my presentation. And you can't really see that I'm not looking at the camera all the time. So if maintaining eye contact with the camera, a large screen television, and you want to use fonts at least 36, I like 40 to 48. Bigger is better. As I get older, my eyes aren't as good. So I want to make it easy to see. Also, if you have to read that wearing glasses, another tip is to just tilt them slightly so the bridge, maybe instead of sitting on your ears, is above it, and it will change the angle of the glare and allow the camera to see your pupils rather than that bright spot on your glasses.
Nice, because I always heard you had to take your glasses off so that it doesn't have the glare.
And
so that's the trick.
That's one of the tricks. And part of that is that if you speak without glasses, people may not recognize you with them on, or vice versa. My suggestion is the person that you are in front of your audiences, you want to try to be consistent. Now, I wear reading glasses too, and you'll see me pop them up when I read. But you won't see me wear them in videos just because you normally don't see me walking around with them on.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we're kind of all getting to that age where I'm like, really? You have to have the font that light and that small? It's like too much. Even when people use PowerPoints, I'm like, I can't even read it. I don't know what it's trying to say, because they're fonts like that.
Cool. I have several iPads I've used as teleprompters, and I'm almost not using them anymore because this system works so well. Number one, everything that I need to work it with I already own. You want a little presentation clicker that will advance slides for you, and I cannot hear that. You also want to be wired locally with a lavalier microphone so that your sound is good. You're going to be shooting a little bit farther away than you can comfortably hear if you're shooting with a cell phone. So you may want to add a local lavalier microphone. And another tip for speakers, whenever you're out on stage, always, always, always record yourself with your own recording device. Even if it's a digital recorder and you're wearing 2 microphones, one for the gig and then one for yourself, always record yourself because that turns out to be product or giveaway product or just other things. I think it's brilliant for someone to be able to talk about highlights of their speeches and to give them, and to give everyone a CD. And I love marketing with CDs because you can't throw that in a corner with the rest of your business cards that you get. A CD will stand out every time.
Yes, I know. I used to have, because you could get the little small recorders, that, you could, push play, put it on, so there's a lock button. So I've had that happen where it would unlock itself. I mean, it wouldn't be locked. So yeah, make sure you lock it. And then I put it in a little pouch and just, put a little wire and have the little, mic right there and recorded the whole thing. And it was great because then, especially when I first started, it gave me something to gift to people. It gave me something to sell to people. I mean, it was really awesome because you're doing kind of 2 things at once. So I love that.
And it's a great way to say thank you to your audience. Hey, you were here when I said these words, sign up for my list and I'll make sure you get an audio copy of my work. And as an MP3, it costs nothing for you to create that and for your folks to download.
Yes.
Just another.
And it's great. And it's great to put it up onto your website. So they have to go to your website and go to a special page that you created, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's always great.
It's another tool for the toolbox.
Right. So I know you've got something great to give our audience today. What is that?
Oh, I am on the verge of finishing, and it's not done yet because I need to do a little more cleaning of it. But I have created a 12 video set up your own home video studio course. Now, the longest video in this course is 5 minutes, and they're all 5 minutes or less. So you can watch this in under an hour. So you can watch it all the way through. We talk about lighting, we talk about backgrounds, we talk about where to start, where to actually locate it. You know, if you have a big enough closet and you can work out of the closet, that might be your studio, especially if you're pressed for space. Or it might be a spare bedroom, or it could be a place in your basement, or some place that's quiet, away from kids, where you can kind of control your pets, because there's nothing more frustrating than a cat walking across your keyboard while you're in the middle of doing something, especially if you're live or streaming. But this is something where you create not one. I'm teaching people to fish, not giving them a fish. So you can create hundreds of videos with this, and you can use your cell phone to shoot them. You can use a video camera, digital SLR, however you want to record these, do it. The one thing I would suggest, though, is that digital tape, while it was wonderful while it was there, I strongly encourage you to move to solid digital mediums. You don't want to mess with tape. Tape takes a long time to edit, so I love to shoot on SD cards myself, or when I'm shooting in my iPhone, it just records it and then I can download it.
Awesome. So take advantage of that. If you've got a connection for them, put it over in the message area, and that way they can get in touch with you. How's that sound?
Excellent. That would be great.
Perfect. And then I've got my link here again, everyone, for the Public Speakers Association. I want you on this Fab Blab-a-thon. May 19th is our next one. We also have a virtual summit. It's called Spring into Summer Virtual Summit. It's going to be May 9th. So you would want to jump in on that opportunity. It's like right around the corner. We still have openings for that. So go ahead and apply. It's simple to get to. Just go to that link. Public Speakers with an S Association, all spelled out.com. Under the members page, there's a scheduled summit, there's the Fab Blab-a-thon, and my TV show, because who doesn't want to be on the Tanya Hoffman's fabulous TV show? So get on that. You just simply sign up. If you're not a member yet, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's get going and get your message out there, get your name known so that you can go out and change lives, just like David, just like me. You know, it's all about having fun, getting connected to the most amazing people in the world, helping, really driving amazing, not just traffic to yourself, but real impact, you know, real people that want you, that are looking for you and looking for your message and looking for your expertise, whatever that might be. So take advantage of that right away.
I just wanted to second what you said, and that the price for joining the Public Speakers Association is almost like a poker ante, because it gets you into the game and it really allows you to be among the big players. I met some amazing people at the last conference, and they have changed the way I look at things, and I have grown as a speaker, and I've gotten to know people from around the country, and that in itself is really cool. I want to start collaborating with people. At the last PSA convention, I was talking with some folks who live in the Boston area. That would be you, Tom. And we wanted to do something to tie business teaching in with history. And we thought maybe we would do like a business seminar on a tour bus, and then go see like where the Battle of Lexington and Concord was, and maybe equate that with starting out with your business and what they had to overcome there, and then translate it into something meaningful for you. And you could go all around the country and do things like that, where you get a little bit of history, you get outside, and you also get some really good information too.
Love it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So make sure y'all get connected to David. He's a wealth of knowledge. If you're like, I don't know about video, ask. He's willing to help. He's willing to, open up his, brilliant mind so that he can help you with it. And he's also got a great business that he can, help you over. He's got lots of things. Just get in touch with him.
I just want to add one more thing real quick, is that when you start shooting video, they're going to suck. That's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal though. It's okay, because the more you do it, the better you get. The better you'll get, the more you want to do it. So the sooner you start, the sooner you'll gain proficiency. So,
oh yeah, I did, and schedule it like when I did it, when I first started, it was like, oh my God, this is so bad. So I just scheduled 30 in a row. So I did like 3 a day, and by the 30th one, I was actually pretty decent. So, you just keep doing, and pretty soon it just becomes a no-brainer.
yes, absolutely. And not only that,
Yeah,
but it can be
like Miss Marla said, no perfect people. Exactly.
Oh, you're right. And not only that, but you could get to somebody who's at Tanya's level, who is right now, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag, suffering from lack of sleep just because of your travel schedule and how hectic it's been. But yet, there's something to be learned too. And every time I talk with you, Tanya, you just inspire me more. So I love being with PSA. I love what I'm learning, and I love working with all these folks. And my life is a much better place because of it. So thank you.
Yay. Well, that's what it's all about. When I created the Public Speakers Association, people were incredibly negative. And that's what a lot of people don't realize is when people are super negative about something that you're wanting to do, it's usually from their fear place, not yours. Just realize that there's a David out there waiting for you to change their life, and take that opportunity and just do it. And I always ask people, are you a go-getter? And they're like, yeah, I'm a go-getter. I'm like, but are you a go-getter that doesn't go? So go, do things, be amazing. So thank you, David, for being on today. I'm so excited that you were here and you shared so much info with us.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. It's been my absolute pleasure. Plus, I'm going to stick around and kind of see other people as they go through their stuff too, because there is so much talent in this group that you have assembled. It's crazy what the quality of these people are. And it's very inspiring, and I learned so much.
Yay. Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. Let's see. Let's see who's up. Howard, I think you're up. Yep. So Howard, come on in. And there you are. So we're going to transition from Mr. David to Mr. Howard. And but how fun is that? So we're just going to have one fabulous guy right after the other. Well, I'll talk to you soon, David. Also, David is our executive director for the Milwaukee chapter for the Public Speakers Association. So if you're in the Milwaukee area, give him a ring and go to his group. It's awesome.
Also, we're going to want to tap into the expertise of the group for future training and the PSA masterminds. So don't be surprised if you get a call from me.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Yay. All righty. While we're waiting for Mr. Howard to come on and get connected to Blab, remember that we are looking for speakers for upcoming events. My TV show, the next Fab Blab-a-thon is May 19th. The next virtual summit, it's spring into summer, is May. Oops, let me unlock the seat for him. Is May 9th. Get Mr. Howard here. Let's see what else is coming on. We've got some other fun things coming up. We've got the Public Speakers Conference. Y'all do not want to miss that. It's in Palm Springs, California. So we're going to have a good time because we're going to be at the Hard Rock Hotel. So we're going to have a rocking good time. And that's June 26th through the 29th. I still have the early bird special going on because I have been so busy, and because of the flood my house was destroyed not too long ago, and I have not had a chance to go raise the price up. So it's your opportunity to take advantage of the early bird special and jump on that. And you were there last year, David. Did you really enjoy it?
enjoying wasn't the work. It was 3 days of overwhelming awesomeness. There were so many people there, and there were so many success stories. Kathy was there with her books. I got to meet Jerry Seymour, who's an amazing person, who also ran the audio. So you're seeing also people not only with speaking talent, but have other talents as well. And people with books. And, how many books did I buy from you, Tanya? I think you bought like 4 or 5, because that's how many she's written, and probably more than that. So it's been very inspiring, and it lets you know what is possible. Now, you can't possibly do what everyone else has done, but you can get good ideas. Not only that, but you can talk to them and find out what their struggles were, how they overcame them, what other resources they need. And that is where the PSA is worth its weight in gold. It's the quick way to learn. And it's relatively inexpensive considering what all you get for it. So for me, it's a no-brainer.
Yay!
Maintaining my membership is something that's very important to me.
Well, we love you as a member and just as a friend. So I love it. Yeah, and it was so much fun last year. I'm always trying to come up with new ideas to not just give people in front of amazing, my amazing friends that, can give them real value and insight to the speaking world and how to make money and how to get booked. But it kind of goes beyond that. And that's really important to me, that it's not just about just a constant information, but actual connectivity, because that's really what it is. It's not ever how much do you know or what you know, it's who you know. Howard, you may need to go out and then just log completely out of Blab and then completely come back into Blab, and make sure that your camera and your headset is on before you come back into Blab. So just log out of the whole system and then log back in and try that. It's just one of the things with Blab.
That gives us just a little bit more of a chance. Now, I can tell you as a videographer, I'm trying to not. I've been kind of keeping Blab and Periscope off to the side, but there are some very cool things that you can do. And I'm working right now, also working to use some apps. So shooting video with your cell phone is going to be important, because some of the apps that you can do, they've got an app now that allows you to put up your own green screen and then change the background so that you can have your logo, you can have bullet points, you could even do a presentation and have your PowerPoint slides as your background. So if you're doing webinars, what a fantastic platform that would be to be able to do that with. So
fun.
One of the difficult things of being in a technology area is to be able to keep up with it. And sometimes that's a challenge. The cool thing is that in the PSA, somebody's already tried it. Somebody can tell you, yes, this works, this doesn't work. And Tanya has embraced this Blab platform, and it wasn't the first place I've heard of it, but what you're doing with it and what you've created with this event is nothing short of amazing. And the cool thing is that because you're doing it, I can do it too.
Yay!
I'm not reinventing it. Hey, Howard.
Okay,
Yay!
Hi there.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just reboot,
Well, there was one little link. There was one little link there that I think I didn't click on, but then I finally figured it out. So I'm good.
Awesome.
So,
all right. Well, thank you, David.
Thank you so much. And you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to sit around and watch for a while, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Perfect. All righty. So we're going to have some fun, Mr. Howard.
We sure are. We sure are.
Okay. Right. All right. So I'm going to kick Mr. David off. All right. And David can sit and watch us on the side. All right. So we're going to switch gears, everybody, because, we've got to keep moving for today. Again, we have a Fab Blab-a-thon all day long. So you're going to get to hear amazing people with all kinds of great information all day. Oh, good. All right. So let's get going. Let me let everyone know that Howard Sample is on live now. Okay. So Howard, make sure that you've got your website link over to the side in the chat area, and then tweet and Facebook posts, and we can get going.
Okay, let's see. And where it says send a message, right? So, okay, good. I put it up there.
Perfect. Awesome.
Sure, I'll put my email also. Let's see.
Yeah, if you want people to email you.
Yeah, there's my email address.
I've learned that I can't drink out of a bottle with this headset on because it slides off when I try to do that. So I have to use an actual glass. Perfect. All righty. So let's get going. You ready?
I am ready.
All right. 1, 2. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay!
Yay!
And I am so excited to be on with Howard Symbol. Yay! And I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. We're so glad that you're on today. We have a full packed day of incredible presentations, from personal development to business development to whatever we have and whatever people want to talk about. And Howard is incredible. You're about to be just blown away because he is such an expert in so many fields, but especially with sales and things like that. So we're excited. So tell us a little bit about you, Howard, and like your elevator pitch.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my name is Howard Samble. I'm the founder and director of Life Crafting. As everybody can see here, lifecraftingprogram.com. And what I do is I work with professional men and women who are launching or building a business that's based on their purpose, passion, and greatest gifts, so they can make money doing what they love. That's the outcome that we achieve with people, as extraordinary as it may sound. No matter where you may be starting from, no matter where you may be stuck in your life, you could be in a dead-end job and not have a clue why you came to this planet, or you could have a business already doing something that you are passionate about but not making money at it, and we make it happen. So we do it. And life crafting is a byproduct of decades of intensive work and study and research and personal development for myself. Just relentless, tenacious work over a long period of time, and I'm just thrilled where we've come to.
Awesome. So I know that you love helping people like transition from like the job to business, because I know that is so hard.
Well,
for so many
Tanya,
people.
that's one of the things we do in life crafting. And I would say years ago, I did a lot more of that. I think I'm kind of leaning a little bit more nowadays to people who are already in a business, or at least have an idea of the business they want to be in. I certainly don't put it, reject people who are in the JOB, but they do need to the transition process, and they do need to be finding out what they truly love and why they're here.
Because I know, when I talk to people that want to be a speaker and they've been an employee for, all their life or whatever, they have a hard time with the entrepreneurial mindset. It's
Exactly.
like a big challenge.
Exactly. And I could highlight that just a tiny bit in that I've worked with that population for so long, that the employee mindset is very much following the lead of others. So it's what I call the external orientation in life, where everything you do and the decisions you make are dictated by some external authority or person. And the entrepreneurial mindset, of course, is the complete opposite of that, where you're inner directed, where you're driven by what's inside of your heart and soul and what you truly love. So making that transition is I agree, it's not easy, but it is doable. And it is quite profound when people actually go through those steps.
It's, I've been an entrepreneur since I was 25, but even before then, I kind of had that mindset, right?
Right.
One of the things that I find for a lot of people is that I'm getting a little bit of an echo, just to let you know. So one of the things that I find, especially for people wanting to become speakers, is that there's a transition in your mind that you're going to wait for somebody else to do something for you versus an entrepreneur. I'm not waiting for anything. I'm going to go make it happen.
You're proactive. You're proactive. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're absolutely proactive.
And it's a hard transition, because I hear people, they're like, well, I'm waiting for someone to send me a speaking gig. I'm like, no, you got to go and find them and talk to people and make it happen.
One of the things you're touching on is really quite important, because it goes back to this whole thing about alignment and passion and purpose. When people know their passion and purpose in life, they're really clear about it and they feel it inside of them and it's real. It's kind of like hard to stop them. It's kind of hard to hold them back, because they're just turned on. They're turned on. They're excited. Their wild horses couldn't stop them. And so the motivational element really becomes a non-issue. It's really more getting a plan and a track to run on and a toolkit and a support system and learning business skills that are that come into play. That's why in life crafting we spend so much time on clarity.
Yeah.
And it's one of the rarest things in our world today. I call it foundational clarity about who you are and why you came to this planet. People think I'm silly when I say that. Well, what do you mean I didn't make a decision to come to this planet? Well, yes, you did.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And so why not have a grand time here, do fabulous work, make an impact in the world, and really make great money while you're at it? Why not? I mean, and that's what the opportunity is in front of us, and it's not hard. It's following a definite system that we've worked hard, we've put it together, we have the tools. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's already been created. There's a track to run on. And what's so cool about it is that it's individual. It's not, we're not talking about some sort of freeze-dried thing that you fit into other people's model. It's like it's totally you. It's individual and unique to you. But we have a template that works. The templates are wonderful. They're powerful.
And I know both of us are speaking at Tony Wilkins' event, right?
I know. I'm excited to see you in person.
I know.
On the 28th.
Really stoked about this.
That'll be my first time seeing you in person.
It'll be good. Well, this is one of the things, because I know you do, help people with sales conversions and things like that also. And I have been shocked, and I see something happening in the speaking world that I'm like, that makes no sense at all.
Right.
And this is what I see, is that people that are the kind of add-on speakers. So say it's somebody's, big event for 3 days, and they speak most of the time, but then they have special bonus speakers come in. The person becomes transactional. They'll come in about 30 minutes before, and then they do their thing, and then they leave right after. And they just grab whatever they can, and then they leave. And everyone's always surprised. I come in at the beginning, I stay the entire time, I interact.
Right.
But the sales conversions are there. They're not there for the other people, right? They have a very small percentage.
Well, it's a good point you're making. I think that really what people ultimately miss in regards to sales is that it's ultimately about relationship building.
Exactly.
It's always about relationship building and connection. And when you come across in a way where you're genuine, you're sincere, and you really want to share your knowledge, your wisdom, your skills with others and make a difference for them, then they become interested. The old saying, to be in order to be interesting, be interested, right?
Right.
Anyway, we call it lean in. When you present or when you interact and you're truly there to serve and to help others overcome their challenges in life, people lean in. They want to know more. They become curious. And that's where relationships start. And that's the beginning of this so-called sales process.
Yes.
Now, most people in business do not even understand that there is such a thing as a sales process. Well, what's cool is that in life crafting, we have something called mastering the enrollment conversation, which is a whole module completely devoted to that whole area of you becoming masterful and skilled in building meaningful, powerful, intimate, productive, profitable relationships with people, and overcoming all the stuff that we learn, that we acquire, all the blocks and fears and doubts that we acquire all our lives, the used car salesman syndrome, all those fears we have, not wanting to be pushy, all those things, gone. Yeah. We get rid of all of that.
Love it. And this is what I see is that people aren't really being authentic. They're saying from stage, I believe in building relationships. I really want to get to know you. Oh, but I'm out of here. Yeah. What is that? You're not even being authentic to what your message is.
Right.
And I even had a lady, she's well connected, and she came up to me Sunday, because I just got back yesterday from a big event in San Diego. And she came up, she goes, I wasn't going to buy something from you, but you stayed the entire time to the very end. She goes, I cannot believe your commitment level. She goes, I'm in.
Right.
And people watch, they look, they really truly are assessing if you're saying what you're doing what you're saying, right?
Well, that's true. There's two levels in which all conversations happen. There's the mental, emotional, cognitive layer, and then there's the emotional subconscious layer, right? So whenever you have a conversation with somebody, even if it doesn't seem to have anything to do with business, there are two conversations going on. And people think it's just one thing. But all buying decisions are emotionally based. The only purpose of the mind is to justify the already made decision of the unconscious because they trust you. Because the subconscious feels they can benefit and they can trust you and they feel you can help them. That decision is made emotionally, and then the mind comes up with some story that justifies that decision.
The sales process to me is so funny because everyone, thinks it's, I don't know what your system's like, but to me, the trying to get everybody into step 1, step 2, step 3, and give them exactly what to say doesn't come off as authentic, right? It's about
whenever you have a script, you're dead in the water before you start because you're not being real. You're not in the moment. People feel you're not in the moment. You're not being real, and they just tune out. Yeah. Yeah. And
a lot of times you yourself have to assess, is that person someone you want as a client, right? I only take 4 clients a year for my personal big 3-month coaching sessions, right?
Yeah.
4. Because I'm just way too busy to do more than that. Right. But I want to be completely committed. So if I only have 4 and I take someone that we're not in alignment, not only does that not serve them, but it certainly doesn't serve myself, right?
Absolutely. I agree. I totally agree. I also have a pretty high standard with life crafting as well. And in our strategy sessions, I'm very careful to see that there is alignment. Mm-hmm. That there's an alignment and that there's commitment on their part to really go through the steps that are needed, because it's not small potatoes. It's in some ways a daunting experience, but it's life-changing beyond. I say you're going to be unrecognizable in 6 months.
Yes.
There's just no way to even measure the kind of transformation that we generate. There's just no way. Yeah, it's off the scale.
And, when you start really connecting to your peeps and to the people that really resonate with you, and you start building that community instead of just trying to grab everybody, because that's what I used to do. Yeah. I think everyone's done that, When we start out, we're like, anybody, come on. And then you start realizing that, gosh, you don't even like the people that you're hanging around with, and it slows you down instead of getting laser focused and finding the right people.
Right.
And that's when you really start to move, because you gel. You're finding the right people.
Well, what I really look for is I look for sincerity. I look for sincerity and desire, and I look for people who have a genuine need or problem that they're ready to finally solve. They want to once and for all put it to rest and get on the other side of it, and have their life be truly what they want it to be and what they came here to make it. Everybody has genius. One of my favorite quotes of Einstein is, "Everybody is a genius, but if you measure a fish by its ability to climb a tree, then it will spend its whole life thinking it's stupid."
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah, it's one of my absolute favorite quotes of Einstein. So it's like, if you're a fish, don't try to climb a tree. Find out what is the biggest pond you can swim in, right? And so, that's the thing and people have the wiring in their head that having fun and being creative and using their gifts doesn't mesh with make of money, and it's just a belief, okay?
Yeah.
So the other highlight that I want to share with everybody today is to work with beliefs. A major part of life crafting is identifying limits and having a very unique proprietary method for shifting beliefs at an unconscious level, because you cannot change beliefs by means of a pep talk. I mean, if you don't believe that, try to give somebody a pep talk and see if their beliefs change. Maybe 5 minutes, but certainly not later. So, I feel very blessed that I've had amazing mentors and teachers and partners through the years, and I've learned this method, and it works brilliantly. And just think for a minute, if you're listening to this today, just think of, what would it be like for you if you could go through your life and be aware of the beliefs that you're holding in consciousness that are working against you, and see them, know them, unravel them, get to them, articulate them, and then shift them. Once and for all, shift them and replace them with a belief that's truly empowering. Now, when you learn this as a skill, okay, we're not talking about some magical potion that somebody else does for you or to you, but what if this were a skill you could learn, and once you learn it, it's yours forever? And in every conversation you have with any other human being, you can recognize when they're operating with a limiting belief, and you could point it out to them, and you could help them change it. I mean, we're talking a profound, altering, life-altering experience.
Or we could just send them to you, and you could help them.
Well, it's funny because there's a lot of people around the world that do this belief shifting method, and that's all they do. They're just either therapists or coaches, and that's all they do. What I do is a little different. I weave it into life crafting. So in other words, there's this giant container called life crafting, and then we have these gems inside of it, like the belief shifting technique, like the clarity dialogue method, like astrology. I mean, there's lots of master astrologers out there that are great, but how many people are taking astrology and applying it to this whole arena of crafting your life and forging a business? So, it's astounding when you overlay these systems and tools with one another, and you see them, the synergy, and you see them working together.
Yeah.
That's it's exhilarating. I mean, every day I do this with people, it's like, whoa.
Yeah, when we get to do what we love, we're like, oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun.
Right, exactly.
Because we're blabbing.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I hope it's okay. I'm sharing a few of these highlight things of what is exciting,
Absolutely. So we're kind of wrapping up to the end here. So tell us, how can they get a hold of you? Do you have something that you would like to give our wonderful listeners today?
Yes, I would. Absolutely. I offer a very unique one-to-one session, one-to-one consultation called a strategy session, business launch strategy session. it's in combination with a video, a very powerful video combination combined together. Normally it's $4.95 for the whole thing, but I would like to offer it for our guests today, cost, providing you act quickly, because I have a limited time in my calendar. I'm doing lots of speaking, running around anyway. So, I have limited time in my calendar. So if you act quickly, you can get in and you can get this whole package for $0, complimentary, okay?
That's awesome.
And here's how you do it. You go to lifecraftingprogram.com/strategy session. Let me say that again. lifecraftingprogram.com/strategy session, no space. You'll see a form there. Simply fill the form out completely, submit the form, and you'll be taken to a calendar page where you can select the time that works for you to do the session. And you'll receive an email confirmation of your session with instructions of how to prepare. Awesome. And I will tell you without doubt that this session and a combination of the video that you'll be seeing and the work we do together, we're talking 35 years of my expertise that I will bring to the table to help you wherever you are now and help you forge a plan for this next year of how you can move forward. Regardless whether we work together or not, this is a major forward leap, forward leap.
So make sure you type that into the little message area.
Yeah, I will
that
do
way
that.
they can
I'll
just
do
click
that
on
right now. Let's see. Strategy.
Awesome.
Let's see. Strategy.
Right? We all have to remember how to spell our own stuff.
Yeah.
And
okay,
everyone
it may cut off there. I put it in though.
They'll be able to link it.
Yeah, so you could also go to the home page and you'll see the link at the top of the page, strategy session. You can click on that, and it really is my honor to support you. And no matter what, as I said at the beginning, no matter where you are now, no matter where you may be stuck, no matter what fears, no matter what things you may have already done in your life that haven't worked or didn't get you where you want to, I can promise you, I don't waste people's time or my own time. If I'm going to work with somebody, we're going to get results together. It's really that simple.
Love it. All right, everyone. So make sure that you go and take advantage of that and, get connected with Howard. Also, don't forget, we've got the Public Speakers Conference coming up. It's June 26th through the 29th. I just put the link on there. So take advantage of the early bird special and come and hang out in Palm Springs, California. We're going to have a rocking good time at the Hard Rock Hotel, and you're going to meet my friends, and obviously me. We're going to be there giving you real information on how to get booked to be a speaker, how to make money as a speaker, all of the things that you need to know, and just also get booked. So you shouldn't walk out with multiple speaking opportunities unless you just don't want one and you're just kind of wanting to hang out and just have fun and learn stuff. So take advantage of the early bird because it's about to go away and you want to jump on that opportunity.
Yeah, I want to say that the Public Speakers Association has been absolutely wonderful. I've had so much fun doing the summit with you and the other things we've done, and I feel like it's just the beginning.
Beginning.
Just getting
really
started and excited about the partnerships that are forming, the collaboration, the partnerships, the opportunity, and being able to see you on the 28th. In San Francisco, that's going to be very, very cool.
Yay! I know it's going to be awesome.
Very cool. All right, great. Well, this Blab thing, I love this Blab thing. I'm definitely gonna check this out for
awesome.
Using this. It's very, very cool.
And now, okay, so we've got Carmen, Buck, and Dale. It's your time to shine. So come on in and enjoy. And then we'll transition. So thank you, Howard, for being on today.
Thank you for having me. And this is really, really cool.
Yay, perfect. All right, everybody. So, except Miss Carmen. Yay. So we're going to get Dale. There they are. Yay.
Hi, Carmen.
I enjoyed your
Hi, Dale. Hi, Dale. Thank you.
Perfect. Yay.
Great information,
All right.
Howard.
What was that?
Great information.
He said, great information.
Oh, thank you. Great. Okay.
All right. Bye, Howard.
Bye.
All righty. So we're transitioning now, everyone. Remember that we are looking for guest stars just like this for our next Fab Blab-a-thon. It's coming up on May 19th. So make sure you go ahead and sign up for that. We've got openings right now. So jump on those opportunities today. We also have our next virtual summit. It's the spring into summer, and that's May 9th. So it's like right around the corner. So make sure you jump on that opportunity as well, so that you can get your voice out there, your message heard, and go change lives and make lots of money and all kinds of things that come from being so fabulous. Okie dokie. Let's see. Did I get everything done? All right. So go and make sure that both of you put your website link over to the side in the message area, and then go and tweet and Facebook, and then we'll get started. Watch Carmen, Buck, and Dale Tyson, because I can't type and not talk at the same time.
Multitasking.
Always. All right, I'm sharing now. Perfect. Yay. All righty. All right. Did y'all get all tweeted and Facebooked?
Almost.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, it's interesting because they used to have it every time someone would do it, it would show up on the side, but it doesn't do that anymore. So can't really kind of see what's going on.
And I know we need to have those tabs closed too. If we're on Blab, have everything else closed.
Yes, make everything close except for the Blab. Ooh, these things are like, they pressure on my ear, and now my ear's like, it's hurting. And it like keeps sliding back on my head. It's like, because they're really meant for guys. You know, they don't make ones that are really cute and sparkly for girls. We need to talk to Logitech about that.
Well,
I can
got some
bedazzle
hair
it.
to be able to hide it anyways.
Right? I'm sorry, Dale, that you don't have the fab hair going on, you know.
Me either.
Right.
Next Blab, though, I will have it bedazzled.
Nice. Ooh,
Yes.
I could bedazzle. Now we're talking.
Yes.
All righty. All right, let's get going. Are we ready?
You bet.
All right. So ready. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon! Yay! So I'm super excited to introduce you to my fab guest stars, Dale Tyson, yay!
Hey.
And the fabulous Miss Carmen Buck, yay!
Yay.
So I'm Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association, and we're having our Fab Blab-a-thon with the PSA because we want to show our members to the world to help them get their message out there so that people can get their lives changed in whatever way their specialty is. So it's so much fun for me to bring these fabulous people to you today. So let's start. Carmen, ladies go first. So Carmen, why don't you tell us a little bit about you and what you've got going on?
Okay. Well, I am a newly retired nurse after 37 years, which is super cool. Yes, a nurse practitioner, 16 of those. So lots of experience there. And oh my gosh, you know what it taught me the most was to be a good listener and really try to get to the stories that are in between what people are saying, which really helped me to become an awesome photographer, which is what I'm doing for my second career. And so excited and what that has turned into for me, from taking pictures to helping people decide what are the best photos for their websites to get that. You know, we have like 7 seconds that people are on things. Yay!
She did that for me. Is she fabulous or
Tanya.
what? Everyone's
Thank
like,
you.
oh my gosh, look at that hair going on. So now I've got to walk around with a fan blowing on my
With
hair the whole time.
Yeah. And so what fun I get to have now. And I'm very excited. And I'm writing a book, which is a photo documentary of families living with people with dementia, their love stories, things I got to hear every day in my nursing career, and I just wanted to tell those stories. So that should be out September, October sometime. So I've thank you. And that's just something I'm super excited about.
Yay! That's awesome. All right, Mr. Dale, tell us all about how fabulous you are.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And thanks to the Public Speakers Association for sharing the information with this fabulous Blab-a-thon. And I'm a new member, so looking forward to a long, jointful venture. My name's Dale Tyson. I have a business development company and the creator of an online accountability system to help people accomplish their goal. It was designed to help me with my client. I designed it for other people to use. Ask people if they think accountability is important in somebody trying to accomplish their goal. I regularly ask this to people, and so far no one has said no. Debbie replied, hell yes. Tanya, do you believe accountability is important for people to reach their goal?
Oh. Is that it? Oh, yes, people. I love that.
So, what is accountability? It's to be answerable for something and to someone. Think about a promise, making a decision, performing an activity. The someone can be you, another person, or a group of people. Accountability is all about people doing what they say they're going to do. It can involve in leaders who are influencing people towards a goal. It can be some type of a coach, a trainer, medical staff, or others. They want to improve their business and for their clients to increase their accountability and success. It can involve family and friends. It can involve individuals. There's so many people that need accountability.
Do you find with accountability, because I know that's such a huge problem for people, is getting just stuff done. And what I always tell people, if no one knows that you're trying to get these things done and you're keeping it all inside, you're really doing yourself a disservice, because so many other people would come out of the woodwork to help, right? But nobody would know.
Right.
That's a good point, Tanya, especially for entrepreneurs when we're at home working by ourselves. Don't even think to reach out.
Do you have a suggestion for people on kind of how to start kind of moving your mindset into this accountability mindset?
Well, actually, I've got 10 reasons why people fail in accountability. And we don't have time to go into all of those. But, one of them is fear. People actually learn fear. You're born a baby or a toddler, you don't know what's right or wrong. You get people telling you this. Some of it's false information. So you need to learn and understand kind of why is that fear. An example was I used to jump out of parachutes, out of airplanes.
Wow.
And my parents weren't exactly thrilled about that. But if you look at it, in 2014, there was only 24 people that died. But there's 32,000 people that die in car accidents. Hey, it's a great feeling, and it's hard to describe it, but it is very safe when you do it properly. So fears can be overcome.
Yeah, I love that. And Carmen, I know with you, I'm sure accountability is a lot of things with photography, especially with headshots, because I see that often. The fear comes up, right? That, I need to lose that 20 pounds, or I need to, this pimple is going to, well, who cares about the pimple? Because, they have software for that kind of thing,
Yeah. And that's something that's really been fun for me, is helping people to, first of all, I meet with people, and I think, your previous speaker, Howard, talked about the importance of the relationships and the connection. And so I make sure that's actually a big part of my business, which then makes the photography easy. So people know me, I get to know them, I know what they're looking for their images, and I also help them, because we wouldn't stop to think where we're looking makes a difference in the message that we're sending, whether we're looking straight out or looking off to a distance, or what certain lighting might make a difference. So in that sense, I'm an educator and saying this is a good idea, that's not. And which I think really helps put people at rest to say, okay, you know what I'm looking for, just make it happen. and kind of forget about those extra pounds or whatever it is that might be bothering us, or the arms. That's a big thing. Nobody wants their arms. And, you know, there's just certain things, and posing goes a long way. And poses, you know, happen, but then the expressions are the natural ones. And especially the seconds between what I think is going to be the picture, those are that's when the magic happens. And I goosebump moments, right? And it's like the brush with the vine, you know, you got it. It's like, okay, that's it. That got you. And yeah,
that's
so
huge. And I'm sure, Dale, you probably have that where you talk to somebody and it's that, like she said, it's like that divine moment. That's that aha moment that people have when they're like, I can accomplish things.
That's right. You know, there's so many other reasons like procrastination. You know, people take and put things off. You know, why is that? You know, kind of dig a little bit to see why they're procrastinating and be able to get past that. Or, you know, being able to look at that shiny penny syndrome. You know, you need to keep people focused. You know, when you're doing the photography, Carmen, you know, there's a lot of distractions. You know, it might be this person moving and that person doing something else. So, you know, you need to keep, you know, the distractions down and keep people focused on what they're trying to do.
I know people are always asking me all the time, you know, how do you get everything done? Oh my gosh, you got all these things. And it's like one step at a time. You know, you finish one thing and you go to the next thing. But if you try to get all of it done all at the same time, nothing happens because you're overdoing yourself. You know, even when I went to the workshop with Carmen, she was like, okay, let's look at one shot. What do we want in this shot? Right. Instead of, okay, what do you want to do all day? Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was fun too, right? I try to make it fun because I think if you're not having a good time, then that's when things get really stagnant. So human nature is we want to laugh and have fun.
Now, Carmen, how often do you suggest people get their photos? Because I know I get my photo, try to get it every 6 months, which 6 months is coming up pretty quick. So we need to get it done pretty soon. But most people, you know, I always look at least a year because you change so much.
Yeah. And, you know, first of all, think about what you want to use them for. Is it the website? Is it the paper marketing material? Is it for social media? So you might have different looks for different things depending on the message that you're trying to get through at the time. So, but I would say about once a year because we do change. And so, you know, we want to represent whatever that message is and how we look. We have about 7 seconds that people size up. And on websites, it's maybe 10 seconds a page, if that. That's what I've read. And so that means that those images need to capture and get it and send that message that you want to send. And so there are a lot of factors in how to get that message. That's awesome. And how not to send the wrong message to you.
Because I see a lot of people that, you know, when they get their picture done, they don't look like themselves. Yeah. And so when you see them in person, you're like, wait a moment, you look like this glamour chick and now you look like you're a homebody. You know, what happened here? You know?
Yeah. And you know, like for me, I do glamour shots. And so sometimes that is the look I want to have. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes, you know, I mean, so there's different places, different times, different pictures. And that's part of that pre-consult for me, which is key. And to say, well, let's try to get all of that together. So, and I know with yours, we did some glamour shots in there, which were for you personally. Yeah, your husband.
But I don't use them everywhere, right? Yeah, my husband loved them. But, you know, I used ones for what did I need for my speaking career? Yeah. Which ones do I need for showing off products on my website? You know, so you have to really go in with a strategy.
Yes.
So with Dale, I'm sure there's like a major strategy for accountability. You know, can you give us kind of an idea of what that would be?
Well, actually, it kind of backs up before that. You know, it's having your strong why. You know, if you've got a goal, that's when you really need some accountability. You know, I used to go to the gym and just kind of play around. I didn't have any weight loss goals or anything else. So it was a case of just playing around. When you do have a goal, you need to have objectives. You need to break it down. You need to have the activities. You need to know why you're doing this. Then the accountability kind of kicks in. You know, and keeps you focused on what you're trying to do. So if you don't have a goal or you're not sure what you want to do, you know, start thinking about that way. Start going somewhere, get some direction, make some progress. But when you do finally get it written down, get your plans written down, work with some people to help you. If you've got a leader, a coach, a trainer, work with them. If you don't, we provide that service to help people accomplish their goals as well. So
that's awesome.
Be able to move forward, have a plan.
Yeah, because a lot of times, people are like, "Well, what's your goal?" I people always laugh at my goal because it's the same goal every year, and they're like, "That's a sucky goal, right? You can't ever change it." But it's to look back at myself the year before and not recognize myself. And in that statement, that's a tough goal, because that means you've really pushed yourself to do things that you haven't even thought of yet, right? To make yourself change that much. But within that goal, there's like these little baby goals, right? That then there's very focused. Okay, I need to accomplish this. I need to do that. I need to connect with this person. And there's daily goals. Do you help people kind of create like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, multiple year goal type things?
Well, in my business development company, which is part of what the accountability is, we work through a process to help people identify exactly everything they need to do to start their business. And that's an established process. But the goal is kind of, where do you want to get to? Then you have the objectives, and those objectives are kind of the daily or the weekly tasks and the activities that you need to accomplish to get to that goal. And sometimes the goal is not a fixed destination. It's kind of a milestone. So you get to that point, and then what else are you going to do? Where are you going to grow your business? What's your next step beyond that? So it should be a life journey, and not just, well, okay, I reached this, I'm done, let me retire this way. And a lot of people do, and that's fine for those. But for a lot of people in this audience and that, you're here to learn, you're here to grow.
I can't imagine that people, because you meet people that they're satisfied never learning anything else again or ever. I'm like, I'm just like eating everything up.
That's right. Everybody's different. And, we can't work with people, and other people that have our leaders, they can't really work with people if they don't want to change what they're doing. You can't change unless you want to change. Yeah.
And somewhat, enjoy the change, because even though it brings up fears, it brings up, insecurities, I'm sure, gosh, I can imagine photography and all the insecurities that whelm up. You must have to really be a kind of a life coach as you're trying to get people to take a photo,
Yeah. Maybe that's what that pre-consult is, some coaching. I use the question why a lot, because that helped me when I started. I had a lot of opportunities that all seemed wonderful to me, and they're all shiny pennies, and like, oh, what do I want to do? So I had to continually ask, why do I want to do that? And then just keep asking why for every response. And it's not as easy as it sounds. And some of the answers were pretty tough for me. I'm like, oh, there's a light bulb moment right there. And I just kept, just pursuing it to get to the meat of it, and kind of did a map of where, a mind map, if you will, with different options and what I thought might work for me. And then I looked and like, okay, now which one excites me? What direction do I want to take? What gets me excited? And so what a wonderful thing to happen, right? You thinking, I have a lot of shiny pennies, which one do I want? And but where my passion take me, that's where I thought, well, that's where I'm going to do best. And at this time in my life, boy, I want to be happy every day and enjoy it. And the accountability is a big thing. And I've learned how to delegate, by the way, because what I found when I procrastinated, it's because things that are really tough for me, numbers, for instance, I'm way more artsy than numbery. And I'm like, so I had to get some help with that. And that feels a whole lot better than dealing with that. With the numbers for me.
Yeah, you probably find that, Dale, right? Is telling people, if you don't like something, go get someone else to do it.
Yeah. Well, even as a solopreneur, you can't do everything. It's impossible. You might have a CPA or bookkeeper, you have other people, but there's a lot of other things that you need to outsource. Actually, it's kind of an interesting lead in, because we actually work with some leaders where they can outsource their accountability work to us, where we'll actually work with them and the client to understand what they're trying to do, and then we can actually assume part of that accountability work for the leader. So we can outsource.
Nice, nice. When you look at, kind of this broad spectrum, you've got the kind of solopreneurs that are doing things by themselves, and then you've got kind of people that have multiple teams and things like that. Is there like a big change or a shift that you have to do, or is it pretty much the same for both?
No, as you grow your business and you get to the point where you really have to have other people on your team, whether they're employees, contractors, or outsourcing, and that, you need to get as many things off your plate. In the business development, we talk about 3 roles. There's the role of the owner, the role of a manager, and the role of the staff. And you get to the point where you just can't do all of them. So it kind of ties back into the accountability of what do you need to do, what's your goal, what's your objective, and work with somebody to get you going.
Love it. And I know with Carmen, you must have a lot with branding, because we had Alicia White on earlier. That was awesome. And one of the things that I see people with their photos is they don't brand what kind of person they are and what business that they're in. So everyone kind of looks like a financial advisor or a realtor, and they're not a financial advisor or a realtor, right? It's about branding yourself as a speaker or as a whatever, right?
Yeah, and that's why I call it personal branding versus the headshots, because headshots kind of connotates that flat, everyone almost looks alike, generic. Yeah.
If I see another, I'm going to
yeah. And with the personal branding, it's being authentic, keeping it real. And it's again about that message that you want to send. And so, so for you, for instance, you had your mic, that was awesome. So we could do, and we played with that and what angle looked best. And so that was quite wonderful. And, there have been others, one speaker, Candy Barone, she just wanted to be feminine, but yet tough. And, we had to do something, but she was wearing a dress and she looked awesome. And she changed her branding completely around that picture to represent herself in a different way.
Nice.
So it is just so exciting, and to see when the images match the message. And then, you know what? Then the clients, because they're not buying a service as much as they're buying who we are and what message that we send, and that they like us, and that they feel they can connect with us. And if they see something that connects with them and something of the personal nature about us, then they're more apt to hire us. And so that has to come through in the images as well. And headshots don't really represent that. The traditional headshots don't represent that.
And I'm going to suggest everyone listening, this is my business card, see? And put your whole face on one side. And people are like, oh, I couldn't do that. I'm like, this is what they're buying. They're buying you. They're buying your brand. And there's nothing better than stating, hey, I'm a reckoning force, because I am it's not just all about me, but it's all about who I am for your business, right? So if I'm wanting to promote the Public Speakers Association, then they have to enjoy me first. And I think that's a disconnect that a lot of people have when they're putting their picture on things. It's like, why take a picture if you're not going to put it out there? How many Facebook posts or profiles don't have someone's picture? They've got their dog, or what is it really saying that you're putting your dog on your picture face? I'm just saying, people.
Probably not serious about it. The message, whether it's true or not, it says I'm not really serious about my business.
And yourself, and that you're not owning yourself. Right. So I know we're kind of running up to the end here. So Dale, do you have something you would like to give away to the listeners today?
Yeah, for the people attending and that, for the leaders, we're going to waive the setup fee, and I'll provide you a system with up to 10 clients free for as long as you've got those clients. For individuals and family and friends who have a goal and you want some help, we're offering a 50% discount and no setup fee as well. And let me just hit the button here to send the information.
Wow.
If you go to my website, accountablepartnerservices.com, again, accountablepartnerservices.com, there's more information about what we do. And here in about an hour or so, I'll take and upload the full report that I've got around all the 10 different reasons and some of the solutions. So it's one thing to have some excuses, which a lot of them are. It's another thing, here's some ideas on how to get around some of those.
Awesome. And how about you, Ms. Carmen?
Yes, I just put a link on there to a website and to the website that has a PDF on there, and also other information about personal branding versus the headshots, as well as making sure your values follow through with your images. Lots of really good information. And I love to write, so there's tons of blog stuff on there too, but the PDF link is on there.
Awesome. So make sure y'all take advantage of that. Here's mine. Go to TanyaHoffman.com. Remember, Tanya's with an O and one F for Hoffman and two N's for Hoffman, because my husband's family still doesn't know how to spell it right. So I've got a contest on there. It's /win/ where you can win an hour coaching session with me. It's on anything that you would like. So even if you're a member or a not member, go and sign up for that. I pull it on the 1st of every month. So it's coming up right around the corner. And if you're listening to the recording, go sign up, because I do it every single month. So jump in on that opportunity. It's $1,000 value. So we want to get you involved. Well, that's awesome. I'm so glad that y'all were on today. How exciting was that? Y'all enjoy?
Yeah, my first blab and your first blab.
Yay!
Yeah.
I look forward to listening to some of the other people that are involved as well. Great group.
Perfect. All right, everyone. Make sure y'all take advantage of all of their amazing offers. Get connected to them. They're brilliant. If you're in the Austin area, make sure that you get connected with Carmen and do your headshot. But if you're not, fly in and do it anyways. She's worth it. So, and get connected with Dale, because obviously you need some accountability. I know you people. I see y'all on here. I know y'all need some of that. All right. Thanks, y'all. Alrighty.
Bye-bye.
So we're switching over to Tracy Allen Haynes and Michael Mapes. I haven't seen Michael on here yet, so we'll unlock this seat so Tracy can come in, and we'll say bye to Miss Carmen. Miss Dale, just click the little X and y'all exit out. Bye, y'all. Alrighty. So Tracy, come on in. Oh, he was here. Well, while we're waiting for them to come in and join us, we're going to have some fun. Let's see. Let me come over here to my stuff. Alrighty. So we'll wait for everybody. We do have the upcoming Blab-a-thon. Our next Fab Blab-a-thon is May 19th. So we're looking for presenters for that. So go to Public Speakers Association. I'll put that in the little message area over here, so y'all can go just click on that. Under the members page tab, there's a drop down. It says Fab Blab-a-thon. It's right there. We also promote it on the summits page. We do have upcoming summit on the 9th. So if you're looking to do a full presentation, not interview style, it's actual presentation. It's 25 minutes straight. It's on spring into summer, and it can be about anything you would like it to be about. So we definitely wanted you to jump on that opportunity. I don't know where Mr. Tracy Allen Haynes is. He should be here, and Mr. Michael Mapes. So anyways, let's see. So the virtual summit we do every single month, and sometimes it has a theme, and sometimes it's just kind of open to anything. So we would love for you to help, get your message out there and change lives, make some money, find some new clients. I mean, that's what it's all about. So jump on the opportunity. We still have openings on May 9th. There's Tracy for the virtual summit. Plus my TV show. I do a TV show Monday through Friday, 10:30 Central Time in the morning. And Tracy, come on in whenever you get a chance. Just call in the call in button. And so that way you can jump in on the opportunity to be on the virtual summit, my TV show, the Blab-a-thons. We've got a lot going on. There you are. And hopefully we'll see Michael come on here and we'll get him on. So yeah, join in with us because we'd love to get you in on all those opportunities. I just sent out 13 speaking opportunities also. Yay! We see you.
Hey.
You are real glitchy though, boy.
Yeah, I've been called other things.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
I'm on direct with the cell phone. Let me see if
That's why you don't have
let me see if
your computer that you can jump on.
let me see if the Wi-Fi is any.
Yeah, Blab doesn't really work well on phones. You're completely frozen now, and we really couldn't hear you too. If you can come back in, we can wait for you. If you have a computer with a camera, it'd work better than your phone. Okay. While we're waiting for Tracy to come back in, yeah, it always works better on a computer. And use Firefox or Chrome. Blab works best on one of those. Let's see if that works better. Tracy, I think you're going to have to go out and come back in on your computer. It just doesn't work well on your phone. So we're waiting for Mr. Tracy Allen Haynes to come in, and Michael Mapes is supposed to be here also. So hopefully we'll see him shortly. And thank y'all for joining us. We've had a full day of amazing presentations from all kinds of people from all kinds of walks of life. Hey, Tim, you want to come in while we're waiting for Tracy to figure this out? So, we have back-to-back presentations. Yay! Tim Gillette's coming in. So Tracy Allen Haynes is our incredible MC for the upcoming conference, and Tim Gillette is one of our speakers. Hey, Tim.
Hey, actually, actually, right now, someone had asked me if I could speak the week of that. I'm like, sorry, I'm in California. So now they backed up their event to I'm discussing it with the guy back and forth with text message right now. They backed it up to like the Thursday before so that I could speak. They want me at their event, and I'm like,
they're like, I want you here.
It's not a major conference. It's not a national conference. It's a local event, and
nice.
they because it fits into a line. What I teach fits into a line of what they want to teach their audience. So they're moving the event that I would be on to a different day because I'm going to be speaking at your event in California, and I couldn't be there. So anyway,
that's awesome.
So looking forward to talking about blogging and personal branding at this event coming up. And guys, if you're a speaker, you know what I mean, be part of this network that Tanya has. I know many other speaker organizations around the country, and this is the one that I promote the most because of the things she does for people. She's connected to so many different people in the event planning world to know, and that's what you want as a speaker. You don't want as a speaker, you don't want to be connected with a bunch of speakers. You want to connect with people who know event planners. So
exactly. Hey, Michael.
Hello.
I'm in the middle of doing something, and then I got to go get a shower and take off out of here. So I'm going to head back to the sidelines.
Thanks for jumping in.
Have a great day, guys. I hope Tracy gets it figured out.
I know. Poor thing. How are you doing, Mr. Michael?
I'm good, and I feel good. I was only a minute or two late here. I need to start giving people a range, like a cable company, like somewhere between 1 and 5. I will call you.
Oh, y'all will love Michael. He is a hoot. Every time I talk to him, I love him more and more. So Michael, real quick, go and put your website into the send a message chat area so people can click over to your website and find out all about how fabulous you are. And then hopefully Tracy Allen Haynes will be able to get on and join us. He's still trying to get on. So I'm going to go and I'm going to share. And so if you could share also the fabulous Michael Mapes is on live now. All righty. So we're going to have some fun. Perfect. Well, let's get started, and Tracy can jump in with us when he gets his computer issues figured out. So let's ready. You ready to go?
I'm ready. And I was saying, your hair is so big today and beautiful. So I love it.
I know. I think had straight hair the last time I saw you, but yeah, it gets fluffier. And it's usually fluffier,
Texas
but
hair.
yeah, I've got like a new product I was like, I don't like that it's making me so bleh. Anyways, so we're going to keep going. All right, ready, set. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! And we've got a major group of people all day long that you're going to love listening to about business development, personal development, get out of your way development, whatever it is, we're going to have them on. And you are so lucky right now. We have the incredible Michael Mapes here. Yay! And then we're waiting for Tracy Allen Haynes. Hopefully he can get in here and jump onto the Blab. So we're waiting for him to join us. So I am so excited because the Blab-a-thon kind of came up. I've been wanting to do something like this. We do a virtual summit with the Public Speakers Association every month. By the way, I'm Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And I love helping people get their messages out there. It's so much fun. And we have a hoot and a holler every time. So Michael, give us your elevator pitch of who you are and how fabulous you are.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say the last time that Tanya and I talked, I was like, Tanya, do you know that there's so much good stuff on the Public Speakers Association website? Because I had, been a member for a while and really just been getting the opportunities to speak sent to my email and taking advantage of those, or either for sponsorships or speaking, or just to even be aware of for the next year if I couldn't do it this year. And there's so much more on there, and it really kind of blew me away for the price. But so I'm glad to be here. My first Blab-a-thon, I can say, and only my second Blab ever. So I'm a newbie, but I started out 3 years ago because I saw a bunch of sensitive people, smart people, clever people, really people changing the world, in my view, who were failing just because people didn't know about them. And that sort of broke my heart. And so I started helping these people first for free, then for a few $100s a month. And then it just kind of grew from there in very short order. I built a multiple six-figure coaching and training and speaking business. What I do now is actually run a company called Graveyard Innovation. And what we do is we're really looking at and helping people design innovative strategies so that they can win, whether that's winning at getting speaking gigs, whether that's winning at making money, whether that's winning at doing a product launch. And what makes it different is instead of just, we don't only do like coaching, consulting, and training. We offer some of that built in, but it's not our primary mission. What we do is we actually help people execute these strategies, and we give you a very clear list of deliverables. So we don't talk about engagement. We talk about sales. We don't talk about opportunities. We talk about what we can actually deliver to you. Sometimes there's a lot of foundational work. Sometimes there's not. But we actually handle people not only designing those strategies for people individually that are customized. We also help execute and carry them out, because I just see that you can't do it all yourself, but most people I work with are not going to hire a whole team of content marketers or a whole team of, a whole booking or anything like that. So that's what we do.
So, when you're so brilliant, and every time we talk, it's like 2 hours. So be prepared when you talk to Michael, put it on your calendar that, give him a good amount of time. But that's,
I was at a networking thing and somebody brought someone over and I was just going on. And I was like, they didn't tell you to interrupt me, because I'm like, it will never stop.
Yeah, you do have to interrupt. You're like, Michael, I'm still here,
I know. I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, he's so adorable. So, one of the things that we just kind of click and, we say something and you're like, oh yeah, I just hate that and stuff. And one of the things is kind of that authenticity, people use that word. I think it's almost overused now. But there is that point where we meet people and it's like, ugh, it's just like this heaviness to it. And I know that just really irritates me. What do you feel about something, when people are like that?
Yeah, it's so interesting because, I don't use a ton of assessments or anything, but one of them that I do use in my business is Sally Hogshead Fascination Advantage Test, which is about how other people see you. And one of the benefits of getting any kind of coaching or training is that oftentimes we can see other people, the good qualities about them and the bad qualities that we self-assess in a different way than we're perceived. And we're naturally very fascinating. We're set up to be very authentic. We're set up to compel the people that we need to compel. We pile a lot of boring on top of that, right? And what happens in business is that we have a calling to something, and that's usually very interesting. But the initial flash of inspiration and the idea is not the same. Like there's several, evolutions usually of the idea before it's really profitable. Doesn't have to take a long time, but instead what we do is we start looking around and going, okay, how are other people doing this? And instead of taking a little bit or getting a lesson here and a lesson there, using it to infuse our idea, we start making the structure very powerful. Well, there's nothing powerful in a podcast or a blog or a speaking engagement or a blab or anything else. It's what you bring to it, of course, that's important. And that you want to use your personality, but it's not simply your personality. And I think so often, intuitively, we are covering up a lot of what we actually need to be showing people. I have a very strategic mind, but how I get there, right? I have a lot of interesting ideas, but how I get there is by going through a lot of uninteresting ideas. For me, that's conversational. So sometimes that's in a long conversation on the phone. Sometimes that might be listening to a panel discussion or a podcast. I learn more in that way because there's a back and forth or a debate or a disagreement that helps me kind of understand both sides. So you want to figure out how you learn and how you can bring this authenticity to the world, because a lot of times we are trying to be someone else or something else, or we're investing all the power in, I have to do social media. Well, if you're saying something that's uninteresting and you say it on 25 platforms, you can actually diminish yourself, where if you had just waited, and not forever, right? You don't even have to get a lot of content. It's just having something to say, right? If you just have waited and looked at that, that will seem more authentic than putting 85 posts out there a day. And I'm a person, I've never gotten a lot of clients from Twitter or Facebook or, anything like that. I had built my business mostly through speaking and partnerships, just calling people up and saying, what might we do together? Because we both care about this, which is always how I approached it.
And I think too, when I was on, it's kind of that kind of realism of kind of what is this world that we're in and how do we show up to it in a way that we're drawing people in with just who we are, but also showing value. And I think a lot of times, people don't.
If you're at a cocktail party, right, you and I, even though we connect personality-wise, we have some similarities and we have some differences, right? You have an extroverted nature to you, and I like to think I'm confident and chatty, but it takes me a long time to get there. Like I was just working with a client before this and he's like, well, what do you think? I'm like, I need like much time to get, I'm like, this is the initial. I've got to go now compose a list of 45 questions to send you. And it's different in how we do it, but it doesn't mean that one of us is inherently more interesting. If I was trying to be Tanya, it wouldn't work. If she were trying to be me, it wouldn't work. There are people at the cocktail party that are funny and the life of the party. And then there are people who say that one thing to you that is like, oh my God, that's why I came here. And you might connect later. Both of those are are good. And I think that it's like, we have to think about that. What makes Blab and video powerful for you is, you know, the force of your personality, the force of the idea that you're bringing to it. Because your idea is about, no, anybody can speak, anybody can be on stage. You have to find your way. And so it's not, okay, Tanya Hoffman, the Kardashian, right? Celebrity show. I think it could be. But it's Tanya Hoffman, the woman who cares about this idea, who uses her personality to promote it. And I think the thing with social media is just, do you have something to say? And there are people who say a lot and people who say a little. And if you apply that to it, it'll work. And if it doesn't, it won't.
There he is.
Hey, don't you love technology? Hey, don't you love technology?
Oh, you got an echo going.
It's hard telling where it's coming from.
Yeah, let me see if I. Okay, say. Okay,
don't
it's
hear it
coming
on mine.
from Michael. I don't know why. Michael, do you have all of your browsers closed? So it's only the Blab open.
No,
Yeah,
close
a
them all.
lot of times that has to do with it. Well, and
4 devices and I'm here.
yay! It's always good, and you're still glitching, and it's still kind of slow. So hopefully we won't lose you. So Tracy, why don't you tell us real quick why we got you? Tell us a little bit about you and how fabulous you are.
Well, I don't know about the fabulous part, but T. Allen Haynes, the creator of the Authority Syndicate, we're helping entrepreneurs and business owners get the recognition they deserve through media and publishing. And we're just having a great time helping people, you know, get their word out there. I just came off of my own Blab. I didn't have any problem whatsoever. Now all of a sudden it's a problem, but
of course.
Yeah, of course. So speaking and is part of the deal. So just great to be connected with the Public Speakers Association and helping get the word out about that association. You've been very, very good to me, as they say. So we're excited about putting all that together.
Our MC and
it could have something to do with the fact that I installed Worm on the internet that glitches anybody but me from speaking.
You're so bad. You are bad. Absolutely. You are. Oh my gosh. And you're going to be an MC, Mr. Tracy Allen Haynes, and our conference. So I'm super excited about not only having you as the MC, but speaking at the conference. So I'm super excited about that.
Oh, yeah, that's just a bonus. So I've been given that honor from attending last year, and I'm super excited. Not sure how I'm going to pull it off, but we're sure going to give it a shot. But we're excited about that for sure. Thank you.
Oh, you're fabulous. So y'all are so in such a really these two guys. You know, when I think of people, these two guys always come up. I was just talking to you about you, Tracy, and Michael. Both of you, I had connections for people in the San Diego event I was just at. And, you know, that's right. It's about the connectivity. You know, we all have to be there to support each other and talk about each other, you know, and please don't be the people that talk bad about people, because that only hurts you. It diminishes you, you know?
We're so past that. I mean, that's so 70s and 80s, and you know, if you're an entrepreneur, you can't afford to be talking bad about people, and you know, we're in the business. You have
to be real careful.
Yeah, we're in the business of uplifting people, and just take the other stuff offline if you got a challenge, and be civil about it too. It's about, you know, let's work through it. We're not perfect.
And never ask me what I think about people, because I cannot lie. And, you know, we all have our opinions about certain people, and I try to keep it under control, but, you know, it just doesn't work. But, you know, so we just don't talk about people.
I'll say, well, you know, there's been a couple challenges, but we worked through it, you know. So, you know, just keep it real. And, you know, just don't embarrass anybody and bring anybody down, because that's not what we're in the business about. We're in the business of uplifting people.
And I think there's a huge space for, you know, debate and like around some of these ideas and what's going to work and what strategy is right. And those are the things that to me is such an important distinction. Like, we should be talking about that and what works and what's changing and what's evolving. And I think that word, you know, civil is so important, because there's a way to have that, like, very respectfully. I don't even argue with people that I don't respect on any level, because it would be an incredible waste of everyone's time, right? But I think that is very different than ranting and raving, because like certainly in what we do, we challenge a lot of like, okay, could we disrupt this? Could we innovate this? Could we? Sometimes it really doesn't work. Sometimes it works wonderfully. Sometimes it works good for some people and not for others. So we're certainly in that space of looking at every strategy, but never
Perfect
like
point.
a personal.
And a lot of times it happens on stage. You're speaking. Yeah. And just the San Diego trip. So I was speaking on stage, and there was a guy, and there's always someone. They're like have their arms crossed, and you just have that face that you're like, man, I really don't like her, right? And you're like, what is there not to like? I mean, really, but he had, and all of a sudden, you could see through my presentation, he was changing. And at the end, he stood up and clapped and cheered. And then he gave me an incredible testimonial saying, when he started, he could not stand me. By the time I finished, he respected what I was saying, and he got it, because he was thinking that a speaker had to be all proper and had to give a good presentation with a PowerPoint, and I'm just not that. So, it was kind of hitting his parameters and what he, was challenging him and what his thought of what a speaker should be, right?
Sure. That's awesome. I just got off of the transformation show I have every Tuesday, and we were talking about how people need to decide about the type of people that you're hanging around and the type of people that are taking your valuable time, right? And you make a decision about keeping track of what your conversations are about over a 7-day period, right? So is this person being uplifting? Is this person helping you? Are you benefiting from each other? And if you're not, you have to decide to remove that person from your circle. And I'm not saying being mean or being, just totally obnoxious with them, but, nice people, I talk to nice people about once a year. But I talk to people that are in my circle, such as speakers, authors, entrepreneurs, and business owners. That's where I spend most of my time having conversations. So be mindful of those people that are dragging your time away from you, and just become busy. And they can't contact you. That's the best way to do it, is become unavailable. So yeah.
Sorry, just don't have the time. I'll talk to you later.
Mind your time. And I was just talking about, I very seldom give out my phone number, because they've got to go through my scheduler. If you don't get through my scheduler, it's not scheduled, and you'll get past me, and I won't, I can't get to you, and you can't get to me. So put up some, barriers as we get.
I love that point. I think that's really, and I think know your personality, because for me, I know that I need an hour, like minimum, a lot of times, but often 2, 3, 4, or 5. But I don't have those conversations with people like, Tanya and I will talk, but it's not every day and it's not every week, because it wouldn't be appropriate to have that kind of conversation, once a week. But then we'll take that, and maybe that's something for, the next 6 months that we can work on together. And there are a lot of people who are much more concise and brief that can, do it more systematic.
And what's so interesting too, because for me, it's so funny. Yesterday was a perfect example. I had a phone call from one person complaining about, someone that was speaking, and the other person that they were complaining about called me to complain about the other person. And I'm like, what am I, like this ping pong ball or something? I'm like, what am I, this, funneled through me to complain? And I'm like, come on. And what happens every time is there's just some people who just don't like each other. And don't expect me not to like that person because you don't like them. Right. And we all have to understand that we all have our own personalities too.
And so often those people fill in your differences. I mean, I think that I could never, ever, ever, ever in a million years run my business alone, because there's too many ideas. There's way too much energy going on. And I have to look for certain people that are the complete opposite of the way that I'm going to approach things. Not everyone is going to want to be innovating at every moment. And it's always the good and bad. The good is like, let's do this. It'll be awesome. The bad is I can get too trapped in ideas. And I need people to bring those ideas to the world. And it's going to be a very logical person that I need to find.
I didn't realize, man, this is just like flying by. Okay, so Michael, do you have something you would like to offer the fabulous listeners today?
Yeah, well, I'm giving basically most of the stuff from my coaching business away to people as I transition into my new business, because what I kind of heard as I was like switching, and I've started something from failure and I've started something from success, and both kind of teach you a different set of lessons. Starting this from success has been easier in some ways, I think financially and otherwise, and definitely harder emotionally in certain ways to let go of something that was so meaningful. Perfect. So you can go to shift.michaelmapes.org. So shift.michaelmapes.org. And whatever I do next, you'll be emailed about, and you can get off if it's not for you, or you can just email me privately, and I have information on sales and marketing and speaking and email and websites and everything. And I will most likely just give it to you or connect you to somebody.
Make sure you,
and I'll type my email in.
Type it all in there. All right, Tracy, how about you?
Awesome. Thank you again for allowing me to participate. So you can go to the authoritycodebook.com. The Authority Code Book, my new flagship book coming out, I'm very excited about.
Oh, I'm going to get
Once you go there, you'll get on the list for pre-release, and I'll also send you 5 free videos on this thing called the authority mindset. What does that really mean? So go over there, the authoritycodebook.com, and enter your email, and I'll send you a couple videos and get you a free digital version as soon as we come publish. Should be a couple weeks. So we're excited. Thank you.
Awesome. Make sure you get that over into the message area so people could link over there. And then here's the Public Speakers Conference. We have nominations open right now for Collaborator of the Year. So if you love connecting people, you need to be nominated. You can nominate yourself, because my panel really doesn't care. It just doesn't care. Or get someone to nominate you. So local, national, and international Collaborator of the Year. Take advantage of that. It's right on the homepage at publicspeakersconference.com, and the link is right there. So take advantage of that opportunity. We also have a whole lineup of awards we're giving away, and there are videos that you're going to submit, and it's on, best business tip, best personal story, best health tip, so there's all kinds of ones. There's something on there that
best health tip, come to me.
So make sure you jump in on that opportunity. So thank you guys for being on, and sorry, Tracy, we'll get you back on soon.
Hey. Yeah, absolutely. No problem.
I got your book, Tracy. Thanks, Tanya.
Yay!
Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, so we're switching gears. So we've got the fabulous Lisa Jing and Kathy Loftman. So I'm going to unlock the seat so y'all can come in. My husband's bringing the little baby kitten. We had kittens too during all the craziness. Here's one of them. Their name is Sister right now. She's going to go home to a lovely little home. Isn't she cute? We'll have to bring the other 2 out later. And here's Lisa. And let's see if, Cheryl, you want to come in and I can make you, hey, Miss Kathy.
Hey, Tanya.
Okay, you're going to take your little mic and push it away from your mouth so you don't breathe into it. Yep, and down a little bit by your cheek. Perfect. Much better. Yay. Oh, nice.
Look what I
Miss
just
Cheryl.
got in the mail.
Oh, that's nice. Hey, Miss Lisa.
Hello.
So, and Cheryl, did you have their all their questions and everything?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. So what we're going to do is, because Tanya doesn't know how to take breaks for herself. And I scheduled this whole thing without any, hello, Tanya's got to take a break every once in a while. So Cheryl was so nice to come in, and she's going to host this part of it for y'all, if that's okay with you and Kathy and Lisa.
Sure.
Perfect. So she has your questions, and we're still recording, so we'll be awesome. I'm going to go ahead and share. So what you're going to do, Lisa, don't forget to put your website link to the side. And Cheryl, to end up at about 20 after, have them do their offer, and then 25 after, or 5 minutes before, wind up, and then go over and let Miss Arlene in. Okay.
All righty. Well, you're going to have a few minutes break, Tanya. You deserve it. It's been a busy day.
Exactly.
Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Cheryl.
How are you?
I'm doing great. We've got some sunshine here in Houston for a change.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you've had a lot of flooding going on. You used to live in Pasadena. I know how low that is and how much water.
Lisa, did you have any questions? Are you having
Yes, you said I need to put my website link in. Is that on the
send a message area down in the live chat?
In the chat area? Okay, where it says send a message.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Just type that up, just like Kathy has hers in there. Just type it up there. And then let me promote that y'all are going to be speaking to my list. And
I just promoted to mine.
Perfect. And then we'll get started. And I'm going to go take a little break.
All
Isn't that nice of me?
Yes.
Right?
Play with those kittens, huh?
Exactly. Oh my God, they're so cute.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. Where do you live?
I'm in Hayward, California.
Wow. So you've got sunshine too.
Yes, we are headed into a warming trend, and spring is definitely here.
It is, and we're due for some tornado activity today. So I was hoping whatever I do on the internet today, which was an all-day affair, was going to not lose the power.
Is that typical spring in your neck of the woods?
Well, it's beginning, and usually about this time through June, we're going to have some activities, but I have learned living here 20 years that other places get the same thing. We're called Tornado Alley, but today I've been watching it up in Kansas. So
remind me where you are.
I am Cheryl Jennings, and I am an international speaker, international author, and I'm a global radio host, and I'm executive director for PSA in Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma. Now. Okay. My daughter and grandgirls all live in Oklahoma. They're just north of Tulsa in Bartlesville.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm going to be doing an event in Tulsa coming up May the 13th and 14th. So I'll post that on my Facebook. Love for y'all to become friends.
Yeah.
And I want to know a little bit more about what y'all do. And let's start with Kathy. Tell us a little bit about what you do and how it's going.
Sure. Thank you. I'm a life strategist and coach. I work primarily with business owners and executives that are in some kind of transition. It could be their choice of transition. It could be, a surprise transition. Could have to do with their life, their work. But primarily I work with executives in transition and help them navigate those waters so that they don't just bounce back. They bounce over and on to better things.
That's good. And I work with families that have special needs children or they're caretakers. And so a lot of our families are in constant transition. So that's great that you're helping. What kind of suggestions can you give families that have some unusual experiences, challenges that you would suggest for life and balance in home and work?
Well, I think probably the first suggestion that I always try to give people is before you do anything, know your values, know what's really important to you. If you don't have that home base, if you don't have that touchstone, it makes all of your other decisions so much more difficult. It's another way to say it is if you know your yes, the no's are easier. And that really is what, to me, I think of it in terms of life-work integration. I think balance is a little bit misunderstood. We're not a spreadsheet. We can't allocate percentages of things. Life tends to do that for us. But when we have that home base, those values, we know our yes, then we know where the no's go. And that allows us to always honor those values. I think the other thing is just understanding that we don't get good at something in the big stuff. We get good at things in the small things. So whatever you're struggling with, look for that in smaller bites in your life. You know, if you have trouble thinking about change, look at little changes. Look at how you adapt on the smaller scale and work your way up to it. I think that really is helpful. And then the last thing is just my favorite question that I ask myself. Whenever something happens, regardless of what value I've put on it, whether good, bad, or whatever, I just ask this question: what does this make possible?
That's a great question.
It's a real, it's a great perspective shifter.
Well, and I have seen that with all of the changes that have happened in our lives, that we didn't plan most of them. They happened.
Sure.
And you can't control why things happen. So you got to move from there and decide what kind of attitude you're going to have about changes in life. Everybody's going to have mine are just different from yours.
Sure.
And just because I don't know what your problem is doesn't mean you don't have one. And so that's a great perspective on here. And also, I love what you said about looking for small changes, because when you have a child that has cerebral palsy like we did, it taught us real quickly that every tiny change was a big thing for us.
Sure.
Celebrated everything. But it made us appreciate our children that came along that didn't have the same challenges, to just see everything as wonderful. You know, and I think families would be better off if we just saw the wonderful things that were going on in the families.
Well, you know, one
I
of the
love
things
what you're doing.
Yeah, I think one of the things I found too is by focusing on those seemingly small but monumentally important things, you know what that requires of us is to be present.
Right.
We really have to be present to do that. And when we're present, we're engaged. It's just gives us such an entirely different experience in life.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing, Kathy. And I don't know, I have people that I interview every week on my global program. And one of them gave me this statistic that absolutely blows my mind. Families that have autistic children have an 80% divorce rate. 80%. And that just shows us that we're not doing very good at communicating with each other and being present with each other and looking at the small things and how we can get along better and help each other. So thank you for what you're doing. Lisa, did you have something you want to share? Tell us what you do.
I'm a brain-based leadership coach. And what that means is I help executive leaders and business professionals keep their brains sharp so you can stay on top of your game.
Wow, that's cool.
That's fantastic.
Yes. I think maybe more of us need that.
Absolutely.
We do, particularly in the business world today, which is so stressful. There's so many factors that are adding to the daily amount that we need to do and to carry. The speed of business just continues to get faster. It's a global marketplace, and every individual, especially if you're in a leadership role, really need to stay sharp. And then, with all of the various factors that we have to manage, as well as the aging process, it can be a challenge to literally keep our brains functioning at their highest level. And there's ways to do that now.
All right.
Neuroscience is just expanding.
Well, give us a hint. What is one thing that all of us need to learn to do that would sharpen our brains?
Well, like any part of our body, we must use it or lose it. And we often when we think of health and well-being, we think of nutrition and fitness and sleep and life balance, and all of those things are very important. We sometimes neglect to consider our brain and all of that. We kind of think, well, the brain sort of goes along. Well, we've got it backwards. The brain is the orchestrator. The brain is at the core of all of our thinking, all of our emotions, and all of our functioning. And anything that's really good for our bodies, eating well, a natural plant-based diet, exercise, taking care of ourselves, mind, body, and spirit. We often think of, well, of course this is good for our bodies. Well, it's also good for our brain. And in order for us to be optimally well, we need to be thinking in terms of what's good for our brain health. So there's ways that we can nourish our brains nutritionally, the ways that we feed our brain through movement and exercise, through relationships, through managing stress and having life balance. Even the things that we do in our career can help keep our brain sharp, functioning. If we're stimulated in the work that we do, or whatever it is that, our occupation, whether that be employment or entrepreneurship or being a student in school, all of those things contribute to how well our brain is functioning. So stimulation is important.
It is. And I got to go hear Brenda Burchard just recently. Mm-hmm. And he had, and I wish I could remember his name. See, that my brain's not working good, is it? But the doctor that's out in California that did a lot of work on trying to find out about the concussions that football players were having. Do you know his name? Starts with an A. Dr. Abrams or... Anyway, he was...
the name is evading me too.
Yeah, he was fantastic. And he literally showed us the picture of a brain when it had Alzheimer's. And then how changing habits had improved the brain. And we don't think that will happen. But he showed all the holes that were in there in the brain. And then once the food and exercise and the doing of things to help the brain could literally improve it. And it was fantastic. I loved seeing that because it was visual. You could just see what was going on.
Well, what we can see in neuroscience now, many of us, it really has changed the way we know what we know about the brain and increase the opportunities for us to improve our current brain state. Many of us went to school and we heard that you're born with only so many brain cells. And over the course of our lifetime, we're going to lose quite a few of those. And that if there's any kind of traumatic brain injury, then, we're really just kind of, out of luck. We now know that that's not true. Yes. We actually grow new brain cells. We regenerate the ones we have. And we can continue to expand the number of connections that any single brain cell or neuron has. So there's this characteristic which we now call neuroplasticity, where the brain can adapt. If we lose a function, if memory is impaired due to a stroke or an accident, if we have a traumatic head injury due to an auto accident or something like that, we actually can regenerate some of those brain cells and improve our functioning. Where one cell becomes damaged or dies off, other cells actually take on that load and help to compensate.
I've seen that.
So knowing this,
I've seen that personally in my daughter.
Oh yeah,
she's in her 30s now, but when she was born back in the early 80s, she had a brain hemorrhage, and we were faced with a lot of those medical, things of she actually lost like 30% of her brain to a hemorrhage and of her brain cells. But she's done phenomenally well. I mean, she graduated from college with honors. She's done incredibly well. No residuals from this at all. And the doctors have said over the years, as they followed her, that her brain knew that it had to take over, and it compensated for that loss. And so, I mean, I can personally, give a testimony to that in terms of what I've seen my daughter, who's, it's been remarkable to see how the brain has taken care of business for her over the years.
Absolutely. And what the opportunity is now through very targeted exercising using an online clinical tool, we can actually improve normal brain function to increase our attention, improve our memory, enhance emotional intelligence. We oftentimes don't think of emotions as part of our brain, but they are absolutely integral to our brain. And emotion plays a factor in every decision we make, certainly in every human interaction, every relationship. And if you're a business professional, particularly if you're a leader, your effectiveness in being able to accomplish what you need to is based upon your ability to interact and have positive relationships, and influence others. So we can actually train our brains to improve in specific capacities and in overall integration and balance. So a huge opportunity. And that's what I do as a brain-based leadership coach, is I help individuals enhance their brain functioning and to be more effective and more resilient business professionals and leaders.
You mentioned you mentioned something there that I think is an important point, and that is the role of memory and how we can improve the way we manage memory and the way we do that. And it is a skill, and it is something that we can train the brain, so to speak, to be better there. I'm in a mastermind group with one of our members is Ron White. He's a 2-time memory champ in the U.S. And I'm always just amazed when he talks about how he teaches this and what he's able to do for people. And you mentioning even in your business, memory is tremendously important, but also in our relationships, as you were Cheryl, in your sphere of just remembering names, just being able to know how to do that and be able to open those drawers in the net filing cabinet and be able to get and access the right things. So it's such important work. And what I love about what you're talking about is that it's not about what's going to be done to us. It's about what we can do for us. And
exactly.
I
the
think,
opportunity
yes, it's
there.
just tremendous. It's just a tremendous opportunity. But I wonder too, as we're talking, one of the things that for me personally, where I see the most importance in this, and even when I work with my transition clients, is the value of rest. And I think that where I see diminishing returns in my brain power, often my first question is, how am I resting? Am I getting adequate rest? Because if even our brains need a break, right? Like Tanya, even our brains need that break, right?
We do. And one of the things that we look at when we look at the whole brain function is we look at that aspect of resilience. And what do we have in our capacity to help us be able to bounce back, to roll with the punches, so to speak. And we call that resilience. And there's so many different ways that we can enhance our sense of resilience through self-care, through the healthy habits that we form. And when we have that right balance of rest and stimulation, that's when we are at our best. And so I'm looking at the whole person when I'm working with the individual. What is each person doing? What are you doing to take care of yourself, mind, body, and spirit? And I have a specific model that I use. That's I call it the diamond model of integrated health and well-being, with 10 facets of health that we all need to be paying attention to in order to optimize ourselves, our performance, our sense of well-being, our happiness. And when we are taking care of ourselves in all of the different 10 facets of health, then we're going to be at our best. We're going to look, feel, and perform our best.
You know what I find interesting in listening to you and thinking about the three of us and very different roles in terms of how we serve and what we're doing out there. But one thing, resilience is obviously a core coping skill and value-based thing that we all do. But there's another theme here that I think is worth remarking about, and that is that we can't deal with a lot of this stuff in compartments and silos. We've got to expand and deal with this stuff in the total person, in the total life experience. Because like in my work in transition, where people have the most issues, generally, those places in their life needed attention before.
Oh, absolutely.
And they were not taking care of those places in their life before. And the transition is just exposing that. It didn't really, it didn't cause it. It exposed. And so by going to that whole person perspective and really looking at our lives and how we live them holistically, my brand moniker is live today like you want tomorrow to be. Live well. And it's not just about health. It's about living well. It's about living well across everything. But it goes back to, if you want to be financially secure, you can't be financially irresponsible today. If you want to live a long, healthy life, you can't live unhealthy today. If you want great, nurturing relationships, you can't ignore them today. How we live today that's our crystal ball, right? If we want a crystal ball to know what's ahead for us, look at your day.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
It's that microorganism of what's to come.
That's a really big challenge too, and especially when people are caring for someone else.
Sure.
And a lot of times the caretakers are the persons who pass away for the person they're caring for, because they don't see how they can get the rest that they might need, or they don't have time to just be alone. There's a constant demand on them, and they don't have the friendships, the people that understand them, and so they get more isolated. And that's one of the things I'm trying to change with this network, is trying to promote how we can all help one another, first of all, by understanding they have more challenges than the average family might have. And because of that, give them a little more slack, because sometimes what we see is not what's really happening. Like if you have an autistic child who just explodes because, the light's driving them crazy in the grocery store, or they're hearing things you don't notice, and they have a meltdown, that parent is not only trying to deal with that child, but with people staring and trying to, point fingers, and maybe they feel like those people are passing judgment on their parenting styles, when it's really, they just don't understand what's happening. And all of this kind of fits together with what you're talking about, taking care of yourself, taking care of your brain, but also learning how to give your body a rest. And I can honestly say that's one of my greatest problems. When I started talking about helping other families, my rheumatologist looked at me and she said, Cheryl, you need to emphasize how people have to care for themselves, because when I went to her the first time, she looked at me and she said, you don't know why you're here, do you? And I said, I thought I did. I'm here because I have fibromyalgia. And she goes, you're here because you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't know how to say no. And that is, I've been listening to other people say how they found a way to do that. And, that's a teaching moment for me too.
Sure.
I need to learn how to disconnect sometimes and let my body rest, so my body and mind can function better, because resting is hard for me.
When I talk to employers, we use the term strategic disengagement, the ability to turn off. And in the workplace, this means everything that you just said, Cheryl, as well as literally turning off the devices, turning off the mobile phone, turning off the tablet, turning off the TV, because in our modern world, we have the ability to be connected 24/7, 365.
Right.
And that's not good for us.
No, in fact, our ability to concentrate is getting so short. I heard somebody say the other day, we have the attention span of a goldfish, and it's scary, We used to talk in minutes, and now it's almost in seconds that we can concentrate.
Well, but Lisa, it's like you were saying in the very beginning, we're on information overload. We're also on stimulus overload, and so we have all of this stuff. That's why Brendan Burchard is one of my mentors, and I think he's just absolutely such an incredible gift, just as a thought leader. But one of the things that I've really keenly learned from him, is to focus my day before I began my day.
Right.
And I think that's where a lot of this disconnect comes in. I mean, I really cherish and honor that hour in the morning where I am disconnected, and yet I'm at my most connected.
And you're connected internally.
That's right. It's
connected internally before you connect externally. Yes.
And if I get scattered on that, if I get lax on that, it shows up so fast. And inevitably, if I'm in a day and I find I'm not coping well, things that wouldn't bother me normally are somehow rubbing me the wrong way, I think, you know what? I missed this morning. I really missed that connection. I breezed through that. I didn't really make myself disengage and really focus there, because when I do that, inevitably it's a better day.
Let me just stop you right here and just ask you each, please give us a way to connect to you, and what is your free gift that you want to offer? And you can write it in the bottom where it says send a message. Put in there the way for people to contact you. And Kathy, can you tell us what your free gift is and how they can reach you?
Sure. Well, I mentioned earlier that one of the things that I is important to me is teaching people how to live today like you want tomorrow to be, and to live well. Well, there's two reasons generally we don't get what it is we want. One, we never decided what we wanted.
Okay.
And the second, we just are too general. I want good health. Well, what does that mean? I want to be financially, what does that mean? You got to really get specific and define what it is you want. So live today like you want tomorrow to be. The first part is the strategy. Begin with the end in mind. What do you want tomorrow to be? And then how do you live that? And so in keeping with that, what I try to help people do is to really get focused around what it is they want tomorrow to be. So my free gift is just a fun, it's a downloadable, but it's got some fun exercises in it. And it's my website, McKinseyCircle.com/live today. And I put that in the notes here. But if you download that, be able to, it'll take you through some exercises of helping you really figure out, and just asking you some prompting questions of how do you really get that vision for what you want tomorrow to be? How do you get there so that you can begin living that today?
That sounds awesome. I can't wait to get on there and do that. Lisa, I saw that you put down how to reach you, but tell us a little bit about your free gift.
Well, I work with individuals and organizations, and my particular area of focus is well-being in the workplace, employee well-being, not just wellness, but a much broader sense of mind, body, spirit integration in the workplace setting. So I offer a free consultation to individuals and to decision makers in an enterprise setting. So if you are a human resources professional, a business owner, a manager, and you're looking at ways to optimize your own health, well-being, and performance, or that of your team, your organization, your company, let's sit down and talk. Areas that I help with is, as I mentioned earlier, brain-based coaching, brain-based leadership coaching, as well as employee health and well-being programs. My background is in employee health in the corporate setting, and I was with Cisco Systems for over 12 years, helping them build an environment that increases employee engagement, and part of that through diversity and inclusion, part of that through helping employees be healthy. And I also teach workplace health to managers and organizations so that they are more effective at addressing mental health issues in the workplace. Mm-hmm. So it would start with really just a free consultation, and let's see what you as an individual or you as a business professional in a work setting can do to help enhance your own health and well-being and out of your organization.
I'm hearing a lot of heavy breathing on this, and I don't know whose microphone it might be, but anyway, that is an awesome way to really connect with people and see where they would need to begin. And if it's something that you can continue to help them with, that's great. I love both of the gifts that y'all are giving. And this has been so fun for me to learn about what both of you are doing. And I think it's interesting how we're all connected in so many ways. Mm-hmm. We just are taking a different part of the experiences that people are having in life and breaking them down to make it more manageable for them to find out what part needs to be worked on.
Yeah.
Just like finding what your gift is.
Sure.
When you first start, you think, I can help everybody. And it's very hard to narrow down to where are you the best at helping people? And I know I kept trying to help everybody, and it just seemed like everything kept coming toward staying with helping families with special needs, and especially the caretakers, because that's what people are needing. And I just love that y'all are working on the brain and you're working on all of the stresses that are going on. So anyway, love to get to visit a little bit more. We've got some more people that are going to be coming on. And I love that y'all are sharing what you're doing, and thank you for being on PSA and for sharing all of the information that you've done today. I think Tanya's getting ready to come back on and be able to. Tanya, are you ready to take the controls right back?
No, I was going to eat real quick, but Arlene isn't
Oh, you
in.
are? Oh.
I put a post
Well,
on here. I haven't seen Arlene, and I've called her. So if you ladies want to stay on and just keep blabbing, you're more than welcome to.
Okay. Well, we'll just keep talking a little bit. You go ahead and eat.
Look how much I hide in this hair. Isn't this crazy?
Yeah, but it's wonderful. I have mine pulled back today, so
sounds good. All right, if y'all want to keep going,
we'll
go.
keep
I'll be back in just a minute as I
okay, no problem.
on
Here.
my feet. Kittens are all running around and attacking feet, and they're all learning to attack feet. All right, I'm gonna go eat. Bye.
Okay. Yes. Well, Kathy, tell us a little bit more about some of the families that you have worked with. What kind of families come to you when they're having some of the stresses, or is it more single people that are going through the changes in life?
Well, I tend to work with an executive or business owner. So usually, if the family is engaged, it's because that's where the transition is happening. I'll be honest with you and tell you that probably a very high percentage of them, it goes around the dynamic of the empty nest.
Okay.
I think that today what happens is we get so engaged in, and we all know, right? We all know they're going to grow up. I mean, we know
we
that.
plan on.
We read the book, right? We got that part. But it happens a lot faster than we anticipated.
Right.
And even though we might have planned, we didn't prepare. And there's a difference. There's a huge difference. Mm-hmm. And so really in the family dynamic where these transitions come into play is that it has to do with the empty nest, because for an executive, they're already, dealing with balance and juggling and all of that. And now there's a shift. And usually what happens is now where one of the family members, it could be the mom, or it could be whatever, was preoccupied and had that attention there, and so that was a fulfillment for them. Now the nest has shifted, and if both parents aren't professionals working outside the home, it can cause some real strain and issues, because now one of them feels like their purpose has somewhat evaporated. And they're looking for that validation of their continued value in the relationship and in the home. And so there's a lot that can be done in that area, and just in terms of understanding our current role is not our value. It's just how our value is being expressed. And so whenever our value, that role is changing, it just means how our value is going to be expressed and demonstrated is going to change too. And it's a matter of allowing ourselves to go there. But typically, that's where I would get engaged. And even if both parents are professionals, here's what happens. The nest is where they connect. So when the kids go, so does their reason to connect.
Okay,
And,
that's one of the things that, I feel like we have, my husband and I have been married 50 years in August. But this is one of the things that I think we really stayed close during all these times that, we had a special needs child first. That brought us closer, because we had to work so hard to find answers for what we were going through. And I am so happy that I had a husband that we were working together with this child. And our son can't express very much, but he knows he loves his mom, he loves his dad, and he wants to see us and everything. But I do see that people forget sometimes. They get too wrapped up in their kids and all of the activities the kids are doing, and then they are out there just lost afterwards. And we're raising our children to leave home. We want to prepare them. And one of my favorite illustrations about that is the eagle. You know how the eagle prepares the nest, and then when it's about time for him to leave, she puts all of these thorns and things around the edge, and then she gently pushes those little babies to the edge. and knocks them out of the nest, but then she flies down under them to watch them as they're flapping and falling, until she keeps doing that until they're able to be on their own. And we have to be like that. We have to prepare our children to leave home. We want them to do that. We don't want them to have to stay home all the time and take care of them the rest of their lives. And yet we mentally don't tell our hearts it's right. This is what we planned. We want them to be independent and able to take care of themselves.
But the key here is that we can't just prepare our kids to go. We have to prepare ourselves for kids to be born.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's, I think many of us, most of us, quite honestly, do a pretty good job these days preparing our kids and helping them realize their potential. We can be amazing parents at that. And then when we're done being an amazing parent, we don't know what we're supposed to be amazing at now. And that's where I think that's where the dynamic comes into play in terms of transition. And what I always encourage people is that you have to start, like I encourage families to have a vision and a mission statement for their families. We would do it in our companies. I mean, one of the first things you do when you're coming into a company and trying to get everybody focused around a common goal, you give them a mission and a vision statement as a collective group. Well, why not do that for our family, right? But it starts with the couple, right? It starts with the couple.
Right. If
you're a single parent, it starts with you. I was a single parent most of my daughter's life. So I had to work that much more consciously. I don't know that I worked any harder, but I definitely had to work more consciously about a family unit versus just the two of us against the world kind of thing, right? And really be conscious about a family dynamic and bringing in aunts and uncles and cousins and people and that whole family dynamic. But I think the key here is, though, that we self-identify our value based on that role. And so when that role changes, because we've self-identified our value there, we have to now figure out what that means for us and how we move on from there. I'll tell you honestly, though, I see it in other places. It's the same issue. It's like people that have gone through traumas that have really uprooted their lives. Maybe it's cancer, maybe it's an accident where they've been, disabled for a really long time. Something happens. And now that's over. They're healed. That's consumed them. Right? They've poured all of their energies into that thing, into that purpose. Now it's done.
Yeah. Well, Kathy, I really agree with you, and that it really comes down to having a mission and purpose for your own life.
Yes.
Regardless of what your current status is, whether you're a single or just getting started, whether you are in the midst of the family years, raising your children, whether you're an empty nester, whether you are, a widow or widower. It's really having a sense of what is my purpose in life and how am I expressing that throughout my life. It can evolve and change. It's asking those big questions, and that can be a real stabilizer. I'm completely relating to the examples that you were giving. I am a new empty nester. My youngest just graduated from college, and so now and is doing well. It's creating a huge opportunity for me, and this is one of the reasons why I'm focusing on my business now. I was in the corporate world for 25 plus years, during the early single years, during the family years, during the single parenting years, and now that the nest is empty and I finally I have complete freedom to go wherever I want to go and do whatever I want to do. It is a little disorienting because I'm close to my kids. Sure. And there's a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of sadness in transition, and there's also excitement for all of the opportunity that lays ahead for them individually and for us as family, and eventually grandchildren and all those kinds of exciting things. For me in my career, it's an incredible opportunity for me to finally really dive in deep with what it is I want to contribute professionally and personally.
Right,
And
the question of what does this make possible, right?
Exactly. Where's the opportunity? Another way of kind of the same thing is, where's the opportunity in the transition? When things look challenging, when they look bleak, there's always an opportunity, and all we need to do is just look for it, and we will find it, because what we seek, we find.
No, that's so true.
And you find that to be true. Where we put our energy is what grows stronger. So
let me go to another stage that you're going to go through too. And that was a year and a half ago, my husband's going to step down from full-time ministry. And I was thinking, okay, this is going to bring about a big change. What would I really like to do that now that, we'll have some freedom to do something different? And I said, I want to go back to speaking and writing, and starting that just opened up all these doors. One of them, after I was in the first book and talked about the journey of our son, I got a call from some of the top motivators, and they said, would you be in a book where you focus on a change in your life? So I wrote, repurpose your life, don't retire. And I just talked about, once you step into that, a lot of times people think, okay, what am I going to do now that I'm retired? And they sit down, and the doctor told my husband, if you don't do something, you're going to die. And of course, we're not like that. We're going to be busy. And now people are laughing and saying, you guys act like you're teenagers, because we're busier than we've been in years, trying to reach out and do all the things that we're so excited about getting to do. And I went back to what I just really love doing, and that's helping people in the different ways. And this global radio program that was amazing, because I got called and asked to do that, and it was something I was trying to do on the internet, and I was having a hard time starting, and here this huge door of global reached out to me. And I'm just thinking, isn't it great how God opens doors for us and provides opportunities just at the right time? I wouldn't have been able to do it at a different time. And now my kids laugh and they go, we don't know when to call you because you're always gone.
Well, Cheryl,
so now it's different.
Cheryl, you're giving I think it's a wonderful example of how your clarity about what it is that you want to create, how you want to show up and contribute, how you attracted this completely unexpected opportunity, and a door opened unexpectedly. And I would say that you attracted that, you manifested that
Absolutely.
Because you had the mindset, you had the clarity, ahead of time.
I didn't know that I did, though.
You didn't know it, but you were doing it.
I was working on it. I was in my head. I was thinking, this is what I want to do, and yet one opportunity after the other just kept opening up for me, and it's been just such an amazing, exciting time of our lives. And here I'm going to be 70 in September, and I'm thinking I must be like my mother, but yet I'm not. I'm running around and I'm doing all these fun things. And so what y'all are talking about, these changes in life can be an open door for something wonderful that you never could have done at a different time in your life. So embrace it. Go with it.
Fun and exciting times. How precious.
I love it.
This is my friend's cat. She's going to take her when she's ready, when she's all weaned. She named her Cinnamon Toast. And
I like that.
I can see why.
Name.
And then my son picked this one. And we called her Orange Crush.
How fun.
They're so cute. They're learning to crawl and walk and run around and starting to drink and all these crazy things, It's just awesome to see their transformation, It's like
you blink your eye and they're different.
It's amazing.
Well, ladies, I have so enjoyed this, but I need to pop off here and jump over to another commitment. But want to thank everybody for having me here. As a reminder, just go to my website, MackenzieCircle.com/live today, and hope to reconnect with you there.
Yay.
Awesome. So much fun to meet you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
And Kathy's amazing, everyone. Y'all need to definitely get connected to her and stay connected. She's incredible.
Well, she had some really good advice to offer on there, and so did Lisa. I love
Awesome.
getting to hear so many of the things you've said and how you all work together, but in a little different sphere is so exciting.
Well, I love this forum. The richness of dialogue has been very helpful to me and hopefully to all of the lab participants. Thank you so much, Tanya and Cheryl, for having me. And I'm happy to work with any individuals, employers, any way I can help you in improving employee engagement through brain-based leadership coaching, workplace mental health training, and employee well-being consulting, any of those areas. You can find me at synergyatwork.com,
Right.
or Lisa at synergyatwork.com. Thanks so much for having me.
Lisa, this was fun, and now it's your time. Okay?
Yes, it is.
Now that your children are gone, the emptiness provides you your time. That's great.
And you need to do more blabbing. Come on my show all the time and everything. So now that I know that you're a blabber, and that, because if you love this format, you got to own it, right?
Right.
I'll be back. Thank you for the open invitation. Be well, ladies. Be well.
And thank you, Ms. Cheryl, for filling in for me. I chomped down some good stuff and played with kittens, and one of them's looking at me right now. He's like, pick me up, pick me up. I'm like, oh my goodness. So we could have, I see Katrina is here. So Katrina, if you want to go ahead and come in, we can have you come in early. And I don't see, Tracy's here. Tracy, if you want to come in, y'all can go ahead and jump in.
Thank you for letting me be part of this. I loved it, Tanya.
Thanks for being a host.
Yes, thank you.
Nice. Yeah, I may take you up on it. I'll be like, hey, Cheryl, come on in. You did a great job in helping them and being our incredible MC host. Yay!
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All righty. So we're going to switch gears and have the fabulous Katrina Sawa and Tracy Repchek come in and join us for our show. So go ahead and jump in whenever you're ready, ladies. I know I'm like throwing that at you early. So if you're not ready, that's fine. So coming up, let me give y'all some links. This is the link to the upcoming Public Speakers Conference. You'll want to go there, find out all the details, but get nominated. So you can nominate yourself or get someone to nominate you if you feel weird about it for Collaborator of the Year. So we have local, national, and international. So we'll definitely want you to get involved with that. We have the early bird special still running for the conference. It's in Palm Springs, California, June 26th through the 29th. Both Katrina Sawa and Tracy Repchek that's about to come on are going to be some of our incredible speakers. And so you won't want to miss them live and in action and enjoying that. Oh, good. So Katrina is also jumping down some food. Totally. And, oh, good. I'm glad you put your radio show in there, Miss Cheryl.
Thank you.
Yay. So, yeah, you'll definitely want to come and get involved. I have not increased the early bird yet because of I had a flood, total disaster of my home. And so I just haven't had a chance to go in and do things like up the ante, so take advantage of my flood and get in on the early bird special. I already have 100 people coming. It's going to be a great group already this year. We've had 100 in the past, but this is way in advance. So I can't even imagine how many amazing people are going to be there. And they're really there to be supportive. And that's what I love about my conference. You just have this support team of people. Did you came with your lovely husband. What did you think, Cheryl, of the conference?
Well, I was introduced to so many fabulous people, and it gives you an opportunity to find out what is going on outside of your own little world. And for me, I just thought it was great because I got to know Tracy Repchek. I got to take advantage of a program that she has helped us with, and just seeing amazing people who are just out there doing things that, without Public Speakers Association, I would have never known most of these people. And I love the fact that we can interact with each other. If we're visiting a different town, we can go and meet other people. We can actually do it on the internet. I had no idea all this was going on. So it's amazing. I just don't think people understand what a gift it is to be connected like this. And, you know, the conference is just one more way of seeing a lot in one place that can just open the doors of your mind so big. I loved it. Thank you so much for all of that.
And did you have just like, I had a blast. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much.
I did too. And what was even funny was the family that takes care of our son had gotten on Priceline, ended up at the same hotel. We didn't know that was going to happen. And then we got to bring him so people knew not only why I'm working on what I'm doing, but they got to meet Blake. So
I loved meeting him.
That was fun.
Yes,
that was fun.
It was so wonderful. I'm so glad you got him there at the conference so we could meet him in person.
Me too. But the things that you do that help encourage people to go on and to do more, like the collaborators, to see the people co-hosting the program, to teach people how to do MC, to teach people how to do all of these things that you're saying. You don't get paid as speakers like you used to. Now you have to sell at the back of the room. That's been all new for me. So it's opened my doors to find people who help me do this.
Perfect.
Hi, Katrina.
Hi, guys. How's it going? Cheryl, Tanya.
Good to see you.
Hello. Yeah, Dale asked about the flood. We had a pipe break in our upstairs bathroom that was high pressured and was spewing out for 3 days because I actually took a vacation. And look what happened. See, that's why I don't take vacation. No.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was a shocker when I came in. All right, let's get Miss Tracy in here. All right, well, thank you, Cheryl, for being on, and thank you so much for co-hosting.
Thank you.
Cheryl.
Bye-bye. Hi, Tracy.
Hi.
Yeah, Cheryl and I roomied together in Hollywood at Tracy's event, so that was awesome.
Yes. And that's because of Public Speakers Association.
Yay. Awesome. All righty. I'm glad your camera is working now.
Yeah, I hate the tool I bought.
Yeah, and that was a real challenge. And this is something to, for everyone to learn how, sometimes it's just about adjusting quickly. When I had my flood, I had to get everything because everything was destroyed. I had to set up I'm in a hotel room for another month and a half. And so suddenly it's like, oh yeah, I don't have the lighting that I always use. I don't have the backdrop I always use. I don't have the bubble up fill in the blank. It was like, we adjust.
Yeah, true. It's how we are world warriors, really, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's also being flexible. Things happen. It's just go with it. How are you, Miss Katrina?
I'm great. How are you guys today?
Good.
Awesome.
Yes, this has really been, and thank you, Katrina, I was planning on talking to Blab about this, and then everything went crazy, and but I definitely am going to do that for the next one, because I think this would be something that they could promote.
It occurred to me in the shower this morning. That's where I got all my bright ideas, of course, in the shower. And it's usually the day of the needed idea is when it comes into my head. So,
exactly. Way past the time to do anything really about it. Yeah.
Right.
Like, that would have been awesome if I had done that.
Right?
Yeah, I always get it when I'm driving somewhere now. I'm on the way to an event. Oh man, that would have been so good.
Yeah. Or oh my gosh, I completely forgot to connect with whoever, and you're in the middle of doing something. There's no way you could do it right then and you forget.
Yeah.
So Ms. Katrina, put your website. Did you put your website over there? No, not yet. So do that. Tweet, share. I'm going to share now that y'all are coming on. Let's see. Oops. Tracy. Check. Oops. I can't spell.
I'm just.
There we go. Awesome. And then we'll have a little extra time. Oh, and by the way, everyone, if y'all were expecting Miss Arlene Gale, She just texted me. She's on the road. She had a family death in the family. So please keep her in your mind, your thoughts. Wish her, all the best. It was, things happen. So, you just kind of go roll with it. All righty. You ladies ready to go?
Yeah, let's rock and roll.
All right, let's go. Hold on one moment.
Now that we're all fed, I don't know how you do it.
Fed? What was this? Nobody fed me.
Well, I was eating these, and Tanya just had a lunch break.
Oh my goodness.
It's like, okay.
I know. As soon as I was literally eating at my desk when you said, "Oh, Katrina, come on." I'm like taking my first bite. I'm like, oh.
Always, every time, I did that at John Block's. He said, "So what do you think, Tanya?" And I had just put a whole thing of water in my mouth. So it's like, oh, I'm trying to drink it down real quick. Good, awesome. I was like, oh boy, things happen. Okay. Is ready, set. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon! Yay! I'm super excited to be here with my fab guest, Miss Katrina Sala! Yay! And Tracy Repchick! Yay! And I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association, and I just have a lot of fun with my friends, hanging out, giving you great info all day long. We're having the Fab Blab-a-thon. Our next one is May 19th, so you can take advantage and be one of our blabbers on this great show. So if you're interested, just let me know, and we can get you hooked up. So I wanted to kind of give y'all a chance. Ooh, I got an echo all of a sudden.
Who's
Someone
that?
change something. Let's see. Yep. Nope. That's not you.
Good. Thank goodness I know how to change it.
Uh-oh. Something. Do y'all have all your, there's no other browsers open or anything?
Nope. I just shut it all down to make it work.
That is.
Isn't that funny? It was good like 2 seconds ago. Is there somebody unmuted that just logged on?
No, it wouldn't be that because they won't have that control.
Okay.
I don't have anything else open.
I'm gonna mute me and see what happens.
Yeah. See, it's still there.
Okay.
Okay. Mute.
Okay.
Check.
It's
good.
It's you, Miss Katrina.
It's me?
Yeah. But
There's
now
an
it's not
echo?
there. But I can hear you. There's still an echo.
Is your speaker up too high? Because sometimes that does.
I mean, lower mine.
I can hear it as well.
Yeah. That's driving me nuts, though.
Nutso? Is that better?
Oh, Linda's doesn't hear anything.
Oh.
I don't hear him. I don't hear
it's gone now.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
Gone.
That's weird.
Sweet.
Okay. So tell us, give us a little bit about who you are. So Katrina, tell us about how fabulous you are and what you do for the world.
Oh, I'm so fabulous. I love helping people really make more money in their business. That's the bottom line but the reason to do that is to create a happier life for yourself. So I'm all about the bigger picture. What do you really want to create? How do you want to build the business around the kind of life you want to live instead of fitting your life in around your business, which is no fun. And that creates burnout and divorce and all that kind of stuff, which I know firsthand about. And so I teach people how to do systems in their business with their client management, lead generation, follow-up, marketing, and sales processes. So every little detail of thing that you need to do in your business in order to get clients, keep them happy, continue to market to clients. There's systems that you can put in place. And so I help you automate, delegate, and systematize things, as well as teach you the how of things. So a lot of people will say, go do this and go do that and go do this. And then you're like, I don't know how to do that. I teach you the how of how to do that. So I'm the nitty-gritty girl, but plus the big picture. And I've got lots of free resources and stuff, but that's what I love to do.
Yeah, and she really does know all of the little details, which I love. And she has an incredible event that y'all all should go to. I was just at it, blown away every time. It's just like, I can't believe this woman is so amazing.
Yeah.
And Tracy, too. Oh, my gosh. Both of you are like, you give so much content and so much valuable information at your event. So I just want to plug those because, I go to lots of events and some you're like, are they going to get to the point any day this summer? You know? So Tracy, tell us about how fabulous you are.
Let's see. Well, what I do is I help speakers, authors, CEOs, and game changers to kind of launch their message, products or services. Now, what I do or how I do that is by providing a fully done for you end-to-end online website presence. So I build your landing page, your brand, your full website, get that all branded, ready to go, make you pop in the world, establish your unique selling proposition, make sure your lead gen, your market funnel, and all of those are in place so that you can professionally match, rise above the competition, and reach millions with your message. And I've kind of been doing this since 1985. I started a software company when I was 19 years old. I love what I do. I have lived, eat, and breathe technology my entire life. I started on the internet in 1994, before it was even kind of the internet. And then in 2006, I started to focus wholly on kind of a done for you. It was driving me crazy, particularly with women that, they have these great ideas and unbelievable skills, but they can't handle marketing and the website and the WordPress and the funnel and the email and the social media and all of these things. And quite frankly, you shouldn't be handling that. Otherwise, you're not getting your skill out. So I really take that all off your plate so that you can kind of get your blessings to the world.
Yeah, it's credible. And both of you have that ability that a lot of people don't, and that's why I love sending people to both of you, because I don't have to worry that this person's not going to be taken care of, right? Both of you are like, okay, we're going to get things done. So, one of the things that I just came up with a little slogan or a statement or whatever you want to call it, a quote is, are you a go-getter that doesn't go? Mm-hmm. Right? And I think a lot of it is because they're breaking down with systems. They're breaking down because they can't do the internet. These are the issues that they run into because a lot of times they're very creative. They're very, they're really ready to go, but they stop because they just aren't asking for help. Katrina, what do you think about, what's one of the biggest problems that people usually have when you start looking at their systems?
Right. Well, it actually breaks my heart when they're a go-getter and they don't go because they don't know how to do something or don't know what to do, etc. Right. Because usually the people that I work with, at least, and I know that a lot of you guys work with too, they're game changers. They're people that need to make an impact in this world, and they have a great, goal or mission or whatnot. We don't attract the greedy, selfish people typically. So I want to help as many people the types of people that we attract get to their mission and their goals so that they can impact more people and change the world. And that's a huge thing, but it starts with each individual entrepreneur and what is broken in their system. And most of the time, it's just you don't know what you don't know, period. Mm-hmm. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars investing in myself and my business in the last 14 years, a couple 100,000, if not more. Okay. And I'm not saying you all have to do that much, but you've got to invest in yourself. You've got to hire the people that can help you do the things or learn the things or implement the things that need to be in place. And before you know it, you don't always know what to ask and who to ask. And I know Tracy and I are too, and Tanya, we're all good people to ask as far as, okay, what should I be focusing on first, second, and third in order to get clients? We've all been in business for a long time. And one of my hugest things is people do things out of order of importance. You do things out of order. You listen to this bright, shiny object teleclass over here that tells you to go do X, Y, Z, but that's not going to help you where you are right now. You need to do this over here instead first, but you don't know that. You're just listening to random stuff on the internet. So you got to get clear and focused with a plan and hire a mentor or get some training on what you need to do first, in my opinion.
Exactly. How about you, Tracy? Because I know this is kind of rings for all of us.
Yeah. Again, as a graduate or computer programmer, systems to me are everything. You can't build on something that doesn't have a strong and solid foundation. So it's so funny. I'll go into companies, and the first thing, of course, you see is all of the weak points, and they can't get clients. They're not converting properly. every single element that has a weak point is probably missing a system connected to it. I remember a recent client that I just got, she said, oh, if I could just get, traffic, everything would be solved. And I said, great. So what's your system to convert that traffic? Oh, I don't have that. Okay, so we're wasting our time at traffic. It's again why kind of people think they're wasting their time with social media, because they're pounding and they're throwing spaghetti all over the wall and they're tweeting and they're Facebook and it turns out that nothing's happening because they don't have a system in place or a strategy, more importantly, in place to why am I doing Facebook? Why am I doing LinkedIn? Why am I doing this? And when I do it, what's happening? What's the system in place to collect the lead? What's the system in place to convert them to a soft offer, a tripwire, or get them onto a call or whatever, right? There has to be a strategy and system in place for everything. And I think that's, people aren't taught how to be entrepreneurs. They're dentists, they're chiropractors, they're real estate agents, they're whatever they are. And then all of a sudden they're supposed to market that service or skill as a holistic practitioner, especially. And they don't know how. And so the learning curve really is so steep that I really encourage people, as Katrina said, you got to leverage and liaison yourself with people that have that skill set so you can really get yours out there.
I love it. And right? Yay! It's like, so many people are like, oh, I'm going to start up a membership club and it's going to be so easy. And I'm like, well, what's your systems for it? How are you going to make money? How are you monetizing it? How you do? And they're like, oh, I was just going to start a little meetup group. I'm like, well, that's something different. Yeah. You got to look at, it's all about the systems you put in place. And if you're like I know a lot of y'all probably are listening, systems and things like that isn't our first nature. Our first nature is, maybe it's, the limelight and having fun and connecting and building relationships. But you need all these amazing, step 1, step 2, step 3. And that's why I've been so lucky with my husband, because he's a little too analytical sometimes. I'm like, oh, baby, come on. I'm past number 2 already. Let's get to 22, But he wants to start with 1 and then go to 2, right? And you probably get that a lot, Tracy. I'm sure you do.
Yeah. 2 things either happen, right? I can always tell when somebody skipped one of the steps. And again, it's why I wrote my book, 31 Days to Millionaire Marketing Miracles, because if you skip a step kind of in any sequence, there are blueprints. Everything's patterned in kind of the world, really, and we get to be creative around that. But if we miss the underlying pattern and flow, that's where everything starts to collapse. We don't make the money we should. We're working way too hard. All of these things that go on.
I talk about seeing the holes and opportunities, and you can have a business that's somewhat productive and somewhat profitable, but it still has plenty of holes and opportunities, frankly. And if you just filled those holes and took advantage of some of those opportunities that might only take you an hour a week or something like that, or a couple hours to fix and put into place, you would imagine you could probably double your business, seriously, without working any harder. There's so many people that I find like that are just have these little holes and these little opportunities that are broken systems and missed opportunities of follow up or database management and marketing and things like that they just are struggling. I just hate to see people struggling so hard to make money, especially.
I agree. Yeah. And one of the trends I'm seeing right now, because everybody is saying content is king, content is king, content is king, right? So I'll have my clients come to me and say, I'm going to do a blog post today. Well, no, we're not at the blog post stage yet. We're not at search engine optimization. We're at get money in the flipping door stage.
Thank you.
Say, hello, get on the phone. Old school, and I'm sorry, the internet is a tool. It does not replace income.
I know. And every time I do things, I'm like, okay, the first thing we're going to talk about is how to make money.
Yes.
And they're like, well, don't I need to no. If you don't have money coming in, forget about anything else. Come on, we got to focus on because it all takes money to continue on. And if you don't, if you start 3 months from now making money, that's 3 months that you missed out on income. It just, I'm like, ugh.
Well, some people think too, the longer you're in business, the longer you are in business, the less you have to do certain things. But in fact, today and tomorrow on my to-do list is to call 350 people in my database that are on the East Coast because of my East Coast event in May that I'm doing in New Jersey. And yes, I'm sending them emails, but that is not enough anymore. You got to pick up the phone, and I'm doing it personally. I'm not delegating that because you know what? It doesn't work as well. I've hired 5 different people to try to call through, and I've written the script, and they're still like stuttering on the call, or they don't know how to interact, or they don't know my business well enough to actually answer questions or about the event itself, etc. So I've got to do it. And I've been in business for 14 years. Tracy, you probably still make phone calls too. But if you want to make money and you want to get people to your events, you got to go these kinds of routes. It's not just about social media and online marketing these days. Those are great, but they're not the fastest path to cash at all by any means.
Nope.
Yeah.
Even on Blab, when people are like, because I'm like, the second Blab that I was on, I got closed business from, right? Someone fabulous was there. I connected with them and they signed up. Now, it wasn't because, they saw me, they loved me, and they just went over to my website and bought. No. I went, I messaged them. Oh, you're fabulous. Went to Twitter, found them on Twitter, messaged them on Twitter. Hey, let's chat, because they said something about, I would always love to be a speaker, right? So you've got to be proactive and get them on the phone and talk to people and build those relationships.
I agree. No, totally.
We're very passionate about this. Can you tell?
Right. And then you're using the things like, the internet, and you're using websites, and you're using these systems then to drive more people so that you have more of the conversation. Don't you find, Tracy, that a lot of times people, they just want to make a website and just have the website do everything for them?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people will say, well, why so much effort on the website? Well, that is your storefront right now, right? There is no more powerful marketing tool that we have. It's the internet. Historically, we had Yellow Pages. I was spending $8,000 a month on Yellow Pages during my tenure, right? As in the old school days, because I've been in business now for 31 years. And so people are a little spoiled nowadays when it comes to marketing, because they think everything's free. Social media is free. My internet's free. My email's free, right? But I say then, great. If that's free, guess what isn't or shouldn't be is the effort on your branding, your systems, your structure, your site, your funnel, all the logistics that go with that. That's the infrastructure nowadays. That is what has replaced kind of the Yellow Pages storefront concept. And so it's important now for people to also realize that marketing needs a budget, marketing needs money, you need to bring in income, you need to get clear on your message, you need to know who your target market is. The number one skipped thing on the internet is like, I can serve everybody. Well, yeah, we can. You're right. Everyone's in pain. Everyone needs a website. Everyone needs a holistic healer. You're right. But guess what? You can't be found on Google without the proper search term. And you can't be found there without knowing who your target market is. Everything's this little stacking pyramid. And so it's just more important to have everybody kind of understand the strategy and everything that's going into all of this.
Exactly. And especially, I think it's hard as speakers nowadays when you start looking at, because I used to have retail stores. I used to spend my budget for just Yellow Pages alone was staggering.
It is. Yeah, God forbid you add a magazine ad to that, right? $4,000 for a magazine ad. You had to be seven times in that ad.
I did a radio plug. It was like $5,000. Yeah. I got 0 people walk in from it.
I got 0 from the radio our entire time. I don't know what that was.
Hate to bring it to the attention, but I used to be in advertising. I used to be the one selling you ads. Newspaper advertising. I know, right? But I was the different salesperson. I was the one that was going in and knocking on retail doors and saying, oh, do you want to run an ad? And they'd say, oh, yeah, just here. run this as my ad, and they'd give me their business card, and I'd be like, no, I'm not running that. I'm not even taking your money unless you do what I tell you to do in the ad space and how long and da. And then, so we need a freebie. We need to drive them back to your website, or we need to have a coupon, and they need to bring it in, or some kind of call to action. And so,
I had no call to action. I didn't know. No one even told me what a call to action was. Right? I was like, just here's 5,000, and I'm like, what?
But the equivalent to that nowadays is Facebook boosts and Facebook advertising. And there's so many people, just even if you're just spending $20 here, $50 there, it still all adds up, and it's not going to get you any results if you don't know what you're doing and have a strategy for it.
That's right.
Just don't do that. I mean, you're better off hiring a virtual assistant to actually reach more people in your marketing than to do some kind of boost on a post on Facebook. Trust me, unless you have a good budget for it and you're willing to do a campaign, don't even waste your time or your money.
Well, I think the word is strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, most people, they never have a strat. I was just talking to the speakers that came, and they were some pretty big speakers that was at this last event. And I was like, oh, so what are your strategies for, the people here? And they're like, well, I'm just going to get them to, opt into this offer thing that I'm doing. And I'm like, that was it? I mean, that's your strategy? Like,
and then what?
I was like, you got to be joking,
And, okay, so we're laughing, and we're not trying to make fun of anybody here, but we want to point out the importance of getting some guidance, because trust me, I've wasted so much time with the wrong, like my very first live event, I got some not good advice. Let's just say it was good advice for someone who was already making hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it was not good advice for someone who was not doing that yet, who was still under 100,000, because they told me to spend 10 grand on audio visual and $18,000 on
I've seen that advice.
Planning and $26,000 hotel bill for food and beverage. And I went bankrupt almost because of that event, because of the advice I got. So it's just be careful. Like some people give advice on where they're at now instead of where you are as the business owner. And that's not where, they need to give advice to you as where you are now, not where they are now and what they're doing and giving you that advice. Cause that's you're not ready for it yet. Yeah,
exactly.
No. I love that.
I know.
Well, and I think, you see it in, all of our careers. We see it on people on stage, people that are putting on events, and you see some major flaws just because, they didn't think through the strategy of it. Tracy and I were just talking about an event that they're not giving breaks for people to connect with the audience after the presentation. And that's really hard if you're coming in and then even for the audience, because you have to think about it not just for the person on stage, but the audience themselves needs time to absorb what that person just said before they go on to the next person. So everything has to be thought out.
Exactly. Like in this event we're talking, right? I think there is 15 speakers day one. I'm speaker number 14. Their heads are going to be exploded because it's speaker, lunch. Speaker, go home. Events are an experience, and they're not there to, blow your head off or not give the speaker, as you know, from the PSA perspective, the importance of letting the speaker shine in their moment and then letting them engage and connect. It's all about the connection. You can wow them on stage, and then if you got no time to connect with them after, what happens is the next speaker comes up and they're like, oh, and then that was good too. And then, oh, that was good. And then they're lost. They can't make a decision anymore because there's simply being too much thrown at them in too short a time. And again, I used to do the World Internet Summit circuit, and that was 16 speakers, traveled 37 countries I did with that organization. And they did it right because they had 4 days, 16 speakers, big 30-minute gaps. So it was about the close, right? How did that organization make money? It was making money from our sales. So they knew the importance of the close, the relationship building, and if you relate that what we do in the real world in that scenario, it's the same online. You know, you need to engage, connect with people, still pick up the phone and talk to them, you know, meet them at live events. That will never, I mean, I love live events. As great as this is awesome. But like Katrina and yourself, who also do like 3-day events, and even more, there is something transformational after a 3-day event that has been well done. As you say, with both all of us, we do so much high quality training at these events that it becomes transformational. I'm honestly, the event we're going to, I'm not sure what's going to happen except overwhelm. And I'm just really hoping that within that tiny ounce of overwhelm, a couple of people, I always try to find the gem that's going to occur. A couple of people say, I want to talk to you after. And that's, I think, what's going to come out of it is that was too much for me. Can we talk later? You know,
I get that a lot too. But that's why we love Tanya's, the Public Speakers Association conference, because she's really good about giving those breaks. And there's a lot of speakers, but they're shorter. It's not like
a long time. It's not like a day.
You know, you have to say, and you have to me, it's about letting people absorb the information. And people at the very first conference that I did, people were like, wow, you're giving so much long breaks. You know, why are you doing that? I'm like, so that you can absorb what they just said. That way you can take notes and you can think about it and then you can implement, you know, and you could talk, because there's something about having a discussion with the other people that are, you know, just heard it too, to help it sink in, you know. So it's all pretty good. And y'all are going to love these ladies. You'll be able to see them in person at our conference. So Public Speakers Conference, and I'll give y'all a link in just a minute. So I want y'all to give these lovely people watching some incredible offers. So what are you going to give them today?
Tracy? What are you doing, Katrina?
I have so many free things. It's not even funny. Do you have something in particular, Tracy? I'll put my thinking cap on.
Okay, well, I'll give you the one that I believe is core to what you need to know always. Okay, and that's if you go to fastactionresults.com. I think I did. I'll type it out again. Okay. Fastactionresults.com. I have a guide that I created. It's about 4 pages. And it is the step-by-step of what you need to do to kind of implement and integrate. It's called Instant Online Impact, how your brand, websites, and social media work together. It's like Katrina said, you know, what you don't know, you don't know. And so if you skip a step or you don't understand the importance of like unique selling proposition, then it's important that you know these things, or else you can't make decisions later on the clarity of your message. So this is just a summary of what you kind of need to find out more about. So let's start there.
Yay. All right. Did you come up with something?
Yeah. Well, see, I like to give options because it depends where you're at in your business. You know, there might be some of you that, you know, have followed me and know me, and there's a lot of people in the forum that I've seen at your conferences already. So we're already connected, and that's great. So maybe you're ready for that next step, which could be to talk to me because you realize, crap, I do need systems and I've been putting it off for 3 years or whatever. So I'm happy to do a free coaching call, an actual coaching call, not just a sales conversation, but where we're going to actually look at what you're doing and give you a solution and a couple of things that you can do now to fill those holes and take advantage of those opportunities to start making more money. So there's a page on my website for a free call with me. You just fill out a little questionnaire so I know a little bit more about you and your business. And you can come and talk to me if you go to katrinasawa.com. That's katrinasawa.com. I'll put it in the thing in a minute. / free call with Kat, K-A-T. So katrinasawa.com / free call with Kat, K-A-T. And then that's for a free call. If you are a newer speaker and you're not sure how to get your ducks in the row around speaking, because in order to get booked as a speaker, you need a speaker sheet and a description and a bio and a headshot and all the things that you need, or otherwise we're not going to book you, right? So you can go to katrinasawa.com/jumpstart speaker, and that's a free audio training of what you need to do to really get yourself started as a speaker.
Awesome. And here is links to both the Public Speakers Conference. Again, get yourself nominated for, did y'all both win, or did y'all win? One of y'all won something.
I won the National Collaborator of the Year.
Yay!
Thank you.
So get yourself nominated, right? Local, national, international collaborator of the year. So if you love connecting people and you're like, I'm such a networker and I love, helping people and you're such a helper, get yourself nominated or nominate yourself. Believe me, my panel who picks, they do not care. So take advantage of that. You can also find out all about the speakers, what they're going to be speaking about at the conference, get on the early bird special, find all the details. It's June 26th to the 29th in Palm Springs, California. So you'll definitely want to jump on that opportunity. Also, I put in there the Public Speakers Association because we have our next coming Blab-a-thon. So you want to be on our Fab Blab-a-thon. On May 19th is our next one. And then we do have a virtual summit. It's the spring into summer. So it's just a straight 25-minute straight presentation that you get to give. And everything that we do have has the lead generator in it so that you get people to follow you or contact you or whatever you're wanting them to do. So make sure that y'all jump on that opportunity. So yay. Well, I'm so glad that y'all were here today. And oh my gosh, I knew that y'all too. I was like looking at who was going to be, together. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be like an awesome talk. Really, if y'all have never connected with these ladies, please do it like immediately. Go to their website, go get these free offers. It's not just about being in business by yourself. It's about finding incredible people that you resonate with and that you build a relationship with and you get connected to. And so I highly suggest that you do that. So, yay.
Sounds good. Yay.
Perfect. Well, thank y'all. Let's see what time. We've got a little bit. Do y'all have anything else you want to say before we wipe out part of the little show here?
Well, is there any questions? We got a bunch of people on the sidelines here, guys. Ask some questions.
Yes. We love to answer questions.
I love questions. Yeah, I love interaction. I love Q&A.
I know there's Linda and Cheryl are paying more attention. I'm not sure who else is out there that's kind of secretly watching.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Tons. That's right. We
have
joined.
Michael just yelled from the other room. He's like, I'm watching. I'm like, okay, honey.
Hi,
Michael. Props to the husband.
Make sure you guys are following each other online too. You can go to the thing up the top where all the pictures are and just hover over it and follow. Hover, follow. Do it really quick. And then we'll all get more followers. So
good. I'll do that too while I'm sitting here. Now I got, so Linda had a great question. And that was, how much would you say people should set aside to get things going? Let me give you something that I do and have done in my business for 31 years. When money comes in, I put 10% aside for marketing and I put 10% aside for capital expenditures emergency. Okay. So that's like, let's say one day you have to buy some crazy piece of equipment. It doesn't really happen now, but back when I started, computers were $25,000, no joke. Okay, so we had to have a capital expenditure account to buy new computers because I had 15 programmers. And so it was an important thing to do. I have kept that in, and two things happen. One, you build incredible wealth and you have something for a rainy day. But for the marketing, I've always done 10%. It's important to balance your income. Here's the other thing, and this is what I did, okay? I don't say I recommend this, but this is my nature. I'm an all-in person. So when I got my, when I first started, again, in internet marketing, I was brand new, went to my very first, what was called the World Internet Summit. That's how I found out about them. I sat in there and there was 16 men were pitching, and they were like, module after module of things you should be doing, mentor. Average prices back then for each mentor ranged from $5,000 to $10,000. And I went all in, and I bought $15,000 worth of mentors at that time. One was 10, one was 5. And that was how I started my business in the US. And it was the greatest money. I credit carded it. I still credit card my life, quite frankly, no matter how much money comes in. Like Katrina said, I probably average $100,000 every single year on mentors, programs, systems, structure, growth.
Yeah.
And so you start off where you are, but go in as much as you can, because you need speed. Okay, it's speed to market. It's speed to look impressive, because what happens is you go to an event, you look great, your websites suck, you just killed it. It's over. You won't get booked as a speaker if your websites suck. You won't get booked as a client if your websites suck, because they're going to look at it. You can't get referrals. The number of people I meet at an event, even like the PSA, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I can get you on a stage, or I can do this. You got to send that prospect to the website, and it can collapse right away. So really, how much you can go in your online presence is your storefront. Remember that. And so do what you can, but always put 10% aside.
I love it. Thank you for that. Real quick, because we got to get the other ladies back on here.
Answer. So I would say the fastest path to getting your business jump started is to hiring a one-on-one mentor. Okay, there's a lot of group programs out there and do-it-yourself programs, but they take longer to understand and implement and hold yourself accountable to actually do them, or get the right information and keep. So one-on-one, whoever it is, pick someone that knows a lot about a lot.
And please pick someone that you resonate with. I hear from people this.
Get referrals, but don't just pick someone who teaches on how to blog. Don't just pick someone who teaches on how to do social media, because that's too single focused.
That's right.
Okay, so that's my advice: is really put some money into that.
I agree.
Yeah, and we're all all in type of ladies.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's how you move fast. You got to be committed and just go. And the fear, if you're afraid to be all in, that's what is going to keep you from doing that. Mm-hmm. All righty. Thank you, ladies, for coming on. And we're going to switch gears. So, yay!
Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, perfect. All right. We've got the fabulous Miss Kimmy coming in. And then Colleen should be calling in. There she is. And I don't think, do I see Colleen up here? I don't see Colleen. We'll see if she's going to be in or not. How are you, Miss Kimmy?
I'm doing great. I just finished up my relationship navigation system morning call, and I'm feeling super excited. We talked about sex. Ooh, it was so fun.
Wow. What a switch. And, we're going about sexy marketing to, the actual thing. So,
that's right.
And Colleen, if you're in the audience, come on in. I don't see you, though. So I'm not sure where she is. Hopefully we'll see her momentarily. Yep, I've got her down. So we'll see. Okay, so put in your website over there in the send a message area. Okay. And then go share on Twitter and Facebook.
Okay. So do I have to put in the HTTP?
No, you can just put in your website.com and it'll go up there. Okay. But you can do HTTP if you want to.
And
it works.
I'll do 2 of them.
Enjoy.
There we go.
There we go. I shared. Alrighty. And you shared and tweeted and you're all good to go?
Tweeted, yep.
All right. Well, if Miss Colleen comes in, we'll get her on the show and we'll go from there. So you ready?
Okay. I am. Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Thrilled to be here. I'm so excited. You just look amazing today, by the way.
Thank you.
I mean, you always do, but every time I see your long golden locks and your amazing smile, woohoo!
Yay! Yeah. All right, here we go. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! I'm Tanya. Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association, and I would love to introduce our guest star, the incredible Miss Kimmy Avery. Yay!
Thanks for having me, Tanya.
Oh my gosh, so we're gonna have a blast today. You know, one of the things that is always exciting is when I can introduce you to amazing people. I mean, we just had Katrina Sawa and Tracy Repchik and Cheryl Jennings, and you have all these amazing people, and you just see who do you resonate with. Don't you find that, Kimmy, is like, there's like some people you're like, they're okay, and then other people like, I totally get that person, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And you want to work with, I mean, I overheard the last part of the conversation, and you want to work with people you resonate with. Not just because somebody's got the best program or they say they're the best, right? Everybody says they're the best, thank God. I mean, you've got to self-promote, but
Right.
You've got to work with somebody who speaks to your heart, who you feel called to work with. And it's an internal yes,
Exactly. And even beyond that, I think it's not just who you resonate with, but who you need, because sometimes, because I know I've spent money just because I like somebody and I really didn't need their expertise. Right. So, but believe me, I have bought into things just to get in with somebody. We've all done that because that's valuable. But when you're really looking, especially at the beginning, it's about finding that right coach. Now, I know you're like a communications expert.
Yeah.
What is, kind of like the cost of, like not communicating well with people?
Well, I mean, on a very basic level, when you're not communicating well with people, it impacts your body, your health and wellness. It impacts your entire energy that you put out into the universe and out into your world. So bad things start to happen. You begin to sort of experience more and more things that you don't want to experience. And when you're feeling great, oh my God, you are drawing more of what you want to yourself. And so it behooves you to learn how to have great communication skills and understanding the dynamic between the masculine and feminine, which is what I teach.
So what is the difference between the masculine and the feminine?
Well, masculine mode is driven and provider, protector. The feminine is supporter, adapter. They're sort of more flowy. And we all have that within ourselves. And we all have that within every relationship dynamic, whether it's a work relationship or a romantic relationship or a friendship relationship or a parenting relationship. We all have that, and we'll gravitate toward one naturally as the dominant one based on the context, right? So by understanding those dynamics, the instinct, that's all to me instinct, you can be more at choice because you can say, oh, that's where that behavior is coming from. How can I be in partnership now with this playing out? Yeah.
Do you find, because I know, in lots of times women especially avoid doing business with men because they have that safety zone or they feel like they can't communicate with them. How do you help them with it? Or do you just say it's okay and just kind of focus on where you feel comfortable?
No. I think that, so I just did a program of women engineers, male and female engineers at Shell Oil, and it's all about communication between the genders, right? So with women, if we tend to use a lot of words, we tend to talk a lot, and the masculine energy is more direct and single-focused and bullet-pointed. And if you're trying to do business with a man and you don't know that, he may start backing away from you, right? And saying, hey, you know what? I'm not sure we can do this. Or he really wants to help, but he goes into provider protector mode. You're not expressing what you need clearly. He gets frustrated. He shuts you out, or he seems controlling. Then you're pissed and everybody's upset, right? But if you learn what I call the real truth about successful communication between men and women, then you can have a dialogue. Then you can create that partnership. And can you hear my dog?
He's trying to communicate with you.
Well, he is. And let me just pick him up because
he's like, Mama.
He wants to be on my lap. And
of course, my cats have been jumping up on me. I don't know what it is about I guess because we're talking, but my animals all get like right around me and on my lap and stuff. And I'm like, can you let me just do this? But
right. Yeah. So anyway, he's here. His name's Mouse, by the way.
Oh,
hello, everybody.
Hey, Mouse.
So yeah, I mean, in business, in any experience, if a woman, so women tend to speak about 25,000 words a day. Men tend to speak about 5,000 words a day. And in the
my husband's cheering from the other room. Is that ridiculous?
Well, no, it's not. And you know what's funny about that is my father overheard me teaching this one time, and he said, "Yeah, and that's all you need." You know, like they get it. They think about hunters. You didn't talk, or you scared the deer.
Yeah.
And as gatherers, we would go out into the meadow and we'd chatter to like scare the critters away, so we weren't in danger, right? So we would chatter, we would know what everybody's doing. We can't help but eavesdrop. They've done studies, and it's almost impossible for a woman to not eavesdrop and know what's going on around her, you know? And that's part of our nature. And understanding that, if a guy understands that, then he's able to get that you have more things that you need to say. And if she understands that he's single focused, he can, or she can start bullet pointing her comments or her needs to him so he can get it. Yeah. Right. And then it becomes a deal, a win-win proposition.
Yeah. I love that. I know my husband and I we've been married for 25 years, and we're still like, I cannot believe we can't figure out what each other's saying, right? Yeah. You know, he's has some issues with seeing and walking. And so I'm like, oh, don't step on that thingy. And he's like, and he steps on it. And I said, I told you not to step on the thingy. He goes, what's a thingy? Right?
Right.
So, you know, we all have our ways of communicating. Sometimes it's not universal, right?
Well, it's not. And I mean, there are a couple pieces there. So men and women are actually, I say, so different that we'd be better off if we actually spoke different languages, because then we wouldn't think we were communicating, right? So in that context, the other thing that happened, so there was a gender, you know, like maybe not being specific, or, you know, saying don't step on that. So I also have a background in neurolinguistic programming, right? And when we say to our brain, don't do this, the brain doesn't even hear the negative. All they hear is, do this, right? So you say, don't step on that. So instead you say, avoid that thing. Take a bigger step because whatever. Stay on the curb. Don't run in the street, right? And then the kid gets hit or whatever. I mean, it can be life or death, or it can be as simple as remember to pick up the milk at the store. Right? Instead of don't forget the milk, and they come home and they've forgotten the milk and everybody's upset, and you know.
Right.
So it's one of those little, it just changes everything when you start stating things that you need in the positive.
I love that. Okay, so that's on my to-do list.
Yeah.
Because I know even from stage, right? You've got a whole audience of men versus a whole audience of women. Your talk needs to be adjusted for that. Right?
Oh, yes.
Or even if it's a whole group of women that are like in the financial services or are engineers, they have more of the step 1, step 2 mind frame, right? We're more analytical. Yeah. So you just got to have to adjust so that they'll understand what you're trying to say.
Absolutely. So I was at Shell last week and I was doing my program, and some of the feedback from the ladies were women need bullet points too, because they were all engineers, right? And the guys, you know, they were fine with all the things I contributed, because they really got some great insights about how, like, women typically have a critical voice in their head. So if a guy who is in business with a woman is trying to give her feedback, she's all, and feedback like, hey, you know, it'd be better if you did this. She's hearing, I screwed up. Yeah. A better woman would have figured it out. A better woman wouldn't have needed somebody to tell me this. So she's in the process of like feeling shamed and bad. So she doesn't even hear what he has to say, you know? Yeah. Very interesting.
There's so many nuances to it. I mean, I'm sure you see it all the time. And when I look at from state, like yesterday, this weekend I did a whole thing in San Diego, right? A whole presentation. And so there's men and women, different ethnicities, different age groups. There was very young, 20-year-olds all the way to 70-year-olds, so you have this massive communication that you're trying to get across all platforms. Yeah. And so a lot of times, just for the speakers that are listening, because I know quite a few of the Public Speaker Association members are listening, you have to kind of give each kind of person something in your talk so that they can be relatable to you, right? So they can relate to what you're saying, even if it's the structure to your voice in the way you approach it, Yeah.
Yeah.
And some people are like, well, that sounds really complicated. And it's not. It's just you train yourself.
Well, you train yourself to know who's in your audience, right? And by understanding who's there, then you can speak to that person so that they can receive it. So if you've got a lot of guys in your audience, maybe you need a little fewer stories and maybe you need more bullet points. Mm-hmm. If you've got a lot of ladies in your audience, if you have just bullet points and no stories, you'll lose her, right? Because we relate, and guys actually like stories too, but you don't need as many often with them.
Yeah. And you gotta get more to the point, Yeah, you don't have to draw it out so long.
You don't need all the details, which as women, we think all the details have to do with life or death.
Right.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, and, I was a little frustrated the other day because I'm going to go speak at NAIF, which is the National Association of Financial Advisors, and it's their pensions department of all of that. So you can imagine, I'm like, oh my gosh. And they're like, hey, send me your PowerPoint. Okay, I rarely use PowerPoint. Right. And so I'm like, do I have to? And they're like, well, yeah. They're going to get CEU credits or something, and it has to be, they have to submit it or whatever. So I just did a really fast one with some pictures and sent it. And they emailed me back and they're like, what the hell is this?
Where are your bullet points?
Exactly. They're like, you don't have anything written on here. And I'm like, oh, yeah. See, I didn't think through who my audience was. So I had to go back and put the bullet. Number one. Number two.
It's really funny. My videographer is, he's a guy, right? And so when we're doing slides, he keeps me very number one, number two, exactly what you're saying. And with me, I have trouble marking it out the way I should, so that's something that in my learning that I'm getting better at going, okay, this is bullet point number one, bullet point number two, and then summarizing at the end,
Yeah. And some people are just brilliant at, development of those very strategic, moving people through a process. And mine, I'm just not that way. It's not the way my mind is. So when I need to do that, it's a challenge, not that I can't do it, but I have to really focus on doing it.
Yeah. So, but get this, Tanya, it's like the feminine brain is multitasking, right? So we don't move from point A to point B in a linear fashion. It's not typically how our brain operates. Mm-hmm. Some women, of course, we're all flavors of ice cream.
Right.
However, my brain, if I can do a mind map, I can maybe get that done. But if I try to do an outline, it's really hard.
Yeah.
So, and the masculine energy is more linear in thinking. So I think one of the things that I really took away from the work I do and my learning of it was that I'm not wrong and I'm not broken because I don't do it in the same way that a man would do it. And there are a lot of business coaches out there who are men who don't get that feminine sort of flowing nature and the tangents and all that. And that I think if he doesn't understand how a woman operates, that can be kind of challenging.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's also about allowing people to be who they are and understanding. I attract a lot of analytical people because I'm the opposite. So they know they need my marketing and the way I think to help their businesses move fast, right? Because that's the way I just come up with ideas, and I can hear things and I can see things that will expand what they're wanting to do. And then I hire people like them to do the step one, step two, right? I just hired Jane Duber because she's a step one, step. She's incredible at getting people from 1, 2, 3, 4 because that's the way her mind works.
Yeah.
And she's got all these great people to help. So you've whatever that aspect is that you're missing, it really is about kind of diving in and helping that person through that.
Absolutely.
So when you look at kind of relationships, you talk about like the dark side of feminism and things like that. What do you mean by that? What do you consider like the dark side?
Okay, to me, the dark side of feminism. So with the feminist movement, we demanded the right to vote. We demanded the right to be in the workplace. We, have earned some rights, which is, and demanded them, which is great. And so the problem is that along the lines, we decided that we are equal and the same. Okay. And so in that process, we've ended up becoming more masculine, and then we're battling men instead of being in partnership, right? So when we're battling men, what happens is we experience glass ceiling. We experience limits because we're in competition with men. And in that process, in that competition, we have unintentionally undermined the men in our lives. So we have sort of a cultural agreement in some ways that it's okay to put men down. It's okay to put them in their place. And sort of a culture of disempowering men. And as we're earning the right, we're disempowering them, which doesn't really serve anybody because we're not in partnership. And 100 years after earning the right to vote, almost, we're still battling. So to me, the new paradigm of partnership is about understanding the masculine and feminine dynamics. And then the men in our lives will want to see us soar. They want to see us at the top in the stars, like doing our very best, because they love strong, powerful women who receive the contributions that men make. But when we shut out their contributions, then it's disempowering. They don't get to support us, and it's like a downward spiral.
I could see that. I think there's some challenges in it because, again, not everyone's the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to kind of honor where somebody else is and allow them to be them. And then you've got to earn that respect back that you're not them, right? I think that's what you're really saying, is not expecting somebody to be you, not to expect a man to be a woman and a woman to be a man, or whatever that, fill in the blank is.
Right.
We put all these contexts around each other of, what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, as a whatever. And you can fill that in for ethnicity and fill it in for, whatever it is. And that kind of stuff drives me nuts because we're all individuals and we all have our uniqueness about us. And that's what's so brilliant about us.
Well, and that's to me what I call being curious instead of furious, right? Choosing to be curious about another person. And really, it's like each person is their own individual culture. Whatever gender we are, whatever our ethnic background, our heritage, where we grew up, all of that impacts how we show up in the world. And if we're curious about sort of the unknowable in another person, and you start from a place of curiosity, then you're open to some amazing possibilities between you two, And I went to girls' college or women's college and girls' boarding school, and I had learned how to be a strong, powerful woman and not need a man. I have, I've been known to throw a drink on a man at a party. I'm not proud of that, but I thought of men as sort of the enemy for me. And I wanted a relationship with them. I wanted to get married, have a family, have a career, the standard fairy tale that I could have it all. And it wasn't happening for me. And then about 10 years ago, I started studying men from a masculine perspective, and it changed everything. And it opened doorways that I never thought were possible. And that's really what I bring to women. And so to me, the dark side of feminism is a woman who won't even hear a man's perspective anymore. A woman who is not open and curious about another person.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. And I see it all in, with the speakers, and there's so many different types out there. There's, from women that are very, aggressive and have kind of more that masculine, kind of appearance, to those that are very, very, very feminine, and vice versa for men too. And I'm like, it's just who they are. And if you don't resonate with them, give them that space, but also just respect that you may need that help with them. And it's okay that that's just who they are. So how do people get in touch with you? And then how do you have an offer for everybody today that you would love to offer them?
Yeah, I'm offering a complimentary relationship breakthrough session. And the way to get that is to go to my website, which is KIMI, A, V as in Victor, A as in Apple, RY.com/win. So KimiAvery.com/win, and I'll type it in the chat box. And at the breakthrough session, you'll have an opportunity to speak with me about your personal or professional relationship challenges. I have got programs for personal relationships, 90-day relationship reboots, and all that. And I've got workplace solutions for communication between men and women. So KimiAvery.com/win is where to go to get that. And I'd be happy to make sure that everybody who signs up gets that session and has an opportunity to really get the support they need to find out if and how they can transform their relationship experience.
Awesome. Make sure you get that over in the side there and take advantage of that. I've also posted about the Public Speakers Association. Go check out our website. We've got so many fun. We've got TV shows you can watch. We've got all kinds of blogs you can read. We've got, so much things. And don't forget to go under the Summits tab. There's past summits, and all the recordings are still up there from all the amazing presentations from all the past summits. So it covers everything you can think of, from women's summits to veterans, to family relationships, to business, you name it, we've got it up there. And I know the fabulous Miss Kimmy's been on, so you could go and listen to her incredible presentation. So jump on that. Also, we're looking for people for our next summit, spring into summer, and it's May 9th. It's coming like super fast.
Wow.
And we still have openings for that one. So jump on that opportunity to get your message heard, help more people, and change lives and make things happen. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So if you go to Public Speakers Association, the link is right there. Under the members page, there's Schedule Summit, and you could click on that, fill out the form, and boom, you got yourself into that summit. It's that easy.
Wow.
Plus, we have our next Fab Blab-a-thon coming up on May 19th. So again, you'll want to get yourself scheduled for that. And don't forget, you got to be on the Tanya Hoffman's fabulous TV show, and have a fabulous good time, right, Kimmy?
That's right. That's right. Tanya, I just want to interrupt you for a moment and just tell you, I think you're amazing. I love your energy. I love your passion. And it's fun. It's fun participating with you in the Public Speakers Association, and I'm really grateful for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and it was fun to meet you in person the other day.
I know.
That was fun being in California, and it's like, just let's do it. Let's make this happen.
Well, I think you're coming to California this week, right?
Yeah, I just came back from San Diego. Then I'm going to San Francisco. Then I'm going to Santa Barbara, and then I go to Vegas. So
you and I are both speaking at the Small Business Empowerment Summit this week in San Francisco.
I didn't know you were speaking. I haven't even looked to see who is going to be on, and I feel so bad. So
I will.
glad.
I'll post a link in here if anybody's local in the Bay Area. Tanya and I are both speaking Thursday and Friday this week at the Small Business Empowerment Summit at Fort Mason in San Francisco, overlooking the beautiful Golden Gate Bridge. If you are anywhere near here, show up and you'll have a great time.
How fun. I didn't know I was going to look at the bridge. How fun is that?
Oh, yeah.
We would love for y'all to join in. Tony Wilkins is putting on that amazing event. So it's awesome. Yeah, if you got his link, that would be great.
I will put it up.
He's incredible. Tracy Repchek is going to be there. She was just on just a minute ago, so she's going to be one of the speakers also. So yeah, take advantage of that. Anytime you can go to an actual conference in person, that's where the magic happens. And you never just be one of the attendees. Always get connected to the speakers. Always connect to the host, because that's how things happen. That's how you move fast.
Absolutely.
So perfect. Well, thank you, Miss Kimmy.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to get the link and I'll put it out. I'll put it out right now. Have a great time. I'll see you next time.
Yay.
Thank you.
Awesome. And now I'm looking to see who's coming up. Oh, and so we have a short break at 2:30. So I don't really have anybody. If anybody would like to join in and just chat, if you're a member of the Public Speakers Association and you just like to come in and we can just have a good time for 30 minutes, you can come in and join me on a seat. Just pop in, just hit the call in, and I'll accept that. You do need to be a member of the Public Speakers Association. Even if you're coming up, you can still come in. So we've got a little bit of a break in our show today. Nobody wants to come in. Everyone's like, I'll do it later. I'm not ready. So I will just do a fabulous presentation for y'all, and we'll have some fun. One of the things I would love to tell y'all about is really, people always come up and they ask me, who's your favorite speaker of all time? And they're all expecting me, because I've met everybody. I've seen it all. I've seen everyone you can imagine on stage. And there's one person that stands out in my mind, my heart, who touched my heart. And it was so empowering. And when Kimmy just posted the link, so make sure y'all jump on that, especially in your San Fran area. It was a lady who was a brand new member of the Public Speakers Association. And she had never given a presentation before in front of people. She said she did it plenty of times in front of the mirror. And I think she even did it, like at a Toastmasters or something, but not a real presentation. And I wanted her to be on the virtual summit. So the virtual summit happens every month. And a lot of times we have different themes, sometimes just open theme. And I said, you're going to be on. And she's like, okay. She was terrified. I was there. Oh my gosh, in 2005, the first time I stood up in front of a group just to do an elevator pitch, I forgot my name. I stood up and I was like, I can't remember who I am. And I was just like shaking and sweating and, it was just awful, right? And then my first real presentation was in front of 5 lovely ladies who all loved me. And I was shaking and, it was ridiculous. So I totally get where you are in that fear and that expectation of what people think of you, right? So she was going to come on and she was going to be on. Now, she called me about 16 times leading up to it. She was so afraid and she was trying to back out. And of course, I wouldn't let her. So, sometimes you need somebody, like Dell was talking about accountability, right? You need someone to say, nah, you're going to do it anyways. So on the day came for the summit, I didn't know if she was actually going to show up until I saw her show up. And I went and I, make sure she was okay. She's like, okay, I'm ready. I'm like, all right. So I introduced her and she took off. She got 2 sentences in. And suddenly, she started hyperventilating. And she was like, oh my gosh. And then she grabbed some water. And she's like, and then she calmed down and she went again. And she got a couple sentences out and she'd start hyperventilating and grab her water. And she did that over and over. 25 minutes. Now, her content was amazing. I mean, she was obviously an expert in what she did. It was just her first presentation. Now, what was really interesting about that is normally on those, you usually have about 10 to 50 people that are listening live. And she had about 20 when she started. Now, usually when something like that happens, most people just drop off. Only 2 people dropped off. 18 people stayed on. Now, I don't know if they were just kind of waiting for the train wreck or if they were just there to be supportive or what. At the end, she stopped. She finished her presentation. I unmuted myself and stopped the recording and came back in. I was like, you did it! And she let out the biggest scream I've ever heard. She was like, ah, you just feel all that energy just released out of her. And I said, if you have any questions, push star 2. And the line just lit up. Now, usually in those kind of events, no one ever comments, no one ever, asks a question. And they did. And they were just all over. They were like, oh my gosh, yay, that was awesome. I mean, over and over again. Do you know, even with like the worst presentation I've ever heard, she still ended up with 2 new clients. And I think she ended up with like $5,000 in sales. It was incredible. The next month, she did another virtual summit. And she only hyperventilated twice that time. The next month, she did another virtual summit. She had no more hyperventilation and drinking water. So it's about doing. When I was telling Tracy and Katrina just a minute ago, are you a go-getter that doesn't go? Right? Is it somebody that you're like, oh yeah, I'm on fire, I'm awesome, and then everything it says about you is that you're not, because you're not taking ownership of who you are. You're not doing. So a lot of what is missing in people's business and in their lives is just the making yourself do something. Making yourself, even with massive fear, knowing that the first time you do it, it's going to be uncomfortable. And the second time, it'll be a little less uncomfortable. And the third time, a little less. And pretty soon, it starts to be somewhat comfortable. And then it gets even more comfortable. And then pretty soon, you forgot that you even had a problem with it. First time you're on Blab. I was like, oh, how do I do things? And what do I do? And how do I click it? Right? And now it's like, whatever. Because it's comfortable now. Right, Kimmy? Just do it. Get through the fear and do it anyways. Stop thinking, what will people think? That's massive. Here's Miss Linda. Come on in, Linda. And let's see who's up next. Miss Michelle. Michelle, if you want to come in, I think you're in the audience maybe. Hey, Miss Linda. Oh, I can't hear you. Nope, can't hear you. Nope. Look at your settings. Yeah. So when you're looking at, kind of creating that momentum for yourself, are you keeping yourself? So I have a goal every year. It's the same goal. And it's the major goal. Can you hear now? Let me hear you. Nope. Did you choose the right audio when it has the audio drop down? Check the audio because it doesn't look like you have a headset on. Do you have a headset? Yeah, you probably didn't choose the right one. You may have to drop out of Blab and come back in with it turned on. And you may be muted because sometimes those little things get clicked and you're muted on your little wire hanging down. There's usually a mute button there. Yep. Nope. Okay. Go out and come back in and see if that helps. So, so when you're looking at momentum, my goal is to look back at myself the year before and not recognize myself. Now, that's a tough goal. That is not something that's easily done. I've now got a sticker. I've got a little sticky note that says, wow yourself today. One of these days, I'm going to make it into an official site. And that is hard to do too. Because now you've got to think of something that day that pushes your fear, that pushes your button, that makes you go, what can I do today that I haven't already done or that I need to get done and I have been procrastinating for it, right? That's a big one. I know it's a big one for myself. to really make that momentum happen.
Okay.
Can I hear you?
Yay! Okay, thank you. Didn't give me that option before, but thanks, Tanya.
Absolutely. So what do you think, Miss Linda? What do you think about, making yourself actually go and doing things?
Well, I've never been shy, and I'm always willing to jump up and go and try the new thing. But what I've learned today, again, and listening to all the different speakers that you've had, especially the ones like Tracy Rupchik, who's been doing this for like ever and ever, and Christina Sawa, great advice, which you gave me 2 years ago, which is start at the beginning. 2 years, start at the beginning, make your relationships. I had switched from corporate, which I was very successful in being a speaker, in being a corporate trainer, did that for 15 years and was very successful. So was kind of under the illusion that I could just go from that to being a professional speaker and corporate trainer. And it's a whole different ballgame. When you're getting out here, you've got to redevelop all those relationships, especially if you're going from being a nonprofit where you did it for free to now you're going to be charging. You've got to reestablish yourself entirely. And I don't want to say the mistake, but like they were saying, jumping into the people who were already making millions of dollars and had this real quick, like Lisa Sasevich and Rich and Milana and Jeff Walker, just do that product launch formula and bada bing, bada boom, I'm going to be making $1.5 million in my first year. Is not happening. And so
yeah.
I'm grateful now. I just got a job working, back to counseling where I have clients coming in kind of more in well, you can't do this alone, Tanya. That's the other thing that you taught me way back when, and all the speakers, we aren't created to do this alone. So we really need to invest on the people that can fill those voids or fill those pieces that we can't do, like internet stuff, websites and things like that.
There's always something that we can't do, and that's, I think, the hardest lesson for people, especially, I think, for both women and men. Maybe some of y'all can, kind of chime in on that. You have to find that area that just doesn't, it's tough. It's tough for you to do, and you just got to move yourself through it. And the only way sometimes is really finding someone else to do it for you, or at least showing you how to get it done.
Correct.
So that way you can move and you can start. A lot of it is just creating movement. One of the things that I see people not do is get going.
Right.
As imperfect as it is, just get going,
Yeah. There's
the lone wolf syndrome. Yeah.
There's that balance where if you go, jump out there too quick, there is that, like she was saying, I forget which one, Tracy, I think, well, then you're going to blow it. If your website is really bad, then maybe they aren't going to hire you, but you've got to remember to start slow. You don't necessarily start with the big guns right off the bat. You start slow. And I tried too much, too fast, trying to put all of this stuff in place. And I was way more successful back when I just had a tiny little simple website and I made phone calls and I followed up with people one-on-one rather than trying to do this whole big, huge thing. It's really a challenge, and you got to get it done.
Well,
right.
Just like even for me, I've got the Career Speaker Academy. I developed this whole course and everything. And I, started promoting it and found incredible instructors to teach it and everything. But there's something that it was still missing something. And so I talked to Jane Duber the other day, and she's got an online software program that you put your course into. And it's brilliantly designed to give maximum movement for people to take your courses. Now, for me, I could have gone, well, I don't need that. I already have my course all done.
Right.
Or I could have actually listened, which I did, thank goodness, right? Yeah. And said, Jane's got an expertise in this. So there's difference between getting things done, and then once you've got things going and moving and you've got money coming in, now perfecting
Right.
So that's where I am, is taking the course and perfecting it to make it even better. So you see the difference?
Exactly. And I met a guy, Tanya, you might want to know about him, in my meetup group. And his career, he's trying to get off the ground, is doing PowerPoints for people who are professional speakers. So if you ever
Nice.
need that again, yeah, that's, everybody's got a different thing out there that they do. And I remember Lisa Sasevich, I think, it was Shalene Johnson, called it the Inez factor. And that if we don't hire people that have an expertise, like Inez loved to do laundry, and she hired her to do her laundry thinking, I can pay this lady $8 an hour. My time is more valuable in doing what my expertise is. And boy, that's taken me so long to accept that. And yet I keep trying.
Yeah, I don't know how many people I meet and they're still cleaning their own house.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Someone can't clean a toilet? Really? I mean, come on, get someone to, clean your house for you. This is not what you need to be spending your time on, unless you absolutely love it. I do have a lady who loves it. It's kind of her meditation zone. I'm like, you go and do that, because that is not what I love.
Yeah. I got a question, Tanya. You wrote your book on, what's the name of it again?
A Client a Day, the Coffee Shop Way.
Yes, a Client a Day, the Coffee Shop Way. I think going to a coffee shop, I to be honest, haven't done that a whole lot. I keep trying to go to the businesses, and I can't ever seem to find people in. Do you really get more success in coffee shop than knocking on doors?
Well, you have to look at where is your ideal client. So my ideal client is in coffee shops. They're entrepreneurs, they're salespeople. So that's where they're holding their meetings, right? Okay. And then you also have people who are retired, who are bored, right? And are wanting to do something. They still have an expertise. So you got all these people that are there, college towns, college areas. The Starbucks, is the place for all the college kids. Their whole life is ahead of them and they can't wait to do something. So for me, a coffee shop is the perfect place to have any of my meetings and hang out, because it's about the conversations. Okay. Now, if you just go there and you're just kind of, going through the coffee shop, talking to people, that might seem a little predatory, and people feel that, right? So it's about having a presentation that you're giving to somebody. You're going to have a conversation with someone, hosting it there, because like Kimmy was saying, people love to eavesdrop. Women love eavesdropping, and guys do too, by the way. So I always position myself so everyone around me can hear me.
Okay.
So I'm not giving one presentation. I'm giving 6, right, to other people. And you just talk a little bit so they can hear you, right? Okay. You just talk a little bit higher. And now you're giving 6. And people always tap me. They're like, excuse me, before you leave, I'd love your card. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I'm like, sure you did. Here's my card. Love to help you, right? And then having those conversations with people when you get an opportunity.
Okay, great. That's wonderful how you put that all together. Because the places where you're speaking next week, all these business, that's the kind of people that I really want to get into. But I'm sure that, again, they're looking at your speaker sheet, and they're looking at all the people you've spoken to in the past, I'm guessing, to get into those places, right?
No, it really when people are looking at, so I did a training last night on how to find, talk to event planners and get booked, really. So you have to look at, where's your target market hanging out? Where are those event planners? So there are big conferences where event planners hang out. So like the special event, that's what it's called. It's like the worst name ever for an event, but they've been around for 30 years. They got 5,000 event planners. I subdivide a booth so that people can be there and be in that environment and not have to spend all the money for, a booth of their own, because it's, quite pricey. So those kind of places are well worth spending the money, because you're actually getting to meet them and talk to them and build a relationship. If you're wanting to do, there's Miss Michelle. If you're wanting to do for like people that are having their own events, then you need to go to conferences, right? The person who's putting on the event, you need to meet the event planner. The person who is the speakers are also going to be putting on their own events. So I just went to San Diego one. I get booked for 3 speaking opportunities. Why? Because I talked to the other speakers, I talked to the event planner, and then I talked to other, participants to find out where do they know speaking opportunities. So that's how you get booked, is actually going. Hey, Michelle.
Hi.
Yay. So, when you're looking at really diving into the world of speaking, it's all about connections. It's really never know what you know, it's who you know, right? It's always about the connection factor and building the relationships. And I'm like the public speakers conference, right? I cannot explain how much of an opportunity that is for people to get booked. I mean, actual bookings. You're surrounded by people who they have their own radio shows, TV shows, their own conferences, their own, 3-day events, their own whatever, virtual summits. That's what they are. Speakers are great people to connect to because they're already doing all those things. Yeah. And they have connections to people who do.
Right.
My cat is like jumping all over the place. So, take advantage of those kind of things. Good. Well, thank you, Linda. We're going to see you Tanya. In a little while, right?
Yep, it's 6:30 tonight.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yay.
All right.
Hello, Miss Michelle.
Hi.
My little headset is like pushing on my ears.
Yeah, they do that, don't they?
I know. And I've got this, and it's very much, I think, a man's, because it doesn't quite fit a woman's head.
Yeah.
So I'm like always adjusting it, and it hurts my ears.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah. Sometimes it hurts my ears too. I've got a big headset, but I've got it all behind my hair, so you can't see it.
There you go. I know. I noticed that. That was awesome. Right? People are like, what? You got a headset back there? I'm like, yeah, sometimes my hair is fluffier and you really don't see it.
Yeah, there you go. Almost got it covered.
Exactly. I just got this bigger headset because anyways, we're always trying to, make things better, and that's all part of it. Well, do you want to get started early?
Sure. If you want to, that would be great.
Yay!
Love it.
So let me pull up your stuff. Let me see. I got Kimmy's stuff here. And where is your stuff?
So this is so exciting. Online video. I've been on before, but I'm really going to stay looking at that camera.
Yes. Perfect. Yeah. If everyone's watching, look at the camera, not at each other.
Yeah.
I don't have your stuff here.
Okay.
Why don't I have your stuff here?
Do you want me?
What do you want to talk about?
Do you want me to pop the questions in, or pop one question in? No. So
we'll just play it.
Okay, you play it by ear.
Yeah. Okay. That's always better. Make sure you go and you put your website over into the side.
Okay, hold on. Let me do that right now.
And then I'm going to share with everyone that you're coming on. Michelle Petacoulas. Live now. Yay. Perfect. Okie dokie. And then you tweeting and everything so everyone knows, all your peeps know? You're coming on live?
No. I tweeted yesterday. I haven't tweeted right now. How do I do that right now? I should
over
tweet right
to the
now.
left hand. It says tweet and post over to the left, right under the blab icon.
Oh,
at the top.
Yes. It says recording. Share last 30. Here we go.
So hit share last 30, and that'll do it.
And then I just share. Oh, whoops. Share now. Oh, let me. Facebook.
Type out something, yeah.
Oh, where do I type it? Oh, right, here it is.
Right above the link.
And that's the link on that, right? Oh, that's perfect. How nice.
Right? They make it super easy. As easy as you can make through, There's things that I'm like, I can't wait till they fix that.
Yeah.
But, it's all in time.
Yes.
But the platform is amazing.
Yes, it is. I like it.
Yeah, right.
It seems a little simpler than Google Plus or whatever Google thing, right?
Google
that was
Hangout.
like a nightmare.
I tried using Google Hangout, and I just, it's like, this is what I wanted Google Hangout. Blab is what Google Hangout should have been.
Yes.
And it is too bad that they didn't see that.
And look at the quality of the video on here. This is amazing. If you have a good camera, right?
Exactly. Hey, Kathleen, nice that you're here. Following you now. Yeah, you got your first follower, Miss Kathleen. I love being people's first.
Yeah, that's great.
And I love your new picture, by the way. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. All righty, everybody. So let's get going. Ready?
We're ready.
Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. This is Tanya Hoffman, and I'm your host today. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association, and I'm so excited to introduce to you our guest, Fab star, Miss Michelle Peticolas. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, hi, Tanya. That's Dr. Michelle, you know.
Ooh, doctor. So what are you a doctor of?
Well, I have a PhD in sociology with a minor in clinical psychology. So I have that kind of broader perspective on what's going on around grief and loss.
Ah, nice. Remind me, I still need to connect you with the lady in New Jersey.
Sure.
So I love that. Not the grief and loss, but but that there's people like you that are out there.
Yes.
Because I'm sure, how do you handle, because I always wondered this, because I have a friend that does end of life care with, what do you call it?
People who are dying?
Yes, but
Aging?
they're called
elders.
The people that come in to help. Anyways.
Oh, okay. Death doulas?
Yeah, she's a death doula, but there's another thing. But anyways, so she, goes in and she helps people through that last moments.
Wow.
And I'm like, how do you do that? It just seems like it's overwhelming. I think it would just be so draining. How do you do that for people?
Because of the way in which I perceive it, the way in which the story I have around grief and loss and death, for that matter. For me, it's like being a midwife, a birthing of a person into their new life. And if it's somebody who's dying, then they're birthing into a totally different reality. But with people around grief and loss, I'm just helping them to let go of that last chapter of their lives so that they can move into the next chapter of their lives, and in a way that's more empowering. So for me, it's actually exciting. And that's been the case ever since I started this work.
Wow. I know if y'all were expecting Maria Recruit, yeah, that's her last name. Recruit. She has a death, or she's going through some family issues around this. And then Colleen, that was just supposed to be on just a minute ago, just had a death in the family. So this is something that's a reality.
Totally important topic and really resonant for so many of us out there. In fact, I'm going to be visiting my in-laws, and they are 90 and 88, and they're starting to fade. So I'm already realizing that there's going to be the time when they're not here anymore.
Right. And Linda reminded me it's hospice. I was trying to think of the word. I was like, I know there's a word for it. So how do you help people through that? I mean, that is such a huge, massive part of our life that we have to deal with. And as I'm getting older, things like that happen, especially when we're trying to deal with business and everything that's going on with that. And then having personal issues with family death or illness or whatever.
Right. So the first thing is to allow the feelings. And we live in a culture that really tells us that we shouldn't allow those kinds of feelings. It's okay to be fearful or it's okay to be happy, but to be in grief is not okay. And so my first job with a client is to help them to get in touch with the feelings inside. Because if they don't let those feelings out, they actually get stuck in the body, and it actually has an impact on the body. We sort of think of emotions, especially grief emotions, sort of this emotion that sort of takes over us, but it actually resides in the body and has a physiological consequence for the body. It actually triggers chemical responses in the body. And if you don't get those chemicals out of your body, you can actually make yourself sick.
Wow. I've gone through, I think, especially people at our age, I just turned 49 the other day, and there's at a certain point, I remember my grandfather saying, at a certain point in life, you lose more people than you gain.
Yes.
And I think for him, that was the hardest. He was the youngest in his family of 13.
Wow.
And so not only did he see his, brothers and sisters pass, but their families, right? So their spouses and their children, because their children were older than him a lot of times.
Yes.
So it seems like you would have to kind of get used to, I don't know if that's not probably the right word, but how to handle loss.
Those multiple losses. So aging is all about loss, consecutive and serial losses, loss of capacity, loss of looks, loss of resilience, maybe the loss of your home because your family decides they want to move you into a skilled facility, loss of independence, and loss of friends. That in the last few years, my mother-in-law, she's talked about is we would walk around this neighborhood and she would tell me all the people who had died that she knew. And that's really hard. And, it sort of takes its toll on a person because they start to feel like, well, they are left behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I know with my grandfather, what I think helped him a lot is he started kind of getting out and he started socializing in groups, right? He started going in dancing at, a place that,
that allows
has a gathering, right? And then he started walking Walmart and he built at his death, a whole bunch of the Walmart workers, the employees came to his funeral.
Wow.
Because they saw him there every day.
So he built relationships with people that were much younger.
Yes.
So that is the second thing that I help my clients with. First, allowing feelings. The second is creating new bonds, new connections. Because if you lose significant others, that also has a physiological impact on your body because we as human organisms are actually wired to bond with each other. We actually survive better. And so Mother Nature put this whole chemical situation in our body so that we will bond. And one of those chemicals is oxytocin. When we connect with people, we get an influx of oxytocin that makes us feel great. But when those bonds are broken, then whoops, it's like, cold turkey off of the oxytocin. So it's really hard.
Because I know I get, totally, it's so much fun. This is why I love being a speaker is I get to go and travel all over the world and I get to meet new people.
Yes.
So it's just like always an influx of just incredible, and that explains it, right? I get all this kind of adrenaline juice running just to meet people.
But connecting is one level and bonding is another level. In bonding, there is a deeper connection, and that, where you look into somebody's eyes or you hug somebody, or for example, a mother nursing a child. This is a deeper connection, and that's where you get the real deep feeling of satisfaction and security and safety, is when you have that deeper connection. That's what Mother Nature wants you to do.
Well, and that's what it's all about, building relationships, right? And it really bothers me that I see so many people that are so transactional instead of relationship building. They're like, "Oh, Tanya, I just want you to do this for me and this," and and I'm like,
yes,
well, that didn't feel good.
So that's one trick or one little tip that people can start to use right now is to, when they're out in their daily life, to make, that extra effort to connect with people directly. Like you're at a cash register, checking out at Trader Joe's, and you take a moment to say something nice to the cashier. And then you actually,
Exactly.
or you're on the telephone. How many times are we on the telephone with AT&T telling them that our computer is down or our internet is down, but actually relating to the person who's on the phone, who's helping us. You actually get better help when you do that.
Totally. And I don't know why this is so foreign for people, when you're just, when you're not out there just to take, but when you give.
Yes.
I do this whole training, even from corporations to entrepreneurs,
Yes.
whoever I can talk to. Okay, let's actually get to know people. And especially if you're speaking from stage and you're looking at the tops of everyone's head, guess what? They can feel you looking at the top of their head.
Yes. You need to connect to the people out in your audience for sure. I think part of the problem is that people have old wounds, old losses that they've never healed. And so they're operating on empty. If they're not filling their own tank, it's very hard to reach out to other people, to connect to other people, because they're feeling wounded, they're feeling vulnerable and unsafe.
So you help people through that kind of transition,
Absolutely.
Get them out of their grief,
yes,
or moving through, because it's not really about getting out of, it's just kind of moving through. Is that right?
Well, the way I see it is there is this emotion, this emotional energy that is related to grief and loss. It's a natural process, but you need to release that energy. And as I teach them how to release it, now they have that energy. They have that accessible to them to use for other things. It's when they hold it in, when they hold it back, that it actually saps their energy and leaves them feeling exhausted.
Yes. Do you find that, because there for a while when I first started speaking, I did a lot for job clubs and, career advancements and things like that, but mostly in the ones where people lost their jobs. And I think losing a job is very much a grief process.
Absolutely.
Do you find that?
Oh, totally. In fact, I was talking to a group last week, which was called Experience Unlimited. And these were all people that had lost jobs and were trying to help each other to find new jobs. And what I also find is that often one loss may be connected or have a lot of collateral loss. So when you lose a job, you're not only losing income, but you may be losing relationships as well.
Oh, yeah. It's the people that you met every day at work, and now you don't get to go see them every day. I can see that.
Yeah, and then not having a job can put a stress on your relationships, your family, and it could lead to other losses. It maybe leads to the loss of your home if you can't afford that and you have to move. So they can mount up.
Wow. Because I always wondered when I was doing that, I couldn't do it for very long because I couldn't handle, I just want my job back. I'm like, it's gone. Move on. I was like, why are you still focused on it? But this explains it, right?
Well,
they're longing for that.
Well, they also have to release the emotions. And then, I told you too, they have to allow the feelings. They have to connect with other people to make up the deficit. And the other thing is they have to change their story. And that's the biggest thing, is that so many people get caught in this victim mode where they see the world against them, or maybe they blame themselves, but then it's disempowering. So I also coach my clients in changing the story to a story of empowerment. And that takes practice.
Right. I can imagine. Because even for myself, if you even I think of my grandmother when she passed away. So that was 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And even to this day, I'll get all whelmed up about it,
Yeah.
and, it's like it's almost fresh,
Mm-hmm.
just thinking about her and how much of a loss that is, in my life.
But if you think about it instead as how much you loved her, and you think about all the things that she brought into your life, and you think about her with gratitude, that shifts that mindset from a place of loss to a place of love. So, for example, my own parents, they were actually the impetus for my creating my documentary film series and actually going towards helping people with grief and loss, because I didn't know how to deal with it when it happened to me. And they became that motivation to have this quest to go and learn and find out about this whole process of death and loss.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible. So you're just out there just really, really changing lives and really making a huge difference. I love that.
That's right. And what's interesting about a loss is that all the losses of your life are connected, they're linked. So if you start to open up to this one loss, then the other stuff surfaces. And it's an awesome opportunity to clean house and clean all these old wounds that are actually sapping your energy and holding you back from what you really need to be doing.
Yes. Do you find when people, come to you, because this just seems, how do you get people to start opening up and even kind of exploring what it is that's holding them back, and what, is there like a process people go through?
Well, that's one of my gifts. People confide in me almost right away. I ask the questions, I show interest and curiosity, and most people out there do not want to hear the story. People in grief and loss, they really want to share their story because that's one of the ways in which they allow that energy to release. So if I invite them to share their story, oh my gosh, it's more a problem of getting them back on track to what they need to be thinking about, as opposed to just getting caught in the loop of the story.
I was speaking at an event that was designed for women and men to kind of get their story of some horrific act, something that had happened in their life.
Yes.
That was like super major.
Right.
And to get it out and actually tell the world for the first time, get it out of their head and heart and just out into, this group. It was so heavy, right? It was it was like way too much, because it was just this pouring out, of emotions.
Yeah, because it's been trapped in there for so long. It's like, oh my gosh, an opportunity to let this all out. And then what comes along with that is all the stories that they have around that. And so the other thing that I encourage my clients to do when they're dealing or interacting with other people is to limit the amount of time that they talk about their story, because people get overwhelmed by it. And
Yes.
if they put that limit on themselves, they can actually get to the point and get to say exactly what they need to say in, say, 5 or 10 minutes, as opposed to going on and on.
Because one of the things that most of the kind of speaker coaches help people when they put together a presentation is the vulnerability.
That's right.
What's happened in your past.
That's right.
That you're getting over and you're moving past,
That's right.
and people, they get all caught up. That's where they get caught up, is this putting themselves out there for the very first time.
Yes.
Sharing something very personal
Yes.
to them,
Yes.
to an audience.
That's right.
And they're just so overwhelmed with it. So you need to be there every single time to help them through that.
That's right. That's right. And yes, that's exactly right, is to be there and help them to stop when those emotions well up, to have them stop and just feel the feelings, and stop the story and just feel the feelings. And if they do that, those feelings will actually dissipate in 2 minutes or less.
Right. I know with Colin over here, I guess Colin is your first name, the Colin Porter. I love that. He's been, kind of responding to your, repurposing the internal representation and all of those things. And I love it. This is one of those amazing things about what we see around us, is how can we all be there for each other, right?
Yes.
And your expertise is obviously not mine, because I'm like, just get over it, But people need more than that, and even for myself, I've had people help me through some loss and things that have happened, because certainly there's been bad things that have happened in my life, and I always joke, and now when I say from stage, I'm like, yeah, I've had cancer. I've been robbed and tied up when I was 6 months pregnant. But those are the nice things that have happened to me. And people are like shocked.
I'm shocked.
But to me, right? And to me, they really are the small things. Like, I just had a flood that destroyed my entire house.
I know. I can't believe it. That's intense.
I know. And the young man that was helping kind of help us clean up and get our stuff out that wasn't destroyed, which was very little, but he was boxing stuff up, and he's like, how could you be so happy? because I was like, okay, let's get these, and there was a sense of loss, but it was so minor compared to what I've gone through in the past. And you probably see people that have gone through a lot and can handle more, I think, than people that have never had anything happen. Do you find that in kind of that?
Once you lose somebody who is really important in your life, then that becomes like the ground zero, what you compare all your other losses to. And usually if you have lost something really, really significant, then everything else can be seen in as less than that, and so therefore doable or handleable. So that's pretty amazing. I am impressed with you, Tanya, that you were able to navigate through the feelings of your loss around that flood and just come out, so happy to really recognize and acknowledge the gifts in your life. So that's really wonderful.
And there was only, of course, the pictures were like the main thing.
Yes.
And they got all wet.
Yes.
Because I had, the traditional, we had taken, snapshots with that actual little pieces of paper pictures.
Yeah, the old style, right? The old camera.
Oh, yeah.
We have
the old camera, boxes and boxes and boxes of them. And they all got wet.
Yes.
And the person that was helping with restoration suggested we go digitize them. So we just sent them all to the person down, in South Austin who's going through each one and drying them out and digitizing them. I didn't realize it was going to be $2,500 worth of digitation, but
I believe it. I believe it. Right? Yeah, it takes time.
So, that took away that angst.
Yes.
And the only thing that really kind of choked me up is I had a huge, you remember the suitcases that don't have any rollers on it?
Yeah, right, yes.
That you couldn't pick up because they were so big and heavy.
That's right.
I had all my baby clothes from my children. And I had Bunny and Teddy. That was my Bunny and my Teddy from childhood.
Yes.
And my husband's, stuffed animals. And those were all ruined. And
that's hard.
I had to let Bunny and Teddy go. Now, see, I'm starting to it's silly that you would get so emotional about, little baby toys, but it's still part of you, and it has that story connected to it. And I'm sure that's what you're hearing from people is their story,
yes,
right?
That's right. And so if I were working with you, I would ask, well, what comes up for you when you think about that little teddy bear and that bunny? What are what arises up? What do you feel?
Oh yeah, it just has that immediate flashback of that safety of holding them and cuddling and going to bed and having that because I had such a rough childhood. It was that comfort.
Yes.
I think a lot of it is that comfort, right?
Yes.
And love. I gave a lot of love to those little critters.
Yeah, they saw you through. They saw you through.
Exactly. Oh, so you're gonna get me all emotional about the stuffed animals. It's so crazy.
So I guess if I were your coach, I would suggest that you get not right away, but you get another stuffed animal, maybe really different, and you invite the spirit of Teddy and Bunny to come into those new stuffed animals. And
that's nice.
Yeah, just so that you can still have their love even now. They don't have to be lost. The love is still there.
Right. Well, and it's so funny because I was just I'm always at the airport, but so I was at the airport and you have the gift shops and there's this whole stack of stuffed animals and I never look at stuffed animals and I was drawn over there and I bought one for my son. I'm like,
you did?
I've got to buy this.
Yeah. What'd you get?
I got a little kitty that looked like the other kitties that we have, the actual cats. I'm like, I don't know why I have to have another cat, but yeah.
Well, that one doesn't scratch, right? That one lets you hug them whenever you want.
Exactly. That is awesome. So when people are kind of moving through this, because this is awesome stuff, because I see it well up in people, especially when they get on stage, right? They have the fear of that exposure to their story.
Right.
And I know I've heard from several people, they feel like it's almost a violation of their story as to give it out to the world, right? How do you help people through something like that?
Well, the first thing I would do is help them to experience the emotions around that story and to really allow those emotions up and whatever is underneath, and then change the story around it so that the story no longer is a story of of victimhood or disempowerment, but actually part of their story of stepping into their full power and purpose. So now that story becomes this talisman, this turning point that has transformed their lives. And so it no longer has that negative association. It actually has something really positive.
Yeah, because I see it really changing people's lives,
Yeah.
right? When you give real information and then real stories that are connective, people could tell a story and there's no connection. You tell a story that embodies your personality and your soul. People feel that, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes. And then you are accessible and you're believable and people can relate to you and they don't see you as, some guru on top of the mountain, but actually another person who can understand them. And so that's really important.
Yes.
It's important for them to know that you've been in the trenches, that you know what they're going through. Otherwise, how can they trust you?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that you're just like they are, because I've met all the celebrities, and I've met more than my share, and they're just people, and they've all had tragedies, and they've all had successes, and they've all had tragedy from their successes, so we all deal with it.
Yes,
and so a lot of times people have that feeling that they're not like us, whatever that us is.
That's right.
And it's not true, right?
That's right. And that's part of my process. My work is to help people change their stories so that they see that, and a lot of coaches, that's their process, is to change people's stories so that they see that they can do things, that their limiting beliefs are holding them back.
Mm-hmm. When the person's giving, these awesome stories about their life, I see a lot of people. One of my friends, her she just jumped in my head. She was hearing my story and then she was wanting to give hers, but then she felt like hers wasn't good enough because she hadn't gone through all the trauma crap that I went through. I says, your losing your job is just as heart-wrenching as me going through cancer. Don't devalue your pain because it's not my pain.
That's right. That's right. And we don't really want a grief to be a competitive sport.
Right? What is that?
You start to tell your story. You're fresh out of a loss, and then you tell this to this person, and you say, "Oh, you think that so much? Let me tell you what I went through." Well, that's not very helpful. That's not a very helpful way of responding to somebody's loss.
Right.
Yeah.
She was, telling me about it. She had gone on and on about, losing her job and how that felt and on and on. And then I got up on stage and I, told people it was at a different kind of conference that we kind of worked into these different huge things that have happened in our past. And she came out and she's like, well, I feel silly telling you about, my, losing my job. That was nothing. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was something to you. It has nothing to do with me,
Well, and also we go back to what I said before about all the griefs, all the losses being connected. So if somebody has a really intense reaction to a loss, there's probably something underneath deeper that is triggering that reaction. So, for example, when I first got out of graduate school, I got my first teaching job and I worked really, really hard to do well because that was the kind of person I was. And after a year and a half, they gave me what they call a terminal contract. They weren't going to renew my contract. And I was devastated because all my life, through all of school, I knew how to suss out the teacher and give them what they wanted. And suddenly I was in a situation in which that particular process didn't work. And it devastated my reality, my whole scheme of how to exist in the world. And it took me a long time to recover from that.
Yeah. And I even see, people that avoid that conversation, that feeling of loss, right?
Yes.
By continuing to do something. I had a guy that I know, he's still in college and he's like in his 50s now, because he just never wanted to stop. He just continued because he's like, I'm afraid of the next step and the loss of this very powerful feeling for him that he gets
Safety.
from being in college.
Yes, yes. So, I forgot what I was going to say now. Shucks. It was really good too.
Maybe you'll come up with it.
Yeah.
So tell us how to get a hold of you. What do you have an offer for our great listeners
I
today?
do have an offer, and that is my Grief Essentials Home Program, which has a really charming illustrated guide, little mini book that is full of my illustrations with great wisdom. And then it has 7 weeks of follow-up emails that is really awesome for people who are going through grief, especially the early stages of grief. And then also for the first 5 people who sign up for that, they can get a complimentary, that is free, FREE, 1 hour grief and loss breakthrough session with me on the telephone. So the website is griefessentials.com. I wanted to check and make sure I didn't get that wrong, and I'm going to go ahead and pop that into the feed, okay?
Perfect. I know. Who hasn't done that before? Say your website wrong or something.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
like,
want to do that. Thank you. Whoops. Why isn't it going in there? Let's try this.
Go to
again.
the send a message area and type it in. You put HTTP://
I'm just going to put the because I don't think they need the.
You can copy and
there
paste
it is.
too.
There it is. I got it. There it is. Grief Essentials.
Yay!
Yeah, that'll take them there. But anyway, it's a really great guide. It's got great wisdom in there. The follow-up emails are fabulous, and really, for anybody who is struggling with grief and loss, you get a lot of benefit out of doing this. And as I said, they can also, if they jump on it right away, they can schedule a session with me.
Awesome.
Because
All
it's right
y'all.
in there when they sign up. It's right there.
Jump.
Yeah.
Do it right now. Do it before you even think of it. Just click on that, griefessentials.com. It's right there over to the side, and go and grab that from her. So you want to jump on that opportunity. So that's so much fun. Okay, so everyone, if you forgot who I am, I'm Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speaker Association. I have fabulous people like Michelle. Come on, rock. And we would love to have you on our next Blab-a-thon. So our Fab Blab-a-thon is May 19th. I hope you come on again, Michelle. I'd love to see you.
I would love to. This has been really, really, I can't wait to see the recording and see how I'm doing staring at my camera, whether that's working or not.
Totally working. And so jump on that opportunity to be on our next Blab-a-thon. Go to Public Speakers Association. Let me put that in the little sidebar here, so that way all you have to do is click on it. And go to publicspeakersassociation.com, go over to members page tab. There's a drop down that says Fab Blab-a-thon. Click on that and just fill the form out. If you are not a member of the Public Speaker Association yet, what are you waiting for? You could be on this, you could be on the virtual summit, you could be on my TV show. And then I'm constantly sending out speaking opportunities. Like I sent out 13 of them the other day to associations, corporate conferences, industry conferences, all kinds of amazing events that are waiting for you to go out there, change lives, get connected, and share your message with the world so that you can help transform this planet that we call home. So thank you, Michelle, for being on today and sharing so much wisdom. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Thank you, Tanya. It was my pleasure.
Yay!
And I will come back for sure.
Oh, good. That's awesome. All right, let's see. We've got the incredible Mr. Frank Mullins coming in. And so we're excited to have him in. So thank you. What time is it? Yeah, we got a couple of minutes. So Frank, if you want to go ahead and jump in, you can. And but yeah, we definitely need to get. I'm so glad that we got connected and had dinner the other day.
Yes.
Are you going to come to the event that Kimmy and I are going to be at in San Fran?
Oh, this coming week?
Uh-huh.
I actually have a lot of client calls and client and strategy sessions this week. So I don't know, but I'm hoping she's going to send me a link so I can see if there's any way I can come in at least for a little while.
If you scroll up on the side there in the live chat, she posted the link.
Oh, great.
To it. So
okay, I'll check it out.
The link. Yeah.
Thank you.
And if y'all don't know Tony Wilkins, he's amazing. He's got so much going on and he helps a lot of speakers. So make sure y'all get connected to him anyways. So yay.
All right. Great. Thank you. Do you want me to click myself out, or do you do that?
You can go ahead and either way.
Well, I don't want to leave you alone, so you don't want to be there by yourself. Wait until you get to
I don't know what to do by myself,
somebody to talk to.
Right, exactly. Let's see. Herm. Oh, look, I did that. I just found a new thing that they do. Okay. So Frank, I think I saw you on here. Yep, you're here. So come on in. Just push in. It says call in.
That circle underneath.
And then you'll pop up and I can get you in.
I'm so glad I did that meeting last night with you, that trial run. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I did that.
Yeah, it's I started going, it's helpful, especially in a new system like this. A lot of people need that help. And that's why I created the Public Speakers Association in the first place, is to give a place for people to try things out for the first time.
Yes.
A lot of people have never done a teleconference. If you've done great, teleconferences in the past, awesome. You just come in, you do your thing, and you're done. But those who haven't, well, now you got a safe place so you don't have to worry about it,
Yeah, I really appreciate that, you teaching us all of those things and exposing us to this new technology. You're great.
Well, and it's always helpful that I have two rules. You have to be nice, no mean, grumpy, negative people ever allowed. And the other one is no perfect people. So since I don't expect you to be perfect, hello. I might as well try things.
It's great. Thank you.
So hopefully Mr. Frank will figure it out and get on here. Frank, make sure, there you are.
There he is.
See if we can get him in. Oh, he's got a cute little lady with him.
Yeah. Nice.
Went on air. There you come.
It is. Okay.
Yay.
Okay, Tanya, thanks a lot. I'm out of here.
Bye. Hello, Mr. Frank.
Hello, Tanya.
How are you today?
I'm great. I really enjoyed the last speaker. That was awesome. Michelle did a great job.
Right? Oh, she's awesome. So, that's what is so much fun, is you get to meet all these incredible people all over and over again. So how wonderful is that? Alrighty, everyone. So we're about to hear from the incredible Mr. Frank Mullins. And just a reminder that we've got the Public Speakers Conference coming up, and a lot of the people that you see here today are going to be at that conference. So it's going to be all about connecting you with the top speakers in the world that are the nicest people, and they're there to help, and they're giving of their time and their expertise on how they're making top 6 figures, 7 figures. So myself and my friends will be there to help you, and also getting connected. You will walk out with a speaking opportunity unless you just don't want one. That's how powerful that room is. Every time people come to my conference, they're like, I cannot believe the results from that event. And so they just immediately sign back up. But we already have 100 people signed up, and we're not even getting going yet. So let me put the little link in here so y'all will have that. And Frank, make sure you go and put your website over into the message area also, so people can get a hold of that. So there's the link to the Public Speakers Conference. And we also are looking for nominations. So Collaborator of the Year, both local, national, and international. So 3 different opportunities. Pick which one fits you. If you love connecting people, nominate yourself. Guess what? My panelists do not care that you nominate yourself. So just get it done. And then that way you can use that nomination forever and ever. So make it happen. We also have a video contest running, and it's not video, but it's your speech, right? So under 5 minutes, there are all kinds of topics: best business tip, best personal story, best health and wellness. I mean, there's a gazillion different categories. So get on there and apply and get your video seen. So I'll be posting those videos shortly, so you're going to already get exposure. So you might as well get the marketing exposure. All righty, Mr. Frank, are you ready to go?
I am.
Awesome. All righty. Let me reset my head. These headsets just aren't meant to be worn all day long, right? All righty. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let me give you some clapping here. Did you go ahead and post? Oh, let me post real quick that you're going to be speaking. Hold on. So that's another thing for everyone. When you come on my show, I also promote it through my entire social media realm, which is about 30,000. So that makes it nice because people get to see you. Who's on live now? Join us, because I obviously can't type and not talk at the same time. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! Thank you for watching us. We've been on all day, and now we're on with another incredible guest star, Mr. Frank Mullins. Yay! How are you doing, Frank?
Great, Tanya. Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Yay! So Frank is amazing. Y'all are gonna love him. Let's see. I've got your stuff here somewhere. I'm looking for you. There you are. So I know that, one of the things that I love having everybody do right from the get-go is give us kind of your elevator pitch. Who are you? How fabulous are you? What do you do?
Okay, well, the first thing I'd tell you is that I work with leaders of families to help prepare the next generations of leaders in their family to receive their emotional and their financial inheritance.
Awesome. I mean, that's huge. All right. That's not a little tiny thing to do.
Well, I'll share with you, that's what I'm excited about, because it's a universal that every family can communicate better. And Michelle touched a little bit on it about, the death cultural view of our society, that, we are a death-denying society, and the grief process is made harder because of that. So one of the big things I've learned from my research is that parents can just do so much for their kids, adult children, if they will talk to them about what's coming when they die. And
yes,
oh man, it's like the majority of problems that are related to inheritance and transferring money and property, squabbles that do occur, they can be avoided if parents will just be able to talk and have that conversation and at least find out, getting some input and sharing their assumptions. Assumptions are deadly here, especially if there's a family business or a family home or vacation home, that if the kids that are inheritors, if they find out about it at the attorney's office, it's the worst possible scenario. Everybody's upset and overly emotional, and it creates a negative experience. So my role is to help bring those conversations out while everyone is, has their faculties and can communicate.
Yeah, one of the things that, you see it. Everybody, you just ask, probably anybody on that's listening has seen or gone through personally this thing that happens when someone passes. And I know when my grandmother passed away, all of a sudden my aunts and my mother they just went at each other, and they just pulled the family apart, right? Because not only were you dealing with the emotion and the grief, like Michelle was just talking about, but now you had what to do with her things. Who's going to get that piece of jewelry? Who's going to get the wedding ring? Who's going to get, and suddenly it became just this nitpicking that I was just shocked, because my family's always super, lively and happy. And suddenly it was just like at each other. And it took a long time for that to heal.
Well, it's an emotionally charged area. And I think that because our culture is so in denial about death, that I kiddingly tell people that I help families talk about money and death, which are taboo subjects in our culture. They were in my family, and our family experienced the negative outcomes that most families do when they don't talk about things and they assume things. So I am the third generation of a family that once had money and family unity, and now both are gone. And the thing that really attracted me to your idea about change the world from the front of the room was bringing this message that it can be different, but the traditional estate planning system, if you will, does not really address this area. They're designed to deal with stuff, and they leave the human dynamics part. Generally, it's not addressed, or if it is addressed, it's through a trust document that's going to try and control and limit and really keep the recipients to receive what they've been given. So what our approach is we start, like Stephen Covey said, begin with the end in mind, and said, like, what do you really want to transfer to your children? It's never a dollar amount. And so what we hear is that, would like to transfer the things that we've found meaningful in our life. Would like for them to benefit from some of our experience, hard learned lessons that generally often it's like a library burning down. When somebody dies and they've not documented these, this is their emotional inheritance. What we've learned, how we became who we are. It's really powerful for people who have been financially successful to share their failures, because they're there. I haven't met a family yet that's affluent now that hadn't been broke or went into some other extreme hardship and came out of it, which were their character forming experiences. And unfortunately, often those stories don't get passed along. So I capture stories too.
Oh, that's awesome. So we've got a question over here about what is the best way to not pay tax on inheritance? We already pay tax to accumulated wealth.
Well, it's the best area I would tell you is that I think it's to, one, think about how much that the person that needs it's created the wealth. The second is, how much do we really want to give to our beneficiaries that will be a benefit to them? Because all too often, well-meaning parents will give too much without preparation. So one of the best things you can do is begin to give some of it away. And there's tax efficiencies that are amazing. But more importantly, you might just be modeling a character of generosity that allows your succeeding generations to realize that, man, it's not about getting as much stuff, but sharing and really becoming a social entrepreneur. So the short answer would be, try to give some of it away and get your children. That's part of something you can give them that will serve them well. Because other than that, you can see an attorney. They'll give you all kinds of tax saving ideas. But I'm convinced one of the best ones are charitably based ones, that you can change the world, that some area that you care about, and begin to share that as part of your legacy. Leave the world a better place. Right.
I know there's so many options nowadays. And, I'm always surprised at, you going through this process, and it's such a highly charged, emotionally charged time. And if you've taken just a little bit of time, you're really doing your family an incredible service by figuring out a lot of these things before you pass. But I see people in total denial that they're ever going to pass away, right?
Yes. We're a death-denying culture. It's all about youth and living forever.
Yeah. And do you find too that if people just prepared, even if it's just a little bit, because I know when my father-in-law passed away, he hadn't made any arrangements, even though he was going to a major surgery that obviously did not go well. And it was a total disaster because my mother-in-law didn't know anything. She didn't even know which bank they used. I mean, that's how bad it was. So it was like putting a jigsaw puzzle without the puzzles, without the piece, right? Or even without looking at the box.
You don't know what the box top looks like. So it's interesting still that the majority of people do not have wills.
What is up with that?
Some people will tell you it's 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, but it's the majority. And it doesn't matter how much or how little stuff you have. But it's that denial of death. And it's like, let's not talk about it, which is so hard on the survivors.
Well, especially if you have children, if you got little children, the state actually owns your children until someone else will take them on, right? So why would you want them to go to a foster care when you could go to, a loved one? I mean, these are just basic things.
They will appoint it. They do have a stature, a an order of who would be the guardians, but generally they are not the people you would pick. So you don't want the state to make that decision for you, is what I found.
Exactly. Right? Just like, just a little basic things, Yeah, everyone should have a will. And you can get them inexpensively nowadays. So,
Yes.
if you've got a big estate, pay for the money. But if you just got, if you're just a regular person out there going to work, still get a will. A lot of people don't you think that a lot of people feel like they don't need a will because they feel like they don't have anything to will?
Absolutely. And I do recommend when there are minor children involved that you actually see an attorney, because crazy things happen, and you don't want to leave that to chance or have someone else make that decision for you. And if you do one of those online wills, those do not hold up well if they're challenged. So that's just one thing. And a lot of people will go through the estate planning process and spend lots of money creating documents and all these trusts and various vehicles to save taxes. And they'll pay for the work, which is expensive, and then not implement.
Right.
And it's because usually the parents have got some unresolved differences, which is kind of to one of my biggest points that what I provide people is the opportunity to get on the same page through a series of, I ask questions and listen. One of my experiences is I ask clients I interview them and do videos. And one client had said, I asked the question, if you'd both died yesterday, would your children be prepared for what's coming and how their lives would be affected? And they looked at each other and said, well, no. And I said, well, do you feel like you're responsible? Yes. So there's a big disconnect that people just do not normally want to think about. And it's not a matter of intelligence or net worth. It's having, I would say, just that, chutzpah, whatever you want to call it. It's willing to be uncomfortable and think through and talk about these things that I coach families on this. I tell the parents, if you will think of this in terms of removing a stumbling block from your kids, so that it's not about your dying, but it's about them being able to have a relationship when you're gone, then that can often help them feel a little more comfortable, or at least fortified to have that conversation. Because they often say we've not done what we wanted to in terms of transferring our non-financial capital, and we need to.
Yeah. And even, I remember as a teenager, my grandmother, she came to me one day and she's like, we need to have a talk. I'm like, okay. And she's like, so I bought the piece of land up on the hill. And I'm like, okay, not understanding she was talking about a cemetery plot, right? And she goes, I need to know what you want when I pass away. And I'm like, what's happening? Why and I didn't understand that she was just looking forward to the future, and she wanted to make sure everyone was at least getting taken care of what they were looking for, she was surprised I only wanted pictures, because who needs flower covered, whatever, right? The style was not mine, but the pictures was sentimental to me, so it was great that she had that discussion, and we had a great talk about it. Once I understood it didn't mean an actual piece of land. It was
cemetery plot.
It was a very expensive piece of land. So when you are helping people through this process, I love that you videotape them. Are they grateful that you're doing that step, or is it uncomfortable for most people?
It's wonderful. They really enjoy it. One of my clients that we got through, and he just said, for the first time, my wife and I are on the same page. And I'll ask them things. One of my questions, are wealth and money the same thing? And it's really just interesting, the responses. And I've got a couple that's been married 45 years, and they discovered some things about one another as a result of these questions. So generally, it's a very beneficial process. They like it. The outcomes that I asked, well do you feel like you've prepared your children in terms of being able to talk about sensitive topics? Because this is the big one. If we can improve their level of communication, build some trust that it's okay if we disagree, we're not going to cut off a limb or something, then I call it renorming is what it is. If our family tends to avoid topics and there's somebody kind of, out of alignment, then I facilitate these conversations that allows them to disagree without being disagreeable, and allow them to create a structure for what I call group decision making. The formal term is family governance, but it's just the idea of like, who's going to lead the family when mom's gone? Where are we going to have Christmas? Will we continue the traditions? So helping families kind of think through that and begin to prepare and think about who will lead the family. And if there's a business, it's even more, sometimes enmeshed. But all this can be improved if we can get the conversations going.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's hard to see, especially your family, because you think you know them so well. But there's so much in their feelings that you don't even know is there. I was just talking to my dad the other day, with the flood that just happened in our house, we had all of our pictures were soaked because I kept them in little boxes. Well, I'm at the top of the hill. I wouldn't think that I was ever going to get in a flood. So with the busted pipe, they all got wet. And so the people are digitizing them. So I'm going to have all my pictures on a disc or on a flash drive or whatever, however they're going to give it to me. And so I was just telling my family, I was calling them up and say, hey, by the way, if there's pictures you want, I'm going to have them. I can email them to you. So I talked to my dad. And I just happened to say, I got all the pictures of you and mom when y'all got married, because they're no longer married. They're divorced. And he got all choked up. He goes, I don't have any of those pictures. He goes, I would love to have those pictures. He goes, that was a whole part of my life that went with your mother when we got divorced. She took all the pictures. He goes, I don't have pictures when you were a baby or anything. I'm like, I never thought about him not having those pictures and that he would want them. And so that was like huge. It was like both of us were like, whoa, okay, I'll give you no pictures,
It's funny.
And so I think it's
because one of the deliverables I help families have, that there's a new technology platform that is awesome. It has high level of security. It's like military grade encryption. And it allows for storing, thousands of photographs, artifacts, diary entries. I have one lady's full wedding journal from her wedding day 50 years ago, and it's beautiful. So this technology, we can basically preserve the pictures. We can digitize all of the photographs that are in the albums just deteriorating and put them in one place. And one of my clients said, you mean my brother who's got pictures of my dad that I don't have, and my sister who has letters from my mother, again, that I've never seen, we could put them in one place and have access to them and even print them? It's like, yeah. And by the way, it's mobile friendly. So you can see them on your phone. It's very cool.
That is awesome. You'll have to send me that info because, I was surprised because, when we sent over those pictures, I didn't think about how many pictures I actually had. And we ended up with 2 suitcases full and one of those little stacking plastic drawer thingies.
Mm-hmm.
We had put those because we were trying to save all the pictures out of these, soaked boxes. And it's $2,500 worth of digitization at 30 cents a piece or whatever it is, I'm like, that's a lot of pictures.
Yes. Well, it's amazing how many we have once we start looking. And the company I use has a batch scanner. They can do like 500 an hour if they don't need any restoration and stuff. But it's just amazing how powerful it is. And I'm doing my own, by the way. It's a project that even with my dysfunctional family, as I've gone through it, I've found some good things there. So I do believe that this is the legacy that we want. We want to believe that, we had our issues in our family, but there was a lot of good things there. And this is part of one of my goals in working with families sometimes they're just wrapped around the axle on, one issue that's gotten larger than life. If we can reshift to what's right with the family, then, man, beautiful things happen. They get unstuck. And the photographs and video interviews. By the way, we send the video interviews to the adult children before a family meeting is how that works. And it's powerful.
I know we were going to, before my grandfather passed away, he was 93. We were going to sit down and videotape him and, to have him tell his stories. And why didn't we do it? Right? We all said we were wanted to do it, and we just never took the time to. And I'm encouraging everybody, just do that. Do it with your children, right? They're only going to be that age and be that silly once, Yes, things funny. Like that.
The millennials and their kids are our target for saving this past legacy. But we have an 18-year-old daughter who, our bonding time is she'll come in at the end of the night and show me her phone, her photographs and videos. And now we can immediately upload these to this ARC platform and put them in a orderly format, whether it was a vacation or graduation, prom, those can be preserved now. And it's immediate, so that we've now got the old interviews of, like, I've got an 85-year-old family I just interviewed, and 2 generations after them, which those are all preserved and they'll be digitally accessible from this secure website. So it's a living, breathing legacy of we're connected by going back 80 years or something.
That is awesome. Well, tell us. Oh, someone asked, will you share the platform? Do you know what it's called?
Yes, it's called Family ARC, Family ARC. And you can go to their website. There's a 4-minute introductory demo. It will give you a great idea. And I'm one of their registered partners. I just think this is a tremendous thing, that capturing that, and with my books and videos that I create, those are put in the ARC, but now we can put the kids, movies and stuff up there with them. So it's truly multimedia. We can also do the, VHS, 8mm movies, slides, and it's just preserved and in one place. And all the family, if you want them to, can access them. So familyarc.com.
Thank you. Now, do you have something you would like to offer our listeners today?
Yes, I do. I'd like to give an hour's coaching session and let them experience this assessment form that I talked about, because it's really 7 questions. I kind of ask, is this important and how are you doing? And so that's where I would start, and then helping them. People want to know, how do I have this conversation with my parents without them thinking I'm greedy or morbid or any of those negative things? And that's what I can help them do, because there is a desire on the part of parents to have these conversations, just as there's a desire on the part of the children, adult children, to talk. And just way too often it doesn't happen, and negative, bad things happen by well-meaning members.
Right. Exactly. So put in over to the side how to get a hold of you for that, and love for them to get connected to you. So how much is the coaching session you're giving away?
It would probably be about $200.
Okay. So take advantage of that and get connected to Frank, and take advantage. That's a very generous offer. So we appreciate that. Also, I'm going to put up my link there. I always have a contest every month. It's always pulled on the first of the month. So good luck to all those that enter. So there's the link, TanyaHoffman.com/win/. And I'm giving away a 1-hour coaching session. So an hour coaching with me is $1,000. So you could be the lucky winner. Plus it asks you about, do you want to just have a conversation about how to be a speaker and stuff? So if you've ever wanted to get on stage and make an impact, or how to make money, or whatever those questions are that comes up in your head, how to use Blab, how to find new clients, I can help you with those things. So go there and check that out. So awesome. Did you put your link up?
Where do I do that? I'm sorry, I'm not Blab trained yet.
Okay, down at the bottom of the live chat, at the very bottom, it says send a message.
Okay.
So that's where you would type it in.
And I'm in the process, I'm working on a new website that is not up yet. but it will be called Generational Wealth Transfer. So let me just put my email in for now.
Perfect. That works. Awesome. Yay. Let's see who we have coming up now. Oh, Miss Lawana Parker and Marla Reagan. Ooh. Yay. Well, thank you so much, Frank, for being on today. I so enjoyed it. And you got to come on my TV show really soon.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
Awesome. We're going to transition over. Here's Miss Marla now. I'm trying to click on her thingy, but it won't click on. Huh. Here, I'm going to lock the seat again. I'm going to unlock it. Let's see. There we go. Hey, let's try it again. That's weird. Click anywhere in the close sidebar. Oh, great. So, there we go. Show callers. Okay, I already did you. Hey, Marla, go out and then come back in because it's not catching you for some reason. Thank you, Frank. Hello, Miss Luana.
Hi. Girl,
and y'all know you all want Luana, so she's she's awesome.
You didn't forget.
I never forget.
This is exciting. I've been watching off and on all morning and listening to the speakers, and they have some wonderful things to say.
I'm not sure, Miss Marla, why it's not recognizing you. Let's try it again. One person calling in, and you're already here. Darn blab. Let me lock, and let me unlock. Okay. Try again, Marla. And Miss Luana, can you pull your camera down so it's not so focused up at the ceiling?
Okay.
So we see more of your prettiness. Not really. Oh, you know what? It's using the wrong camera. Whatever camera you're using is not using that one. Okay. So what you need to go is go out. If you want to use that one, you have to go out and choose it when they have the little drop down that comes out.
Okay.
Or you can stay there and just use the one you've got.
If you can see me fine, that's okay with me.
Okay.
My chair is a little low for some reason.
It is a little low.
It doesn't want to stay up.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay,
so
great.
We'll look up at your ceiling for you. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Miss Marla, why are you not showing up? I've never had this happen before. It says to cancel. Let me see if all right. See if I do some things if let's see. I don't know, Miss. I won't show in recordings. Audio or choose. Show in recordings. They're saying you're a drop in, so it's not wanting to bring you in. Are you, and you're logged in, Marla? I don't know. Is it still working on you, Luana?
It is?
Yeah, because it's got a little circle thing, and it's still got you over there.
I see me fine.
I know.
Can
I
you
see
hear
you
me all
here.
right?
Yeah, I see you here, but over in my area where I let people come in, it won't stop circling you. So I think that's the problem. Can you go out and come back in?
I can certainly try.
Okay. So let's see if that works. Okay. So we'll stop that. Stop. I could always refresh the system. It won't stop. No, I don't want to do that. I hate when Blab glitches. Because now it's not even stopping the whole thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I'm afraid if I refresh that it'll knock us off the whole thing. I'm going to refresh because it's stuck. And we'll come back in. So I'm going to refresh. If I go away completely, I'll be trying to back right away. So let me copy and paste this whole thing. And we'll figure this out. Cancel. Yeah, because it's not letting me do it. Okay.
You hear me?
Yay!
Hello. I love it when things work out.
Right? It's so annoying when it doesn't. So, what can we do? Sometimes we just have to reboot and refresh.
There you go. That's exactly what we need to do.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
I can hear you good.
Great.
I wish you could pull your camera down a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Is it on a... There you go. There you go.
How's that? Better?
Better. I always see more of you instead of the ceiling. Seems like you were like, let's look up at Luana.
Thanks. Wow, this is exciting.
Awesome. Right? We're going to have so much fun. Okay, let me get y'all stuff up here. All right. Let me read y'all stuff because I know what Miss Marla does. I know what you do. All right, we're just going to have fun and start from here. So before we get started, go ahead and put your website over there to the send a message under the live chat. Put your website so people can easily click on that and get connected with you. And then don't forget to tweet and post so that the people on Twitter and Facebook will know that we're still having a blast. Luana Parker and Marla Reagan.
Hey, hello. Just
on
trying to
live now.
Situated.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. That was the craziest thing. I've never had Blab do that. So who knows what happened.
Yeah.
All righty. We ready to go, ladies?
Yes.
All righty. Let's have fun. All right. Ready? Starting to get a little shiny. I need to go freshen up in a little bit. All righty. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the host today. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And this is part of the PSA and what we do for our members. And I have two of the most fabulous people you're going to ever meet. Miss Luana Parker. Yay! And the fabulous Miss Marla Reagan. Yay! So, ladies, I am so excited that y'all are here and going to share your expertise with us. I know it is one of those things that kind of blows me away because Marla and I got connected like many moons ago. I don't even remember where we first met. Do you remember? I have no idea.
And I think it might have been in
It was a speaking engagement, a speaking event.
It was something fabulous. And we just immediately was like, clink, and we were like, I just love you. And you're like, oh my gosh. And just like, hug, hug, hug. And then I just met Lawana not too long ago at an event. And it was like, she sat by me and it was like we were sisters already. I was like, oh my gosh. And she's got like the most brilliant name. Who wouldn't want to have the name Lawana? Because everyone's wanna Lawana, right? You just wanna. So it's brilliant and she's adorable. And y'all are going to love these ladies as much as I do. So I want to make sure that everyone kind of knows a little bit about you and who you are. So Lawana, why don't you tell us a little bit about how fabulous you are and what you're up to in the world? Oh, you froze.
Yikes.
Oh, okay. Hopefully she'll come back in just a second.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So Marla, why don't you tell us how fabulous you are and how you go out and change the world?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me and having this. And
well, I can't possibly tell them how fabulous I am, but I am.
Lawana, you
the things that are going on, and
so we missed out on your intro.
Yeah. Let Marla finish, and then we'll go back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I am the owner of Organized Time. Organized Time is in its 19th year of business. And I am beginning to transition from professional organizer into productivity coach. So I'm having a blast with that. And I've always said that I've helped people get organized from the inside out, and the coaching is just helping more on the inside, and hopefully will help them also to get organized on the outside. And it's clearing mental clutter. It's helping you with your productivity and your time management, because honestly, the bottom line of clutter and all of that is time management. So it's just getting right down to the root of what's going on with clutter and all that good stuff. And I've recently gotten my coaching certification, and I have also had my family manager coach certification. So so it all goes hand in hand, and I love what I do. So.
Yay!
Yes.
All right, Lawana, give it another shot.
Okay,
No,
are
it's
you guys
you.
freezing up?
Yeah.
Because I
Are you connected?
missed some of that. It's me.
You can see us
'Cause
and
I can
everything.
Yeah, it could be your bandwidth.
Yeah. Are you connected to Wi-Fi or to the Ethernet cable? Oh, I think she froze again.
Are you there?
No, I think she froze.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Oh, dear.
Maybe kick her off. I don't want to freak her out, but come back in. Ms. Lawana, come back in and try again. Oh, let me unlock the seat. And maybe that'll help. All right, so we'll just kind of keep going, and hopefully Lawana can join us back in, because I saw her just drop out completely. So it's probably her Wi-Fi or her internet base.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I've always been impressed with you. I'm always impressed with people who could be organized anyways. And I think it's funny because people always, one of the things they ask me is always, how are you so organized, Tanya? I'm like thinking to myself, I'm organized, but I get stuff done. And I've had a system, but it's like my system. I couldn't train somebody else to do what I do. Right.
Well, you might be able to, but you really hit it on the head when you said that you have a system. And once you can systematize your process, then yes, you're going to be like that little duck that looks like things are so smooth on the top, but you're just pedaling like crazy underneath. So, and that's you. You make it look very smooth, but we know that you're just pedaling like crazy underneath. But that's
I love that visual.
Yeah.
That is so awesome. I can just see me sitting there and everyone's like, oh, she just has it so together. And I'm like, ah!
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
That is incredible. All right, Miss Luana, you want to try it again? Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
You can't hear us? Yeah, I can tell your system is glitching.
It's kind of jittery, like as if you were freezing
Are
and you're
you
trying to talk with chattering teeth.
are
So if you can hear me okay, I'll try to respond to your questions.
are you on Chrome or Firefox? Look at the message board.
Let's try.
Yeah. Maybe she's on the wrong browser. Sometimes that has to do with it.
Ah,
Yeah, she just froze again.
okay. She may want to try on her phone.
Oh no, the phones are worse on Blab. They
Are they?
glitch
Oh,
real
okay.
bad.
Oh,
Tracy
okay,
Allen
good to
tried a
know.
while ago. It was like,
Oh,
especially if you've got multiple people. I guess for some reason, I'm not sure. He says he's used it on the phone, so I'm not sure.
yeah.
Luana, can you hear me? You froze again a minute ago. Yep.
Oh dear. Okay.
Little.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear
So
you.
we'll just.
Mhm.
Huh. I don't know. So hopefully she can figure herself out. I
We
bet the
may have to
kittens are all
reschedule me
meowing
because
over there.
Yeah.
So, when you're looking at systems, because
It
it's all
seems I
about
can
systems,
watch.
right? But it's also about productivity. And what I see that usually people are breaking out in productivity. They can't get things done because everything's a mess. Everything is scattered. Everything, there's no system put in place to make sure it all gets done. So is that something that you kind of help people with?
Absolutely. We do need to look at their space and determine what's going on here and how we can do away with the things that we no longer need, because I find that things that have expired, so to speak, are still hanging around when we really need to let go of a lot of things. And once we can let go of the things that we no longer need, and we put the things that we do need in place and find a home, so to speak, for those things, then we can get on with our business, and things will go so much just better, just put the process in place for for what they need to do.
Right.
And I find there's a lot of resistance in letting go. And my philosophy is and I'm especially talking about paper. If paper took on a funky smell like the stuff in the refrigerator did, we wouldn't have paper problems. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
I love it. Love it. Hey, Luana, you look better now.
Hi.
So hopefully you don't.
I'm laughing because she's absolutely right about that.
Right.
To accumulate paper. I'm guilty of the same thing. I accumulate paper. I should just
now you know
stuff
who
go.
to go to. I know my husband's always like, he would rather have no paper anywhere, and I'm like still stuck on some of the paper issues. So Luana, while we've got you, tell us about you. Hopefully we could get through your first sentence. Are you there? Oh,
I'm here.
You're glitching. Can you hear me? Aw, I don't know what to do with you, girlfriend. Try to go ahead and tell us about you. See if we can get a little bit out of you.
Well,
you can't hear us.
Let me just share a little bit about myself if you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Luana Parker, and I have been for over a year now working with women in the women's shelter. I had a friend who heard a speech I gave one time and thought, oh, that would be perfect with the women I'm involved with. So I started a program, and that has kind of evolved into other people who have heard the speech and the workshop that I had been doing, and thought that's why I'm stepping out now, is getting out there, because you know what I've discovered is that there are a lot of people who are missing out on life because they're afraid to take the chance. And when you get to be a certain age, you really start thinking about what's the purpose of
That
me
was
still
mine.
being around.
Yeah, I can hear you. We just can't see you anymore.
So, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I just can't see you. You're
Tell
it
you
says
what, why don't
you have
we
poor internet still.
reschedule?
Okay. Yeah. Try coming back later and see if we can get you back on. Okay. All right, let me tell her. Let's see. The one that's got to be on here somewhere. There you are. So come back on later and try again. All righty. So let's keep going, Miss Marla.
All righty, let's keep going.
Sometimes we, technical issues are always, one of those things you got them or you don't, So when we're looking at systems, because I know I was so funny. I was talking, we were at Katrina Stallwood's event not too long ago, and she's like, she couldn't believe she went over to a lady's laptop and like her whole desktop was little folder, little icons of all these things. Nothing was in folders. Nothing was organized.
Yeah.
And she's like, how long does it take you to find one thing you're looking for?
Yes.
And you probably see that all the time.
Uh-huh.
People are like going through paperwork, trying to find that one piece of paper or whatever, right?
Yes. Yes, it's definitely coming up with that system and just putting like things together. It's that simple. And people do put things all out or all on the desktop because out of sight means out of mind. And my comeback to that is, what does your kitchen look like? Where are your glasses? Where are your cups? Where do you keep your silverware? Is it all out on the cabinet? No, it's not. It's not out on the countertops. It has a place. And the reason that your kitchen doesn't look like that is because it has established homes. And when you have those established homes, then you know exactly where to go. And it's the same thing with your office, your bedroom, your bathroom, your computer, desktop as well, or your computer anyway. So it is just establishing those homes and remembering where they are. And sometimes with a document, you may need to write down, okay, it's in this folder and it's called this, if it's not that obvious. So because sometimes when you do get a little busy and you just hurry up and save something, you can forget where you save it. So
oh yeah, who hasn't done that?
Exactly. So it's,
or what my favorite is I name something because it's the name of whatever the document is at the top, but that's not what you're going to be looking for it as, right? And you're like, where is that thing? But you're not thinking about the title that you created it. It's the giveaway. It's not whatever. So yeah, I've learned to simplify the titles I give it for the folders,
Exactly. And when I help people establish a filing system, I ask them, what are you going to think of when you're looking for this document? Are you going to think of auto? Are you going to think of car? Are you going to think of Toyota? What comes to mind when you're thinking about that particular document? That's the name that you need to give it, not the regular name. It may be, Sylvia is my car's name, but I'm not going to file it under Sylvia, but it's whatever you're going to think of. So
your car is named Sylvia?
Yeah.
That is so specific. Yeah.
We name everything, let me tell you. So.
That's awesome.
So it's just what's in your brain, and I went to a gentleman's home office, and he had five drawer filing cabinets, and everything was in alpha order. So his Discover card was under D, his Visa was under V. Now, I could have taken all of that and put it under C for credit cards, but that's not how he thinks about it. I can't retrain somebody's brain. I have to ask you, how are you going to think about where to find this? And because there's no cookie cutter system, there's an alpha system, there's a numeric system, whatever it is that works for you. So personally, I like things together. So
Well, it's funny because I had this whole conversation one time with a lady because she used to be a executive secretary, and I have all of my clients filed under their first name.
Okay.
And to her, that was like the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard. But that's the only way I know people. I rarely even know somebody's last name.
Yeah, it surprises me when people go, "Oh, they do have a last name." Yeah.
Yeah.
In my phone, that's how it is. T, you're under Tanya. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wouldn't be looking under Reagan because Reagan would be someone's first name.
Exactly. So, yeah, but it's just how you think about it. Now I can make recommendations, but my question is always, how are you going to think about this particular object to relocate it or to locate it again? So not relocate.
I love that.
Look at it again. So,
because I know we're redoing our office now because of the flood and everything. All of that's gone. All of our desks. I know. But life goes on. And so now I'm like really looking at, I get a new desk and, chests and,
start
drawers.
From ground zero.
Exactly. I'm like, oh my gosh. So all of the procedures that I had, how can I redefine that? So I may need to have a chat with you, but
I would love to help you with that. Absolutely. Give me a call. We'll Zoom it. But you are going to go right back to the way you had things because in your brain, you've already established where those things go. It's just like your silverware drawer. When you move into a new home, you're kind of going to recreate what you had in the last home. Okay, the glasses went here and the pots went there. And so, in all of the homes that we've lived in, that's pretty much been the standard to put things back where I had it before. And the reason we do that, it's a habit, and that keeps us from having to relearn something. So, and it works. We've already have it established up here. So
it's already there. Why are you going to try to reinvent what you already learned for yourself?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Well, I know. I can't believe it's already at the time we need to start kind of wrapping up. I mean, it just seems like it's been crazy.
Yes.
So when, what do you have something that you would like to give our listeners today? Something that you would like to offer them?
Yes, absolutely. I have, it's a 30-minute strategy session for your productivity, or if you have a lot of clutter around and you don't know where to start, it's your choice of what you would like to discuss. And if you go to my website, organizedtime.com/about Marla, and go to the bottom of the page, there's a place to fill out, and I will get that information and we'll set up a time that's good for both of us. So, yeah.
Yay! We'll jump on that. Put it over into the little message area so they can easily get to it and find it and all that kind of good stuff. And then here's the link to the Public Speakers Association. Remember that you could go under the Summits tab is Past Summits, and you can listen to the past recordings of all these amazing people, full on training presentations over and over and over again. So there's all different kinds that you could take advantage of. So make sure you jump on that opportunity to get not only listen to the presentations, but get connected to those people. If you're looking for a speaker for your next event, obviously Marla is available. She's awesome. She's done so many keynotes and training workshops and all. So you would just go to the speaker search and there's a little tab in there that you would just put in Marla or Tanya or Luana or whoever, and you'll find all their contact information right there. So it makes it super easy to get any of them booked for your next opportunity. So yippee! Well, thank you, Marla, for being on today.
I enjoyed it.
And sorry
very
about
much.
the little craziness with Miss Luana, but we'll get Luana on later.
Hope so.
And
yes.
because we want Luana back. So I just love her name. Yes. She's like, okay, Tanya, it's enough. Okay, oh no, I haven't had enough fun with it yet. So yay!
Okay. All right.
So thank you and see you soon. Let's talk soon.
All right. Bye.
Yay, bye. And now we've got Angelie Monroe and Falora Decrashani. I always get her last name wrong. So where are y'all? I don't see y'all on here. So they should be here any moment now. I guess we could have had Miss Marla stayed for a little bit longer. Miss Lawana, if you want to try real quick again, you can, if you think it'll be any helpful. So we're still waiting for, and I don't know where my husband put my phone. That's good. He's been monitoring my phone for me. There's Miss Lawana. And accept. And have you come back in. I think it's your internet, girlfriend. I think it's just not strong enough. I'm not sure. Well, we love you anyways. So if you're just now joining us, obviously there's been so many amazing people on here. If you missed Kathy Loftman, oh my gosh, she's incredible. Cheryl Jennings, and she was such a wonderful host for us. So make sure you go and watch that, and gave me a little bit of a break. So that was awesome. We're going to have amazing people all the rest of the evening until about 8 o'clock tonight. So we're going to have just back-to-back incredible presentations and information. Here's Miss Lawana. See if we can get her on here. I think it's 4:30. Yes. So hopefully get Miss Angie in and all. We have also upcoming, we've got right after that, Georgiana Covell and Alyssa Rushton. We got, and Barbara Williams is going to be here, and Bonita. Yay, Bonita's going to be here. So we just got so many fabulous people coming in. And y'all are going to love that. We are looking for speakers. So if you're like, oh, I would love to be on the next Fab Blab-a-thon, then the next one is May 19th. So May 19th will be our next Blab-a-thon. And you can jump in and get connected, and it's just great exposure. I push out all of this information to my database. So that's 30,000 people who see your name and your picture. Plus, we put you up on the website. So again, right up above there is Public Speakers Association. It's a great place to get connected, but also to find out about all the marketing opportunities for you as a speaker, as a business person, which is really the same thing. Hello, Sherry. Welcome. So what we're doing is we're waiting for our next speakers for the Blab-a-thon. But, one of the things that people ask me is, gosh, you got so much going on, Tanya. Why do you do so much? And, what does that really do for people? And reason I started the Public Speakers Association January of 2013, and the reason I think it's grown so quickly across the US, Canada, and now we're opening up Europe and soon beyond that, is that people have an incredible voice, right? They've got a message that can truly change lives. They've got an expertise that can help people in business and health and wealth and love and relationships. I mean, this is what it's about, right? It's about the connectivity and reachability to people all over the place. And what I always think of, and this is why I love the internet so much, is, when I used to have retail stores in Houston, I only got to really help people about 15 miles around me, right? Maybe up to 30. Especially in Houston back then. I mean, it's just such a massive market. So you really weren't there to help a lot of people. So now with the internet and the reachability that we have, I always think about that, person in the middle of, Wisconsin in February that's freezing and they would love to be connected and hear you, right? Or the person that's in the middle of LA that needs help in their business, or the person, in Bangladesh that is ready to learn about spirituality or relationships or marketing. I mean, you just don't know where people are and where they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you to change their life. So that's why I created the Public Speakers Association and why I have all these different incredible opportunities. There's Miss Flora. Flora, you can go ahead and come in. Click on the little circle that says call in, and then we'll get you accepted. So yeah, just it's really about the growth and the possibility that you're here. Hi, Bobby. It's great to have you here. For you to really, light the fire. I just saw Spitfire for Bobby, right? Good afternoon. Where you have the ability to change somebody's life, to light somebody on fire, to make people go, oh, right? I mean, that's what it's about. There you are.
Hello.
Yay. So we're so excited that you're going to be here today. I don't see Miss Angie, but hopefully she'll jump in here in a little while and join us. If you want to, go ahead and put your website over to the send a message area in the live chat so that people can just click easily onto your website.
Okay, that's on the left. Or where do I put it?
On the right, and it says live chat, and at the very bottom, after all the people's names and all the stuff, it says send a message at the very bottom. And then let me put a tweet and a post that you're going on. Flora Derakashani. I don't know.
Yes.
You have a lot of vowels and consonants to your name. Here we go, and post. Flora, there you are. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. And tweet and face post and let everybody know that you want to let know that we are going. All right, I'm going to lock this in unless I see Miss Angie pop up. All righty, so let's get on. Are you ready to go?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm getting a little shiny. I'm like, oh, I probably need a little powder. Really? You have to bark now? All right. All right, ready, set. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. This is our next segment, and we're so happy that you're still here and you're watching and you're going to enjoy this because, oh my gosh, you are in for a treat. We have the incredible guest star, Miss Flora Derakashani. Yay!
Hello.
She's amazing, and you're going to love everything.
Tanya. Thank you.
Yay! She's fabulous. You're going to love her. She travels all over the world. She helps women all over this planet and just has an incredible heart. So, Flora, tell everybody about you and just how fabulous you are.
Oh, goodness. So, my background is actually I've worked as an engineer for a long time in the nuclear industry. And so from engineering, I turned into becoming an entrepreneur. And also I work with women entrepreneurs, as well as, doing what I call human potential consulting, which is really helping individuals to rise above what they think their potentials are and be more successful in whatever they're doing. So I'm a peace building consultant. I've done that for a long time. I am an author, and I work with women and girls mostly, and help entrepreneurs create a successful, profession and be more successful in whatever that they are doing.
So I know, you you have really, kind of hit on, a lot of points there that I think is really beneficial to a lot of people because they get really kind of stuck. They're kind of resistant to change. Do you find that?
Well, that's one of the things that, we need to be more successful. We need to really look at, or creating new possibilities and new opportunities always requires requires change. And success wouldn't be possible without change. And however, most of us do resist the change. And there are a lot of studies that have shown that that's actually is not just psychological. It also is a physiology as well. And it is, we always say, oh, change is painful. And there are a lot of studies that shows that it actually is painful. And however, new possibilities only emerges when we break the old patterns and behaviors. And that's how new ideas and new ways of interactions would arise. And so the way that I look at it is that success is really laying foundations, and you need to have a strong foundation. And if you want to, create new possibilities and opportunities, then what that means is that you have to create also new patterns of doing things as well, and changing the way that you have behaved. It's very interesting that our human brain is sometimes really acts like a 2-year-old, because when you tell them what to do, they push back. So great change is about solving a problem. So you have to go to the root cause of it and find out what is it that you want to do, and then just work on that. There is what I call a change management tools that you need to use, and that's what I use with my clients. And so most of the the resistance to change can be avoided if you use effective tools, effective change management. And
nice.
So it's a
normal,
resistance is a normal human reaction, really. So you need to use certain tools in order to look at how you can change it. And so before you start doing that, you really need to first look at the root cause. Why are you resisting? And then managing the resistance is, it changes everything. And you can, instead of looking at the symptoms, and you look at the root cause, and then find out how you can, you can go about it. There are different reasons for it. So there are studies that they have taken a lot of people through this, and they have found out that the main aspect of why we resist the change is lack of awareness. And then,
so when you say lack of awareness that they need to change, or of the change value, or what is that?
The lack of awareness of why they need to go through the change. They want a different result, but they they don't really ask themselves the right questions in order to know, okay, what is the impact and how does it impact my life, both positive and negative. So when you are aware of the impact of the change, both, as I said, both positive and negative, that can help you cope with the problems of change, or the pain of change. And sometimes even our experiences with the past, our past performance or whatever that we've done in the past that wasn't really fruitful, that also can contribute to it as well.
So, because when I talk to people about being a speaker, right? Yeah. And usually there's a couple things that keep people from really interacting well. And one of them is this: I'm not willing to change the way I do things already on stage
Right.
to make a difference,
Right.
or I don't want to change my kind of belief system of who I am now, that I could be somebody else and be a bigger person or whatever their kind of that head game is, right?
Right. Yeah, it's
So,
it is really, you have to assess the impact and assess the benefits. And when we don't assess the two aspects of it, then that's when we really, it's very hard. We want to do the same thing, but as I said, we want a different result. And there's no way that we can create bigger opportunities, because we all want, new contacts, we want new resources, we want different things, but then we do the same things that we have done in the past. And that's where you are not going to really get the result that you want. And sometimes it's really good to even engage other people in your process. That also is very helpful as well.
do you find, since you travel all over the place and everything, this is kind of universal, right?
It is. It's actually, as I said, there is a science. There's a book that is very beautiful. It's called The Neuroscience of Leadership that David Rock and Jeffrey Schwartz wrote. And they talk about that it's really not, that resistance is not psychological reaction. It's physiological as well. So for you to act in a new way requires more power from your brain. So you push back when you are want to change. So
I could see that.
So it is a difficult, as I said, we always say, change is painful. It actually is painful. So that's when we need to have that awareness in order to know that our brain is going to resist it, and we have to see how we can change the way that we look at it. It's mindset as well. It's about mindset. Yeah.
What differences do you see? I'm kind of curious, when you're traveling like the US, the Middle East, and other areas, what is like some of the big hurdles for different kind of groups of people to kind of get over that other people don't seem to have? Do you see any pattern, or is it pretty much the same?
Yeah, well, I would say it's similar, but it's different degrees. It's different degrees. So it's about fear, and it's about doubt. There is a beautiful quote by Gary Zukav that says, "When you resist change, you experience emotional pain and physical pain. When you welcome change, you relax and open to new possibilities." And he said that resistance is an experience of fear and doubt, and openness is an experience of love and trust. So when you trust an outcome, then you are going to be welcoming these new experiences. And when you're thinking about the change as joyful, then you are going to, you're going to welcome it. So it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's really about having clarity around what you want, why you want it. And, it's just, you have to make, a powerful statement around it in order to have that passion behind what you want to do. So that creates, that passion will drive it. If you don't have that passion or that desire, I'm actually working on a book that I will be talking about that whole aspect of how we can have the passion behind the different things that we are doing, and then we can create something magnificent and something that is bigger than what we thought we would create.
Yeah. I think I had an assessment a long time ago, and it said that I like change. And the lady was shocked. She goes, nobody ever loves change. And to me, it's exciting. It's something that, because it's kind of experimental, every time you do something, it's exciting to me. And I've never understood why people didn't feel the same way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's just really focusing on what you want and not getting caught up in the thing that you don't want. And so it's when you focus and you have your mind is set on a certain outcome that you have that passion behind it, then you're going to be more successful in achieving the result that you want. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people who have they kind of self-sabotage themselves when they go out and they're like, well, see, the change didn't work. I tried that.
Right.
And it was because of their approach and their mindset to it, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, the first question I always ask people that I coach is how, in what way will you sabotage this relationship or this outcome that you want? And inevitably they all have something that they do, and you really need to be very clear about what do you do that you would self-sabotage yourself. And most of it is, of course, is rooted in fear of being seen, fear of, not being good enough, fear of whatever it is. It's recognition of that self-sabotage is the key to success. And that's, it creates that momentum. It creates that forward thinking way that you will go about doing whatever that you're doing. So it's, you have to recognize what you need to do and create a plan. I always say that we all do action plan. I think what we need to do is create a to-do plan. We need to create an action plan, which needs to include all aspects of our life, not just our career or just family, but it needs to include every aspect of our life so that we can be able to manage it better as well.
Because I know when I was in such a fear mode for most of my life and a victim mode because, there were some pretty terrible things that have happened to me. And so I totally get why I was that way. But in 2005, it kind of hit me. It was like, boing, it was like this wake up call that all that stuff was in my way.
Yeah.
And I took a piece of paper and I wrote down every silly thing, no matter how silly it was, I would write it down on the paper that I was afraid of.
Wow.
And one of them was like talking to a man in a tie. I mean, I just had this fear, overwhelming fear of, all of those feelings that I would feel of, not being worthy enough or whatever.
Right.
With men in ties. So every one of them, that whole year, really for about a year and a half, I went through that whole list and I scratched off each one by doing them.
Wow.
And it got easier because you started realizing, well, the guy in the tie didn't do anything. He just shook my hand and, and talked to me, So once I started going through the checklist, it was really, really kind of that changing moment in my life that I realized, oh, I got this. These aren't as bad as I thought it was going to be,
And that's what awareness is all about. It's really creating the awareness for yourself. Where is it coming from and why is it, what is the root cause of that? And then having awareness around it as well. So that always helps us with not resisting the change that we are looking for. And in our career, in our life, whatever it is, in whatever area, really it's all about self-mastery. It's about understanding the self and, all our strengths and all our the great things that we are doing, but also the things that we are not very comfortable about ourselves. And when we are clear about that, that's when we can map it out. Whatever I always do, I always mind map my project, and as part of that, the things that my strengths is also it's part of it, but also the things that I am not so good at, which is really, I don't even say that, to be honest with you. I don't even say that I'm not good at it. It's just I'm not interested. So what do? The areas that I'm not interested, I'll find other people that can help me with those areas that can help me in getting it done. So I focus on my strengths, and that's really what emotional intelligence is all about. Is really focusing on what you're good at, and creating that of course emotional relationship between you and even your project needs to have that emotional relationship, not just with individuals.
Love it. All right. So do you have something that you would like to give away to our guest today?
Yes, absolutely. So I have, I give 1 hour of coaching, and you can send me an email or go to my website and send me information. My email is felora99@gmail.com, FELORA 99. And, we are starting new programs. One is for the female founders of, entrepreneurs. And it's a group, I call it the Female Founder Alliance, as a mouthful. And we get together and we do basically help each other to grow and be more successful in our businesses. And that will start next week. So if you're interested, let me know.
Awesome. Yeah. So put that over into the message area so people can just click on that and take advantage of that offer. Make sure y'all jump on that offer. Here's a link also, tanyahoffman.com/win. I always do a contest, and I pull it on the first of every month. No matter when you're listening to this, you can jump in on this opportunity. But if you're listening to this live, jump on it now. It's a 1 hour coaching session, which is $1,000 value. I do charge $1,000 for my coaching. So I want to help you become the speaker you want to be, business person you want to be, whatever you want to be, whatever you need help with. I'd love to help you with that. Or if you just need connections, I know a few people. So, so it's always fun. So there you go. Mm-hmm. All righty. Perfect. So thank you so much for being on today. We so enjoyed you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Have a wonderful day. And I enjoyed being on your show. Thanks.
Yay. Perfect. All right, everyone. So get connected with Felora. You'll definitely want to get connected with her. And we're going to be switching to Georgiana Covell and Alyssa Rushton. So y'all can join us on the seats when you're ready. I see Alyssa is here. I do not see. Oh, I got to unlock the seat. Now you can come on. I don't see. That was weird because Georgiana was on earlier. I don't see her. Well, maybe she'll be back. So, Alyssa, just push the little circle that says call in. And you can jump in. I'm going to go freshen up in just for a second. So as soon as I see you come in, I will drop out for just a second. Do you have a hard time, Alyssa? Should be able just to click on the middle circle that says call in. And the square in the middle. Call in. See if Alyssa's having a problem. I see her there. So one of the things to look at too when y'all are on Blab, at the top you see everybody's pretty faces and everything. Remember that people are watching offline also. There's all, like I put the iframes on everything, my websites and everything. So people have them over on their websites. So a lot of times it only shows the little pictures on people who are on Blab Live. But you can hover over their picture and it has a little drop down and you can follow them. So it's a great way to follow them and get connected. And then, go beyond that. I always love actually chatting with people and talking and getting to know people, especially that resonate with what we're doing. And how much fun is that? So welcome. Wait for Miss Alyssa. Come on. Miss Rushton, are you coming in? Oh, she's not on she must have dropped. Yeah, people are having a hard time with their internet connections. Always, right? It's always like one of the things they're like, when is it going to come around? While I'm waiting on her to come back in and get hooked up. I'm going to run and powder my nose real quick. You're right back. Alrighty. Wonder what happened to Miss Alyssa. Hey, Rockin, do you see my phone over there? I don't know what happened to everybody. I don't know if Daddy left my phone over there or not. And Georgiana was here earlier. Do not know. Let's see if anybody texts me. Let me know what's going on. That was my son. Let's see. Somebody's sick today. Well, let's just have fun today. Okay. Well, if y'all have a question about speaking, getting booked, you can, if you're a member of PSA, you can come in. Everyone I think I know, including Nelson. So if you have questions, you can come into a seat and we could talk, or you could just type it in over to the side and I can answer your questions. To look better, I had to put powder on. So I think what I'm going to do for everyone who's listening for our next Blab-a-thon is not have it so long. Oh, yay, Miss Luana's going to try again. Oh, Miss Luana went away. So I think I'm going to tighten it up a little bit and probably have one for like the morning time and then the evening time, that kind of thing. Just to make it easier for everybody. And especially for myself. I do have to think about myself, you know. Yay, Miss Luana.
There you are.
Yay. Oh, you're already glitching. Yeah, it's your Wi-Fi. Which browser are you on, Luana? Yeah, you're glitched completely.
Okay. All right. Well, I thought I'd give it another try, but it's not going to work. So
yeah, we'll talk. We'll do a systems check with you, and we'll try some different things later. Okay.
Okay. All right.
And which since you can hear me right now, which browser are you using? Are you on Firefox, Chrome, Internet Explorer? Chrome. See, it should work fine on Chrome. So you'll have to check your Wi-Fi, your connections. If there's a way that you could get it's called an Ethernet, I think, cable that hooks your computer right to the cable outlet instead of using Wi-Fi, that would be the best.
All right, we'll try that.
Okie dokie, girlfriend. All right. If y'all have a question, just type it in there. We'd love to, get feedback too. If you think of something for like the Blab-a-thon that you think would make it snazzier, we'd love to get that feedback. I really like it when there's two people, so that's why I think it'll help also tightening up the time frame. That way we're solid with two people each time. And I think I'm going to drop the questions and do it more like my TV show where we got a subject that we're talking about versus actual questions. So, we're all learning. This is the first Blab-a-thon. So how exciting is that there's all these opportunities out there. Also, don't forget to sign up for the upcoming virtual summit. We have quite a few spaces still open. So you want that opportunity. It's on May 9th. It's a Monday, I believe. And then May 10th is our collaboration circle. So remember, that is where you network with the speakers across the U.S., Canada, and beyond. So they all have usually radio shows, TV shows, magazines, virtual teleconferences, actual conferences. So it's a great place to meet someone who may want to have, book you to come out and speak. So make sure on the collaboration circle, it's May 10th. One's at noon Central Time. The other one's at 7 o'clock Central Time on the same day. So both on May 10th. Blab-a-thon on May 19th. Excuse me. Seems like there was something else. Oh, my TV show. So you can go ahead and schedule yourself. It's at 10:30 a.m. Central Time now. So you can jump in on that opportunity. That ranges from 30 minutes to an hour, just depending on, what we do and what's going on with the audience and stuff like that. So that's always fun and exciting. And again, it always works better when there's more people, because then it becomes real interactive. So if we can get a couple of y'all, if you've got some of your speaker friends that would like, hey, let's do a Tanya show together, but it's Monday through Friday every day when I'm in town. So I don't sweat it that I'm not in town all the time. So you jump on that opportunity. I also just sent out 13 speaking opportunities. If you did not get those in your email, you need to find out why. Check your spam, check your other buckets. If you don't see them anywhere from me, I think it was 13 speaking opportunities was a title, something like that, then let me know so I could check your emails. The other day, a lady, she's like, I'm not getting your emails. Well, I wouldn't know unless she told me. So please confirm that is coming to you, and then apply. They're booking for October, November timeframe, roughly, on most of those. So, this is the time, even if you're like, I'm not ready. Well, hopefully you're ready by November. So get on there and just, try. I mean, I get knocked down for most of them. I apply for almost all of them. And so I get a lot of no's, but who cares if I get a lot of no's? That means I also get yeses. So you never worry about the no's. You just go after the yeses, and the more no's you get, yippee, that means more yeses you're going to get. But you're definitely never going to get a yes if you never get no's, which always seems backwards, but so, it's just a numbers game. Okie dokie. Something happened to Miss Alyssa. I'm not sure. Let me see if she texted me. Somebody said they were sick and couldn't be on, but they didn't say who they were, so I don't know. Okay. So Laura had texted me. Oh boy. So it's so funny how people, they second guess themselves all the time. And I mean, how many of you here listening to this are second guessing yourself that not only can you be one of the biggest speakers out there, but that you already are? And this is what, and I get it, because, before I'd be like, well, who would want to talk to Tanya? I'm just little Tanya. Why would anyone want to hear what I have to say? And then you hear that moment that you change somebody's life, and you're like, oh, well, shoot, I guess I am someone that people need to know, because obviously I can change some lives. So there's a paradigm shift. As soon as you had that one person that came up to you and were like, oh my gosh, that was incredible. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I mean, I'm just so thankful and so honored that I get to do that, on almost a daily basis. Right? And so because of the internet, it's so many possibilities. Every single one of you needs to be doing a show like this, or at least a radio show, for leverage, and just so that you could reach more people and change more lives. I love Blab for a multitude of reasons. Is it perfect? No. Do they have a ways to go? Yes. But it's already in move. It's already in motion. There's already something happening, right? And because it's just at the beginning, you could be a part of that movement. I mean, that doesn't happen too often in somebody's lifetime. So yeah, definitely jump in on this. And I'll be on your show. I bet everybody here would be on your show. So Luana, I want you to type in when you're going to start your show. Miss Cheryl, I know you've got your radio show, but you need a video also one, so you might as well do a blab. I think you already do a blab. I know that Nelson does one. Marla, when's you going to do your show? Dale, when are you going to do your show? So I'm calling you out right now. Get it on your calendar. Schedule your next blab or your first blab, right? And I'll be on your show. And I bet everyone here will be there, right? So, yeah. It's that easy. Let's see who's coming up next. Barbara Williams and Bonita, both of those were here earlier and now they're not here. So we should be hearing from them soon. So one of the things that happened at the last conference and the conference before, so this will be some really incredible insight for y'all, hopefully. Oh, a little birdie just landed in the tree. I see trees outside my window at this hotel, so it's like, yay. It's like, oh, squirrel, right? Ooh, bird. Okay, so I was at 2 events kind of back to back, actually 3. So the first of the 3, I actually got to sell, and I did very, very well. Okay. The next one, I could not sell from. Okay. I had to just give an offer and then sell later. And then the next one I just got back from yesterday. I can't believe it was just yesterday and leaving tomorrow. I couldn't make an offer, but I could, give away something. So the first one, I sold more there than any of the other speakers. I started seeing this trend. The next one, there were 40 people there. 2 people by the time I got on stage had already signed up with me. The other 38, every single one of them filled out my little paper to talk further. I mean, that's huge. The one I just got back from, there were 38 people. When I just got off the stage, I got 35 of them to give me the paper. By the time that I left, 37 had filled out the paper. But, this is the big but, 4 people went ahead and signed up. That was at the very end, and I was not selling there. And you're like, well, how did you sell? Because I continued to talk to them about what I had to offer, right? So I was promoting the Public Speakers Association, right? And the conference. I mean, this is the impact. And why did it change? Why did I do so well at these events? It's because I was there the whole time. I'm convinced of it. Because what I'm seeing as the trend is that other speakers are becoming transactional. They come in an hour, 30 minutes before they speak. They get on stage. They get off. They offered something for a lead gen, grab up what they could, and head out. So I watched them count. So I count along with them. And most of them had like 10 people. 8, 10, 12 people who filled out the little form for a further discovery session or a free ticket or whatever they were giving away for free. I mean, to me, that's sad. That means that they didn't really connect, and they're telling people that they're all about building relationships, that their whole approach to life and their business is about building relationships. But when they come in to speak at an event, it's transactional. So, of course, they're coming off as unauthentic. Now, of course, there's some people that resonate with what they're saying and want something further. But that's it. Now it helps that audience is my target audience, right? They were all talking to people who want to be speakers. But then that's also part of it. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to go speak at the National Association of Financial Advisors, the NAIF, and their NIPA, which is their subgroup of the Association for pension something. Institute for Pension Lovers. And so it'll be interesting because it's not really my target market. But of course, I always find people who want more, right? So it'll be interesting. But I'm going to be there the whole time. They're like, oh, you're just going to come in for the day? I'm like, no, I'm going to be there for the whole time. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. And another thing that I do that the other speakers don't do, and I think it's an ego thing. There's different philosophies about it. I'm very approachable. When I'm at an event, I put myself in with them, with the other people in the audience, and I do their activities together. Now, there's some big things for that. It shows that you're a part of them. And again, you're building relationships. They're getting to know you more. They love you. Another thing that it does is every time you're around people and you're doing these little activities, you're usually getting to say something that resonates with them about what you actually do for your business. So of course, then it just keeps reinforcing what you do and how much they love you and why they want more from you, why they want to buy into your program or to go further with you or whatever, right? They want more because you kind of wet the whistle, right? You gave them a little sip each time, right? Get a little bit of a sip more, a little bit of a sip more. And they're hungry for that. So why would you not take that opportunity? Hush. I've got a schnauzer. A loud schnauzer. Yes, you are. So, I'm just suggesting that if you're going to say you're trying to be authentic and you're building relationships and you care about the people there, show them. Don't just say it. Show it to them so that they can actually see and experience you and that you have impact for them. If you put on your own conference, have impact for them. Don't be transactional all the time. Be involved. Laugh with them. Cry with them, right? There's lots of things that you can do to make a huge impact. Thank you, Nelson. So this also goes with, just business in general. Used to when I had my retail stores, people would walk in and we have great conversations. I'd then find out what they need and I'd sell it to them. We're a relationship retail store, which is hard nowadays. You don't get that very often. So I miss those days. I loved retail. I miss it. It's like part of my soul, but I would never do it again. There's just not any profit in it, and you work way too hard, and nobody ever appreciates it, except for those people that you really build relationships with. I almost had a family. I remember we were a science and nature store, so we did science birthday parties and dissecting classes and all kinds of fun things. We had rocks and fossils and insect collections and all kinds of things. And there was a young man, and we were there for 7 years, so we watched kids grow up. It was so much fun. It was so neat to see them. When we left, it was almost sad because I felt like we were leaving part of our family because we had gotten to know these kids. And there was a little boy. He loved bugs. He definitely was going to be a endocrinologist. Anyways, he was going to love bugs. And he would come into the store and he would have saved up his money, or he would have gotten birthday money or Christmas money or whatever. Whenever he had money, he would come in and order a bug from us. And so it was a pleasure for me because I got to see these bugs and these butterflies and things that he ordered from all over the world. Oh my gosh, they were gorgeous. They were gorgeous bugs. And he loved it, right? You could just tell in all of his soul, every time he got it in, he was just like, he was just like, so excited to get this bug. His parents thought he was a little crazy. But these are people who stand out. Most of the kids I don't remember, right? He stood out because of his passion and his weirdness. And I want to invite each one of you to be weird. Own your weirdness, whatever that is. If you're analytical, be analytical. If you're out and crazy wild, if you're a rocker, if you're whatever it is, fill in the blank. That's you. Just own it, right? So when you're building your brand, especially as a speaker, you're building your brand, you're not going to just be mixed in with everybody else out there. You're going to have your uniqueness. So when people talk about you, they know how to talk about you. and be concise about what your message is, how you're going to help people. Not, oh, I can help people find their passion in life. You sound like everybody else. I'm going to help somebody out there. I'm going to help you find that weird spot that you love, and I'm going to bring it to life so you can make money off of it. Now that would make someone go, oh, I got to find out more about that. Hey, Miss Bonita, come on in if you'd like. Yes, like you, Nelson. Let me see if we're waiting on the other guest star, and they should be here shortly. So if they don't show up, maybe we'll have you come in. Yay, Miss Bonita's here.
How are you?
Good. So did you check out the Fahrenheit of what is today in Edmonton?
Oh, well, Celsius it would have to be. Yeah, you know what? It's been a while.
You didn't do it for me.
And I forgot to even say, so 13 degrees Celsius.
Ooh, that sounds cold.
It's a nice sunny day, actually.
We're starting to hit into our 80s, upper 80s sometimes. So I don't know what that is Celsius. It's not cold.
I couldn't exist. I'm just saying. I'm a Canadian girl through and through. I mean, I have been told that they think I'm part Inuit because I love to be cold, and I'm bare feet all year round in the house. Yep, just the way
Mr.
I am.
Nelson coming in real quick.
Where are you in Canada, Bonita?
I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Nelson.
I'm in Toronto.
Okay, so you probably have similar weather.
Yeah, what the heck? I've been in and out on this Blab-a-thon all day, Tanya, and you've been doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yay, me.
Well, you're going to have the most applause today, Tanya.
Yeah. I mean, hello. That'd be sad if I only had like 2 by now.
I've been sitting here working. I've been on different screens, different browsers up, but I've had my headphones on almost most of the day listening.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been great.
Well, we can't wait for you to get involved and get on.
Hey, I'm here.
Right. Let's see who's supposed to be on with Miss Barbara Williams. She was on here earlier, so we're just waiting for her to come on. So that's awesome. Well, let me let you go, Nelson, since you're not a member yet, and we're going to give Miss Bonita her time.
Okay, cool.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, Nelson.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
Me too.
Awesome. Okay, Miss Bonita. So go over to the send a message area and put in your website, and then tweet and post. Let me go. I'm going to hopefully Miss Barbara shows up. I wonder if she's the one that says she couldn't make it in. Oh, Georgiana. Okay. I wonder why she didn't show up, because she was sick. So we'll see her next time. I know she was on earlier, so she must not have gotten worse. A lot of times people start off in the day, they're like, oh, by that time I should be good. And then it'll just go downhill from there.
Yeah, that's often the way. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Bonita.
Us? So Tanya,
is your layman with 2 ends, right?
Yeah. Is it just the 2 of us today then?
Well, Barbara was going to be on, so we'll see if she comes back. She was on earlier on the in the listening, so hopefully she'll be back on. Fun. All right, so I'm posting so people know to get their little heinies here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I really like, Tanya, what you call this was the extravaganza of business lessons and life learning. What did you call it? I really liked how you said that.
I forget. Yeah, it's like, oh, that sounds cool. When I send y'all the post, yeah, it's like, oh, what do I talk about this? It's like, it's a whole bunch of mixture of fabulous people. Oh no, you glitched. Are you there? Uh-oh. it's that time of day where everyone gets on the internet and their internet starts to act up. So hopefully Miss Bonita will be right back. And then we can get started because you're just fine. Come on back in. Tanya Blab-a-thon. Oh, that would be someone to listen to for an entire day. I might do that. I might try that. All right, Miss Bonita.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
Yay!
Here I'm back. That's great. Mm-hmm.
You're still glitching though.
Am I?
Are you? Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's the Wi-Fi. It's 5 o'clock here. It could be that, I don't know. People start hitting the internet about now. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm on Wi-Fi today. I'm usually on my Ethernet, but I'm having problems. So we'll have to just.
There's no way to plug it in?
You know what? Yeah.
If not, we could just try it this way. But you are glitching. You're like every few seconds you stop.
I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna try and see if I can get on hardwire, whatever they call it. Okay.
Yeah, branding. Once a month, Tanya. Yeah, I could totally do that. You know what I could do is so we're talking out loud now. Because I do this whole course on how to be a speaker. So it's really a 2-day just, wow-a-thon. I wonder if I could do that. Just take little breaks in between, that would work. That way people can go and they can actually write out their bios and get everything done. I like that, Nelson. You got me thinking. All right, here comes Miss Bonita back.
Okay, Tanya, I'm unable to make any changes at this time, so we're just going to have to go with it.
Okay. Well, let's get started. So we got you going.
Sure.
So, all right, ready? And you got your link. Yeah. All right, ready? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. I'm super excited. I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association, and we've been on all day listening to incredible presentations like our incredible guest, Miss Bonita Lehman. Yay!
Thank you, Tanya. It's great to be here.
Yeah. And there's Miss Barbara. Barbara, come on and join us in the seat, and you can jump in here. So while Barbara's jumping in, why don't you tell us a little bit about you and how fabulous you are?
Okay, well, I hope I'm as fabulous as you say I am. But my name is Bonita Lehman. I'm up here in Western Canada. And I am a Dream Big coach and also a best-selling author and a speaker. And one of the things that I do is I help people live the amazing life of their dreams. And the book that I published is actually a memoir. And it started me on my journey on learning how to live the life of my dreams. And since then, I have been helping many others all across Canada and the US into sort of helping them go through the steps. Some of them have been similar to mine and some have been completely different. But I've been working with them with using their emotional intelligence and really asking themselves the right questions and how to move forward and take them through this process. So I'm happy to be on the show today because I have a brand new tool. It's called a Passionate Life Warriors Playbook that I'll be talking about during the show. So hold up.
Yay. So when you're talking, this is so amazing to me because whenever you talk about these things, every time I'm like, oh my gosh, so many things kind of pop into my head about how things work with people, what things would be different if we, change some of our mindsets around things, right? What is like one of the big things that when you meet somebody, you're like, if they just switch this kind of mindset or this, whatever, it'd be like massive for them.
So in my opinion, the number one thing that people, if they could do this one thing, it would really turn their life around is to ask themselves what can I do to make a difference instead of looking around. So that's a big one, because it also means you have to learn about yourself, and it's called self-awareness if we're talking about emotional intelligence. So a lot of people aren't even self-aware of what they're doing and how they're affecting their environment. That how can you possibly make any changes whatsoever? So that is the first big step that I usually try to work on with clients.
Oh, awesome. Hey, Miss Barbara, how are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
You can hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah. You may want to try to pull the camera down just a little bit so we're not seeing the top of your chin. There you go. There you go. Awesome. Well, you know, and one of the things that I see, probably, but I mean, we could see you.
Okay.
It'd be great to have more light. So when I think of, you know, emotional intelligence and really just kind of being aware of yourself and how you can give value to others, right? That's kind of what you're saying, right? It's about not just looking at what's it all about for me, but what's it about for others, and how can you reflect and change the emotion and the situation just from your own self-experience, right?
That's true. I mean, so many people, when you start talking to them, they switch it around and make it all about themselves. And that's the biggest turnoff, whether you're dating for the first time or whether you're in a new job or at a party. Well, nobody likes to hear you talk about yourself for 20 minutes. So that's why you have to keep the conversation about the other people. And then you throw in, you know, you add your little 2 bits about your own self, but you want to engage the person that you're with, not just sort of blurt out how amazing you are. And, you know, this type of thing. So it's a bit of a process and a bit of an understanding. And a lot of people don't realize what they're doing, which is a super funny thing. Everybody thinks they're so amazing. And yet you're thinking, oh my gosh, they're such a jerk, because all they want to talk about is themselves, and they don't even realize it, you know? So that's what I mean about that self-awareness. You need to ask yourself the question, you know, why am I not in a good relationship? Why do I keep dating and they all, you know, never call me back? Or why is my marriage in, you know, the toilet? Well, maybe those are some reasons why. Why can't I get my life on track? You know, these are all really big questions. And at the center of it is often, I find, this self-awareness piece.
And I think people really appreciate it when you have that focus on them. I know when I go, the last 4 or 5 events that I was at, I just saw that the person putting on the event didn't have anyone introducing them. They might have had someone, or they may be introducing everyone else, but there was nobody introducing them, and it was their show. And so I just went up and I said, hey, would you like me to do the, and here's Bunny and Lemon, right? I mean, you know, it's just natural for me to do it. And they're like, oh, I really appreciate that, because they didn't even think about it, right? It's just about giving them that offer. So Barbara, make sure that over in the message area, you put your website link so people can get a hold of you. And when you're done with that, I would love for you to tell everybody just how fabulous that Ms. Barbara is. Okay. I know you probably can't type and think and talk at the same time.
Right.
I have the worst time with that. If I'm typing, I can't, you know, it's like I can talk what I'm typing, but that's about it. Well, Miss Barbara's doing that. So you have a Passionate Life Warrior playbook.
I did.
I do. That you just did?
I do. And so what I did actually for today, this is a free gift for all the listeners today at the Blab-a-thon.
Oh.
I just put down my free online emotional intelligence course. So it's totally online. It goes you through a sort of a high level basic emotional intelligence course. And that's free for everyone today. So I put the URL there on the side. And
oh, good.
So this is the Passionate Life Warriors playbook that I just put together.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the word playbook. That is awesome.
Thanks. And, you know, what I did over the years of working with people and listening to people and even with myself and, you know, being in these mastermind groups and a lot of these forward thinking, these, you know, inspirational people, I came up with these certain criteria that if you go through this process, it's 12 questions and it's all listed out in this playbook, and it's free on my website, dreambig-liveamazing.com/free stuff. I realized a lot of them, whether you're trying to find out, what you want to do with your life, whether you want to bring passion back in your life, whether you're really stuck or unhappy, a lot of them are the same basic questions. So I decided to put them in a nice, handy little playbook. And that was the birth of the Passionate Life Warriors playbook that we have hot off the presses today for you.
Yay! Poof, there it is.
I'll put down the link on the website too, and then Barbara, you'll get a chance to talk about how amazing you are.
Yay! All right, now's Barbara's stance. Go for it, Barbara.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm glad to be here. Thanks so much for this, Tanya. And what I do is I really enjoy helping women to ignite their passion, because I find that so often we get busy, hustling, bustling, doing all the things that everybody else wants us to do, while neglecting or denying the very thing that we're here to do, because we're putting everybody first. And because everybody else is being first in our lives, we're being put in last, and nobody's going to take care of you better than you. So if you're not taking care of you, then who else is going to be left to do that? So I'm here to help women to ignite that passion and their heart's desire, so that they can put them first. It's kind of like being on that plane. When they tell you if the oxygen mask drops, put it on you first. So what we're doing is going around trying to save everybody else, and nobody's left to save us. Certainly not us. So yeah, I just enjoy being able to help them ignite that passion and their heart's desire, so they can get back to the core of who they are, what really matters to them, and get busy about doing that.
Because don't you find that, even for myself, a lot of times, especially this time of year, I way overcommit myself. So literally in 3 weeks, I'm in 7 speaking opportunities.
Wow.
And of course, to me, okay, I'll do it, and I don't stop to think what toll it's actually taking on me and my family and, everything else.
Exactly. It comes with the cost.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does. It comes with the cost.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it reminded me when I was flying home yesterday, and I fly out again tomorrow. On the plane, I'm like, all right, Tanya, you have got to set some priorities for yourself.
It's funny you should mention that, Barbara, because I'm currently personally going through a bit of a housekeeping, so to speak. So I have recently uncommitted myself from these commitments that I had offered to do, and I love helping people just like you and being a part of the community, but I had overcommitted, and I ended up at one point I was just not enjoying what I was doing. I was maximizing myself. I was really spreading myself too thin, so I wasn't really being helpful to anyone, let alone me. I was letting my health deteriorate, and for me, when it starts to affect my health and wellness and going to the gym and eating properly, I realized, you know what, Benita, it is time to do some personal housekeeping. So for me, that's what I've been doing lately. So that's interesting that we're talking about that today. Barbara, tell me a little bit more.
Oh yeah, thumbs up to that. We're all the different things that we have to do. Children, if not children, well, if you have children at all, even if they're grown, you're going to always have folks in your life to take care of, to the grandchildren, to the work, the responsibilities, to your community, to your family in some kind of way. There's always someone pulling on us and pulling from us. And when you're giving and not receiving, it's easy to get overwhelmed, loaded down, and we tend to suppress and stuff things down. And when we do that, we're not getting the best benefit that we can from all that we're doing. So when you're giving, at some point you have to be able to receive. And for the most part, givers have problems receiving. And when they have problems receiving, you can't get refilled all that you have given out. So you can give out, give out, give out. And so you have to be able to, just like Tanya, just like you schedule those appointments to go and give, you've got to schedule an appointment to receive, and replenish, revive, and stir up all that's in you so you're prepared for the next event. And we all have to do that. And we get those reminders. And Bonita, when you were talking about your health, our health is one of the first reasons that we will listen to. So many times when we do get things to come up, we might not, it's kind of like that subtle knock, you know. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little knock. And so if you don't hear that knock, what we do is we talk louder and we drown out that little knock to the point to where you don't hear it. Well, that knock has to get louder. And if you don't listen to the knock that gets louder, what happens is we do feel pain. So we hear it we feel it in our bodies. And it's like, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. When you feel it in your body, you hear that, and it'll slow you down, especially if you're getting in the hospital, or you've got to go on meds, or you got to be put to bed. You can hear that. That's a loud knock. And so it's unfortunate that it takes that for us to hear the knock. It's really unfortunate. Yes, it's unfortunate.
Well, it's like Marla was just on, and she used the analogy of you're a duck, and you're just kind of moving along the water, and you look so placid and so happy, but underneath your feet are going like crazy. And I'm like, that's what I feel like, especially right now with the flood in the house and everything. It's just like, wow. And this is the problem, is a lot of times we're doing well and we can kind of keep control of everything, and then just one thing throws us off. Yes. And that's, I think, where we really realize how much we are paddling underneath the water, right?
Wow. Yeah.
It's true.
Yes.
A lot of times I find, what we're talking about here, and for me and for a lot of the people that I talk to, it becomes this big moment where it's all of a sudden, kaboom, it's you hit the wall, or the earth gives away from underneath you, and all of a sudden, boom, you're in the situation. And that's what it was like for me when I woke up one morning and I realized, what, I had an epiphany. I had to make some changes. But for some people, and it's interesting, I was talking to a new client a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying to me, Bonita, I'm just not too sure what's up and what's going on. And she said, nothing really is shocking happened. Nothing is really earth-shattering, but I just feel not content and not happy, and I know that there's something else that I need to do. So it wasn't this exhaustive process. She doesn't have children. She has a great practice. She's in the dental industry, and she's really built up this awesome life for herself. But she said, there's just something missing. And it was almost like, I wish I would have a crisis. I wish something would happen to wake me up. But nothing has. Yeah. So this is what we're working on. And I started with the Passionate Life Warriors playbook with her. And we're really going through that process because it wasn't this epiphany moment. It wasn't this accident that happened. It wasn't this life-changing event. It's really been nothing. Her life has been smooth. So it's been very interesting journey for her.
Well, and a lot of times people, they look at me and they're like, oh, it must have been when you had cancer that it just dawned on you that you need to do something with your life. I'm like, I wish it had. Because I was only 29. It took me until I was 38, And, sometimes it's a transitional thing. It's not a big whack on the head. It's something that you kind of start moving yourself through. And to me, I think that's more realistic for most people.
Mm-hmm.
Really. And it's about being connected with yourself, because what ignites one person may not ignite the other. What wakes one person up might not wake up the next person, but you have to know yourself well enough to know what wakes me up, what gets me up out of that bed in the morning and keeps my feet pedal to the floor, what gets me excited and what keeps me going, what helps me want to know that I'm giving my all, doing the best that I can. And when you fall short of that, then there's something that's like, you know, for me personally, I've always had this yearning in within. For some reason, I've always felt like, you know, there's just got to be more to life than just this, you know. And it could be whatever this is. It's like, this got to be more. Gotta be more.
I felt that way when I was a kid, you know, because we would all be sitting around watching TV, you know, Gilligan's Island for like the 14th millionth time, you know. And, you know, I'm sitting there, I was like, okay, I've already seen this, you know, program, this particular show. You know, I feel like I'm just kind of wasting time. But I didn't know back then what that meant and what that meant I could do. You know, and so a lot of times it takes getting connected to women like you that will help define that feeling so that you know how to move, right? And you can get out of your own way, because a lot of times you have to ask for help. You have to help people move you.
It's true.
Yes,
very true. Yeah, no, it's very true. And, you know, I applaud both of you. And for Barbara, you were saying, you know, you have that passion and that yearning inside. But a lot of people are often even afraid to find out what that is.
True.
So, and we were talking earlier about emotional intelligence. I'm an emotional intelligence expert. And in my work, it boils down to how well do you know each other? How do you know yourself? And Barbara, you were saying you have to find out what, you know, makes you get out of bed in the morning, what lights your fire and what sparks you. That's all realizing what it is. And, you know, it's the same, it's different for everyone. And like you were saying, for me, I love to be outside. That's where I feel connected, and that's where my mind opens up and I can think. You know, I often talk about the gym. That's my church. That's where I go to cleanse myself and clear my mind and work through the problems that I'm working through myself and think about things. And I do a lot of my writing when I'm at the gym because my mind frees up at that time. So I've learned that about myself, but there are many people that have no idea. So you have to go on your own journey, and you got to kick yourself in the butt or have some of your friends kick you in the butt and to help you on that journey. And, you know, I find a lot of times people sit with the same circle of people and their friends they end up being all vanilla. You're all the same, watching the same shows and all that. So you have to break out of that circle, because sometimes your best friends are holding you back. And that's when you start working with a coach, whether it's a speaking coach or whether it's with an emotional intelligence coach, such as myself or yourself, Barbara, because that's where the real magic is going to happen. And that's where your passion, if you haven't found it by now, you have to start looking outside, because you'll just wake up and keep thinking, well, where is it? Where is it? You know, it's not under the covers. It's not under the couch, and it's not behind the desk.
Well, I know you've all heard of Les Brown. Well, Les Brown, from years ago, he had this saying, you have to be hungry, you know, and the way he says it, you got to be hungry, you know, and really you do. You have to be hungry, and hunger is what keeps us getting up every day. Hunger, that inner hunger for more. You know, and if you keep doing the same thing, you'll keep getting the same thing. People who are tired of what they're getting every day, if they don't make any changes, if they don't do something different, anything, I don't care how small, how minor different it is, something different, you'll get a different outcome.
Yeah, you know, you have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations. And that means being around people that may be smarter, better looking, whatever, right? Just fill in the blanks. And I personally love being around just weird people. You know, it's like, keep those vanilla, just humdrum. I don't want to be someone special type of people away from me. And it was so apparent the other day. I was driving in my car and the Bluetooth was on. So I was talking to one of my friends. And so my son, I was taking him to school. Since we're in the hotel, he doesn't have the bus to go with. So we were like shuttling him to school. And after we hung up, he goes, he's 12. And he's like, Mom, you got like the weirdest friends. I'm like, I know. Isn't that awesome? Because we stand out.
Who wants to be all the same? Absolutely embrace the differences in all of us. You know, that's what it's all about. And if you shy away from people that maybe don't think the way that you do or think differently, you're missing that opportunity, because those disruptors are really important. And it reminds me of the story. I went to listen to a seminar at the university here, and she was talking about how, again, if you work with the same group of people, you all think the same, and there's nobody that's the shit disturber, and there's nobody there challenging you, being devil's advocate, you know. And she brought up the example of the Lehman Brothers. And she said, you know what, if the Lehman Brothers would have maybe had a Lehman sister, they probably wouldn't have gone down that rabbit hole that they did, because I mean, women bring other things to the table in leadership. Don't get me started on women in leadership, because that's a whole other Blab-a-thon. However, you know what? When you bring in that person in your life, whether it's a new friend or someone who's weird or quirky or whatever, they bring in a different perspective in your life, and they add spice. So that's what you need to look for in your life, is who is your Lehman sister? Who is that person that's going to like jolt you out of your slumber and get you into that passion, or you talked about, Barbara, get that zest for life and get that fire under your feet every morning. That's where you're going to find it.
Yeah, you know, I have a little sticker. Eventually, I'm going to make it into a sign that says, "Wow yourself today."
Wow, I like that.
That is really right. It's really hard to do. I mean, every day, try to wow yourself. You know, you're like, what am I going to do today? You know, I mean, it's just like, you know, you just like really have to push yourself to say, oh, okay, I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to email that person, or, you know, whatever it is, you know, you just got to make yourself do something. That's really what it is. It's about motivating yourself to just get out there and do something and stop, you know, getting in your head about all of that.
It's true. Yeah, it's a good one.
And is that I got to ask you, is that a Canadian term or is that your term? Shit stirrer.
Oh, shit disturber. I don't know.
Oh, disturber.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Nobody's ever asked me. Well, there's another.
That is great.
There's a Canadian term called gong show, which means it's just a disaster. Yeah, you know, the meeting was a total gong show, or, you know, this type of thing. So that's a truly Canadian term. So I don't know, for the Canadian, this is not a gong show.
I have never heard of those. Those are great. Yeah, you know, I love these little colloquialisms that, you know, you get from people. So it's like in Mexico, really deep down Mexico, there's a De conozco mosco, which is, and believe me that my Spanish is only so good. So, but it means, I know you, little mosquito. You know, it's like when someone's doing something, you're like, I know you, little mosquito. I know what you're wanting to do.
Very
from you.
Right? I think it's like shit disturber. I love that. Okay. So I'm using Marla's, you know, little duck with the little feet going crazy. I'm going to use that. So that's awesome. So, oh my goodness, look at time. Okay. So Bonita, tell everybody again what you're giving away. You've already got all the links there for everybody.
Yeah.
Show them again.
So what I have is on my website, dreambig-liveamazing.com/free gift. I think it's free gift. It's on the side here, free session. And then under that page, you scroll down and all the free gifts are there. And that's where you get a copy of the Passionate Life Warriors playbook, hot off the presses. It's going to help you get passion in your life and help you find new direction, or maybe just spark something in your life and inspire you. It's a very valuable tool. It takes you through 12 questions, a bit of kind of a self-reflection program, very well received. And also I have an online emotional intelligence course through the Udemy program, and I'm offering it free for all of you Blab-a-thon listeners. And once Barbara switches to her things, I'll plop them down again in the message line. And I welcome everyone to take advantage of that. Emotional intelligence is really harness your emotions and harness your world. Because really at the base of all things, everything we do and everything we don't do is influenced by our emotions. So there you go. That's it. And for those of you who are readers, I'm so proud of my memoir, Saving Her, Saving Me, On My Way to Something Magnificent. For those of you who want to read about a story similar to what Barbara was talking about, where you wake up one morning and go, I have given up everything and I forgot to save myself, because that's what Barbara was talking about, that self-care piece. That's what happened to me. And this is my personal story.
Nice. I know I need to get books again. All my books were destroyed in the flood. So I'm like,
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Wow,
right.
wow.
All right, Miss Barbara, what are you doing? What are
Okay,
you
so I
giving
need to
away?
grab all the books off the shelf. Barbara, you don't have all that. Okay. All right. So go to my site, barbaraannwilliams.com. Barbara, BarbaraAnnWilliams. There in the chat. Pull that up, and what you'll have is to go there and opt in. You'll have that report there. It's actually a guide, and it's about getting free, because you want to get free. Who wants to be stuck? So you want to get free so that you can be able to focus on the things that are important to you, those things that you're passionate about. So you want to be ignited in that, but you want to get free so that you can stay focused on the things that are important to you. So go there. You can get that guide and connect with me if we can talk more about helping you to get that fire up under you and get ignited for that passion and your heart's desire.
Perfect. And then don't forget, everyone, go to publicspeakersconference.com and get involved with the upcoming conference. I cannot tell you how excited I am. This year, we already have 100 people coming. Myself and my friends and all, top 6-figure, 7-figure speakers that are so giving and so incredible, like Scott Schilling, who has sold more from stage than like Zig Ziglar. I mean, nobody knows him because he never wanted to be a celebrity, but he knows everything about how to sell at the back of the room, and he's going to be teaching us. We've got people like Teresa de Grosbois, who's coming, and she's going to give you actually how to influence and be an influencer. We've got Tracy Repchek, who's going to show us how to use our websites and drive traffic to ourselves. I mean, real information. And they're just so heart-centered. They're just, and you're going to walk out with speaking opportunities. Unless you don't want them, you're going to get them. It's just, we have so much fun. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much after the days. So it's June 26th through the 29th in Palm Springs, California. And also don't forget, go get yourself nominated. We've got nominations open for Collaborator of the Year. So we have local, national, international. So jump in on that. You can nominate yourself. My panel does not care if you nominate yourself, but get nominated so you can use that in all your bios, especially as a speaker. It would be a good one to be a winner of the Public Speaker Association Collaborator of the Year. Just saying. So yay! Well, thank you, Bonita and Barbara.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Bonita. Thank you, Tanya. Enjoyed this.
Pleasure.
Super.
Yay! Perfect. All righty. So we're going to switch over to Miss Cassandra Herbert and Jim Pagamsis. I don't see Jim. He was on earlier, but Cassandra is there. So come on in, Miss Cassandra, and join us. And hopefully Mr. Jim will be back. There you are. Accept. Nice. Yay! How are you today?
I am doing very well. Thank you. Let me share.
Perfect. Hopefully we'll see Mr. Jim in just a second and join us in. If you want to, go ahead and put your website link over in the send a message spot in the live chat area.
Okay.
And then I will go and tweet and let everybody know, and Facebook post Herbert, wrong spelling, on live, live now. Alrighty. I wonder where Mr. Jim is. He's always there. I'm getting an echo.
Are you?
Do you have all of your browser, all of the other websites and everything closed?
Yeah, let me close this other thing. Let me see if I close this.
Because usually if there's another browser open or another website, sometimes it'll cause an echo for whatever weird reason. There's Mr. Jim. Come on in, Jim.
Let me just make sure that I closed everything.
And Jim's headset is usually really loud, so hopefully fixed it. Give you a hard time, Jim. There you are. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yay. Okay, let me post Facebook post.
Okay.
Jim Pagampsis and Cassandra Herbert. I love your picture in that, your hair in your picture.
Oh, thanks.
It's like it's all fluffy.
Is that better?
Yeah. I still have a little bit of an echo.
Everything
so
closed.
Nelson says, hi, Jim. And don't forget to put your website over in the message area, Mr. Jim.
I'll do that. Oh, some of my fans are showing up. Woohoo! Hey, brother's watching. I love it. He's my brother from another mother, Colin.
Yeah, he was all talking about you yesterday.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. He's the type of guy where he's a PR guy, so he
yeah. I told him, I was like, why is he part of the association? Oh my God, like all of his new clients are right here. All right, y'all ready to get going?
Yeah.
All right, so don't forget to tweet, post, and that way people know that you're here. All righty, so let's get going. Ready, 1, 2. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! I want to welcome everybody again. We've got a whole day full of amazing people, obviously, because, oh my gosh, we've had just incredible people over and over again. And this is what it's about. It's giving you so much incredible information and getting you connected to the people you need to be connected with. So don't just listen and go, oh, I really like that person. Follow them. Go and click on their page. Follow them on Blab. Follow them on Twitter. Follow them on Facebook. Get connected and say hello. That's what it's about. So I want to introduce to you my fab guest stars. Yay! Miss Cassandra Herbert. Yay! And Mr. Jim Pagampsis. Yay! So, I'm so excited about having both of y'all here. So Cassandra, tell us a little bit about you and how fabulous you are.
All righty. Well, thank you. So excited to be part of the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! So, yes, I am Cassandra Herbert, and I am a speaker. I am a holistic nurse psychotherapist, a registered nurse, and a functional nutrition coach. So what does that mean? Well, what that means is that I take all of that experience along with my personal experience as a real life superwoman. And what I do is help the busy professional real life superwoman who secretly feels overwhelmed, depleted, and fatigued. And I help them and support them in feeling healthy, happy, energized, and at ease in all areas of their life.
Yay! I'm all energized just listening to you. All right, Mr. Jim, tell us about your superstarness.
So I'm Jim Pagampsis. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I do 3 things: learn, speak, and socialize. The first thing, I believe that we should all continue to learn through reading books, listening to audios. I've been doing it for many years, and I'm very passionate about that. Speaking, I believe everyone has something they can speak about, no matter what they do, really. And I started speaking way back in 2008. It's in 8 years. How fast that goes by. And I had a chance to connect with Tanya about 3 years ago, and I'm ever grateful to not just connections. I tell people sometimes life is a very thin thread. You don't know who you're going to meet. So I'm here today because, again, someone said you should talk to Tanya, and just like that, a lot of great things have happened. And then socialize is social media. We're here in the 21st century, and I've been teaching social media for the past 5 years. And always learning, and I think this Blab is fantastic. I really enjoyed it. I spent, I guess, about 3-4 months now doing my own show, being a guest on shows, helping others start their own shows. So thanks again to Tanya and her patience, because if it wasn't because of Tanya, I tell you, I probably would have been 6 feet under in the Marianas Trench. Things have happened to me. People don't believe me, but Tanya has been there to save the day. Superwoman in there to save the day. So, so I'm excited here to be today because again, it's all about sharing. So Learn, Speak, Socialize is what I love to do, and I'm excited here to share a little bit about my insights and how I can help you empower to achieve your goals today.
Perfect. And I think there's, really resonates because both of y'all you're empowering people. And I think that's, the word is almost overused nowadays, but it still has so much impact, right? It really where it's all out. It's really what we're all doing is really taking people and showing them their brilliance, and Jim does it in a particular way. Cassandra does it in a different way. We all have our uniqueness, but that's really, we want to show people that they are brilliant and that they can do it and that there's nothing that should stand in their way, right?
Yeah, I'll start this off. I've told this story a couple times, and I'll tell you again. 2008, I wrote an article. It wasn't a great article. And my friend says, well, what are you going to do with that article? Well, I don't know. It got published online. Why don't you go talk about it? So really, I went around the city of Toronto here. I got some speaking gigs. I spoke at an engineering company, and things started flowing. And the reason I tell you this, you don't know unless you go and do it. And, there's not many people that I know before this all become a publisher happened here, about 3-4 years ago, that were taking one article and I beat up people who had written books. Now, I know that's a little tough thing for you to do here right now, but it happened. And I think that we all have great information. I put it down on a piece of paper and I went out there and shared it. And next thing you know, I'm a published writer. And I truly believe that we all have the opportunity to do that. And I got some other many stories to share later on, but I think that the PSA, Public Speaking Association, gives you that community feeling, that you can join a community and have great superhero fans, as we have here today.
Yay!
It's the theme.
Well, it helps to have such an awesome name, Pumpkins. It's just a sexy name.
It is.
I'm staying out of that one there. 2 women, 1 guy. You stay out of that conversation.
Fine. All right. So don't you think, Cassandra, it's really that empowerment, that embodiment of seeing the brilliance in others.
Oh, absolutely.
And in yourself.
Oh, yes, it starts with yourself. Like Jim said, if you don't believe in yourself, then you're not going to do it. And like Nelson said, there is no try, just do it. It's just about just getting out there and doing it. And as we do that, it is seeing, because I believe with all my clients, because I'm also a therapist, I say, you know what, you're not broken. I'm not here to fix you. I believe we are all perfect and complete. It's just that we forget that. It gets hidden down there, but it's there. And it's about inspiring people, educating them on how they can doing it, and then empowering them to get out there and to be the magnificent person that they already are. They just don't believe it themselves, And that big thing is mindset.
Oh, yeah.
Mindset is huge. You can't make any differences in anything unless you shift that mindset.
Well, and I meet a lot of people and they're like, oh, that's for you, Tanya. You can do that. And I'm like, I was that way. Why would anyone want to know what Tanya wants to know? It was like, I'm just little Tanya. So I totally get that discounting of yourself. But there's that moment that you realize that you just changed somebody's life just by giving them advice, some information, your expertise, whatever it is. And that's the kicker, I think. Mm-hmm. And if you've ever done that and you gave a piece of advice or something to somebody and then you didn't do anything else with that, that's millions of people. Okay, let's just say hundreds of people that you could have changed their life and you didn't. You decided to keep it all inside. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I agree. And just yesterday, a couple of days ago, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I met her about 3 years ago at a personal development event, and actually met her husband. And I wouldn't have met her if I meet her husband. We're supposed to be accountability partners, and it didn't work out. Fast forward 3 years ago, I'm involved in an amazing project that she has started. And she said, I knew the 3 people I was going to make sure that were involved in this project. And the first name was on the top of the list. I kind of was humbled, but I was excited because we've had such a great relationship over the years. We've done a lot of great things together. She had no doubt that I would be there. And that's what you want to have. People have you at the top of that list. That makes me feel so excited. There's thousands of people out there she could have chosen to be that social media and connector for her show. She picked me. So, I was excited to do that. And I think it could happen to anyone. But you're going to build those social, those relationships. And you can start today. You don't have to.
And you never know where it's going to take you. I met a lady on Facebook of all places, and we just kind of clicked, and then we meet in person and it clicks more. And then suddenly she's wanting me to be involved in these huge projects with people that are in the celebrity. I mean, we were talking real like movie star celebrity realm. And I'm like, how did little Tanya get there? Right. And I still just sat, like, how did that happen? So that's crazy, but it happens.
Go ahead, Sandra. And it's about showing up. It's like, things wouldn't have happened to you, Jim, or Tanya, if you didn't show up, like really show up and be there. A lot of times people are like, it's in their mind, but then they just don't show up to things because you never know. And it's about planting those seeds. I know I've happened where I've gone to networking events and spoke and might have not gotten any, per se connected with people, but I went to it. This was a story. I went to a networking event, spoke. About a year and a half later, somebody came up to me, called me and was like, I think you do this. I can't remember because it was a year and a half ago and ended up becoming my client. But you never know. And it's about showing up and planting those seeds, and they can sprout, like Jim's saying, they can sprout today, they can sprout in 6 months or 2 years from now.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think it's important. I think the social media now where you have some great platforms you can use, like Blab is amazing. You can have these conversations in lifetime. You can record them. You can put them on your blog and so forth. But one of the stories I like to share is that for me, when someone finds you, it's like I get excited. And I teach at a school here in Toronto. Sorry, just north of Toronto. And the woman found me online. I think she landed on the PSA, and then she kind of tracked me down. And I teach some the future leaders how to become better communicators. And we're in week 10. And some of these kids, I know they're between the ages of 8 and 13, have come so far in 6 weeks. And one of them says, eventually we're going to have to figure this out. That's what they said to me. He goes, Jim, eventually we're going to have to figure this out. And like just the way they said it to me was I laugh. I go, eventually? I think you're going to have to figure it out. And, I tell them about, habits and everything I teach in the PSA, I teach these young kids. I don't teach anything different, believe it or not. It's the same thing. I just kind of tell them over and over again until they figure it out. Yeah. But I think that you want to create that impression. And I've taken a page out of the Tanya Hoffman book. I've read 2 of her books here in the past couple of months. And my favorite book is the Network Away at Coffee. God, tell me the name of your book again. The Coffee Shop
Client a Day, the Coffee Shop Way.
The Coffee Shop Way. So every time coffee shop way. And, I'm not one for coffee. But when I realized that you can go and have a one-on-one conversation, and because of the strategies I learned from Tanya, I had better meetings, just having my book out there, listening, having a 2-hour meeting, not a 1-hour meeting, a 2-hour meeting. Better things happened. And I told Tanya this. I said, it's not about just reading your nice book and showing it. It's about applying. And I think that you have to apply that. And that's where you start getting people calling you, want to work with you. And I've had that happen here in Toronto. It's been really exciting. I got a couple of seminar companies that are starting here in Toronto. They've come to me to help them start that up. So you have to put a foot forward and do something.
Right. Well, and the problem too is that when you start looking at being uncomfortable, right? Because all that means that you would have to be uncomfortable with putting yourself out there and doing something new and different and, making, okay, perfect example. This is going to crack y'all up. You'll love this, Jim. So,
okay.
Ready? So this last event that I was at, the John Block's event, it was a great event. And he had everyone get into little groups. So I was like, I'm going to participate. I want to be in a group. So I went and joined this little group. And he had everyone in the circle. He said, all right, I want you, without using words, just your body language, because he's trying to get us to all move and everything, because it was for speakers and helping us be better speakers. He said, I want you to pretend you're a celebrity. And everybody in your group has to guess who you are. So, and then the group that figures it out fastest, wins. And so I'm very competitive. I'm like, all right, come on, people, let's get going. So the first lady did Chaplin, and then they did Superman and Wonder Woman, and, started doing those kind of things. So when they got to me, I just pointed to myself. And they were like, Tanya Hoffman? I'm like, yeah, And this is like showing up. If you're saying you're a celebrity, you're saying you're someone that people need to know, you got to show up. But that was very uncomfortable for me,
Wow.
And then he did it from stage. He had this all do it and show everybody. I'm like, oh my gosh. And so there I is. I had to point at myself in front of everybody. And it was really, really crazy. And I had to go out after that. I was like, all the adrenaline was pumping. I was like, oh my God, did I just say that was a celebrity?
Oh my God.
We still have that.
I have an IDMD career. I got into acting a couple of years ago, so I have 6 months of acting under me, but I don't think I've ever done that one. But here, I'll take that a step further. So, a couple of months ago, there was a St. Patrick's Day here in Toronto. And I like to really morph myself and see if I can get into a character. So I got all green, everything, shirt, hat, glasses, everything. I walked into this bar, and next thing you know, within an hour, man, I was the center of attention. Now, I tell you why. It was a test I was trying to see how much can I stand out. Because I love when Tanya says, in her webinars, or she says something, I go, let me try this. So then I can have something to test this on. So when I go back to Tanya and talk about it, at least I know if it works or not. And I tell you, I was dancing with 4 ladies the whole night. There was guys watching me around. I called the butterfly. I don't know what they were thinking. But the thing is, I went out and I played full out. And I'm not, I was dancing for women, but I was having a great time. People would come up to me. They were stealing my hat. They were stealing my glasses. They were taking I had something on my neck, a scarf. They took the scarf. I had to get it back. I mean, and I'm like, exactly.
They were undressing you, Jim. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I was not that close, but the thing at the end of the night when I was walking out with a couple of ladies, I said, man, aren't you the Casanova? I said, it's not about the Casanova. It was all a test. And he looked at me. Oh my God, here. It was a test. I said, I want to see how much impact I can make in a group of 200 people.
Yeah.
Look at that. You have to go get my glasses for me. You have to go get my hat. I made that impression. I stood out.
Yes.
And it's exactly what Tanya talks about. I was not afraid. It's all about, if I can do it there, I can do it at a networking event. I can do it at a social event.
Do you find that, Cassandra, where you have to just kind of push yourself and out there and make a splash for yourself?
Yeah, I do. I see. I think I've always been like that. I've always been that type of person.
Lucky.
Like if nobody's on the dance floor dancing, I'm going out there and dancing.
Oh, nice.
If I go into a party,
you're
like,
one of those people.
But you know what it is? It's really, it comes back like what you were saying, Tanya, is kind of, it goes to that mindset, but it's also in our conscious words. What words are we saying to ourselves each day? So for people who are listening, it's kind of saying, instead of saying, I want this, or I want to be this, say, I am magnificent. I am a fabulous speaker. I am what you did. I am a celebrity, because your mind doesn't know the difference between reality and so if you say that, guess what? Then those opportunities are going to come about. Like you gave a prime example, Tanya. You said, I am a celebrity. Hey, Jim, you were in that, like, yeah, I am, because I'm doing it. So it's really shifting our language.
So Cassandra, when you're helping people kind of getting them, figure out that superwoman, positioning in life and everything, how do you usually help them move through that? Because, usually I just tell people just do it, but that doesn't usually work. So,
well, Well, what's funny is my thing is more helping most of my clients are actually that real life superwoman. So they're doing lots of stuff. So my thing is to help them to find, instead of being overwhelmed and having that full plate, focus. Yes. Focus and
Let's
do
talk about that.
what their zone of genius is, instead of doing everything. Because they'll be like, oh yeah, I can do everything. And they can, but they're not and they even do it well, but it's not like, it doesn't really juice them. It's because of those shoulds and everything. So it's more, let's go back and let's really see what juices you. So it might be testing different things. Let's see if, speaking actually really juices you. You might be surprised, or doing workshops, or, teaching, whatever that is. It might be writing. It might be writing a blog, and then going from there. But it's really doing one or two things really well instead of 10 things, which I had to learn myself, because I'm one of those people who like a variety of stuff.
Right.
I'm in that club all the time, and I'm like, okay. But it's interesting you talk about focus. I mean, that's one thing I talk about to myself all day is, what are you doing? And lately I've really cut down and focused on a few things. I'm getting some great results because I'm focused on that. But one of the things I find is that I think that we have to understand ourselves. And I was talking to a fellow PSA member a few days ago, and he wanted to do his own event, and he confided in me that he was always scared. I said, you know what? There's nothing that it's great to be scared. And I told him about my experience in 2011 when I did an event. I promoted it, and it rained, and only 4 people showed up. I ended up doing the event. He goes, you did it? Of course I did.
Yeah.
And the guys who attended the event still talk about the event, and it's 5 years ago. I actually recorded the whole event, and one of the videos that I did there is on time management. It just passed. It's 1,050 views on YouTube.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Now, many people would have thought that was a bad experience and that it was a negative what happened that day, and I felt that way around lunchtime when the sun came out. And I was like, I never look back, and I've done probably hundreds of events, either gone to or done with people.
Yeah.
And it's all about getting that hump. And I told him, I said, Suchi, you can do this. Just do one. Just do one social media Saturdays.
Yeah.
And then just one. And he feels now that he's still nervous, but I said, listen, I'm going to be with you every single way. If you want some assistance, and he's coming across to an event issue, to do the event, I said, just keep going. Have a plan B. Have a plan C.
Yeah.
Keep going. He goes, man, you are persistent in your event. I go, you can do this. You've done. We have every month we get together, watch a movie.
Yeah.
And he's done it for 5 months straight. I said, listen, you've been doing it anyways. I got you, red-handed. He's been doing it for 5 months. Because that's different. No, it's not. You're building a community of people together to watch a movie. You've had 10 people in December, and you've had people come up every month since December. And I keep the statistics, and you can go online and see them. So he didn't look at it that way. He thought they were mutually exclusive events. This is the same thing. You're a community builder.
Yeah.
Just like Tanya, I tell them your story all the time. I said, how did Tanya on the PSA? She went out, she put it out there in January 2013. A lot of things happened, and that's all proof she needed. And now look, 3 years later. So I do use Tanya, and I use other examples because people need that empowerment and that motivation.
Because really, when I tell people, if I did it, you could do it, I really mean that. If I could do a Blab-a-thon, anybody could do a Blab-a-thon. You just got to put yourself out there.
And kudos to you, Tanya. I don't think anybody's done a Fab.
Of course,
Blab-a-thon. This is the first one. This is the first one, and I'm like, when I saw him, like, boy, she's not wasting your time, like, whoa, the whole day, right?
Exactly.
You know what, though, Jim, you bring up a good point about, time management and productivity and focus, is because a lot of times I find that myself and the people I work with, it's that busyness. And that busyness is a badge of honor, but are we really being productive? Are we really being productive? Because we can get a whole bunch of stuff done, but is that really leading us to what we want and what we desire, and back to, our zone of genius? And I know I have to ask myself, like, is this activity really getting me there? Because I can get caught up in the busyness.
Yeah, I think we all do. Are we busy or are we productive? I've had this conversation.
So let's, we've got to wrap it up. So Jim, do you have something you would like to give away our listeners today?
Yeah, so if they go to my website, I'll put it on here, jipagansas.ca. They can do two things. First, they can click on my book on the landing page of my website. They can download areas from how to work on LinkedIn, presentation skills, and other areas like that. And also, I have a session where I pick a winner every month where they get a free coaching session with me at the end of the month. So I'll put my information in right now. Thank you.
Awesome. Miss Cassandra, how about you?
Yes, I have a free ebook, and here's the link. And this is 8 transformative practices for the real life superwoman so that she can feel healthy, happy, energized, and ease. And I even have some recipes because I'm all about the food, and food is what helps our mood. Food is what helps our energy. You know, health is our wealth. So yes, check out that book. And it also talks about mindset. It's a lot of some of the stuff that we talked about. So you just go to that link and you can download it from there.
Awesome. And everyone, I want you to be on the next Fab. You can't put it all together, right?
I know, you can't.
We don't want to be flabby at all. So we want to be Fab. So Fab Blab-a-thon, May 19th is our next one. So make sure y'all jump in on that opportunity. Also, May 9th, we have a virtual summit. It's a little bit different than this. It's a teleconference. It's a 25-minute straight presentation, and we still have openings. So make sure you jump on that opportunity as well.
I'm in already.
Yay. And so get on Public Speakers Association over under members page. There's a drop down and all of them under there, including my TV show. So get on my TV show and let's have a fab time on that too. So yay. So thank y'all for being on today. How much fun was that?
It was awesome. You've done these with so graciously, so easily. And it's always been fun being part of it. And I encourage everybody to check out the PSA. We have a great community. And our goal is to change the world from the front of the room. If you want to be part of that, you can find organizations all over North America.
Yay!
Yes.
And now going into Europe. So yay!
Oh, yay! Awesome.
I love it. There you go.
Awesome. Thank y'all for joining us. Let's see who we have coming up. Miss Linda Larson-Slitz and Elizabeth Quintanilla. Yay! And Miss Linda was on earlier. I don't see either of them. Well, y'all can stick around until they show up.
Sure, I'm here.
I'm like, I always tell people,
we're showing up. We showed up.
10 minutes early, 5 minutes on. Why is that so hard? I don't understand.
Well, the thing is, I have to tell you this. Tanya sends these emails out, show up and get ready. And I was telling someone about preparing for interviews. And he goes, how do you know all this? I have done so many interviews, and the craziest things happen in interviews. And Nelson Unis, he's online here. I interviewed Nelson in early February at a hotel. Is he on still on here? He might be. So I'm interviewing Nelson. I have my tripod, and we're doing it in a hotel. Obviously, we don't have a permit to do, but we got 2 chairs together. The employees are coming right in front of the camera. We're recording. And I was like, what the heck? I saw another camera, and then one of the employees went and tattletaled on his supervisor, and she comes down. She goes, what's going on? I'm like, we're just doing an interview. We'll be out here in 5 minutes. People were oblivious to 2 guys being interviewed in front of a camera, walking right in front of a camera. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Nelson's still here. But here's a quick story about standing out. I was at an event here in Toronto. It was called the Green Living Show, and I went there to hear a friend of mine speak. I got there with my camera, and next thing you know, my friend says, you got your camera with me? I go, yeah, I'm here to record my mentor, Max. He goes, can you come record me too? I go, sure. So I recorded him. I came back to the table. I was doing interviews. I go, what should I do here? I'll go interview people. So I interviewed a friend of mine. He's turning 75 in a few months. I walked back home. I go, what the heck? I was supposed to have 1 video there that night. I walked up with 5. Now, what it is that it worked in reverse. I didn't want to stand out, but people knew that I love to do interviews.
Yeah.
So it happened in reverse. And, I left Providence to work its magic. But at the end of the day, I got some great interviews for social media and content. So now I'm like, man, I can't wait to go to the next event to record people because people want to see that. People want to see a picture, but if they can be on a blab, they can hear you speak and all that. You want to share your expertise.
Right.
And I think that's what Cassandra was talking about. You want to share expertise, written, Get on the blab.
Yeah.
Tanya says it all the time. Get on. Let's talk about something.
Stop.
Tell me. Let's talk. And
You just never know. You never
platform.
know where it's going to happen. And really, anytime you could be in person at a real live event, it's the best because you get connected and things happen. So it's awesome to kind of help people go beyond just by connecting with them in person. But if you can't go someplace, physically, then, get a hold of them the other way. Yeah, answer that for me. It's Clint, our insurance guy.
Yeah, I think, I think there's so many venues
Ms.
now.
Elizabeth's here. Yay. All right, guys.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yay, Linda's here. All right, so we're going to kick them off, and then y'all can come on. All right, there's Miss Elizabeth moving right along. Come on in, Miss Linda. And then we'll switch gears again. Push on the call-in button, Miss Linda. Looks like Elizabeth's having, yay, thank you, Jim. You were fabulous as always. There she is. Yay.
Hi, how are you?
Perfect.
Hello.
Waiting for Miss Linda to come on. Linda, are you having a hard time? Thanks, Cassandra. Uh-oh. What happened? Miss Elizabeth dropped.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here. I still see you.
Well, we'll get him on here. There's Miss Linda. Get Miss Elizabeth back here. Yay! There she is. Can you hear me? You're
don't
staticky.
see you guys. Are you hearing me?
Uh-oh. We can see you.
I'll switch computer. I'm switching computers. I'll be right back. Yeah, I can see you too.
Oh, she is
Switching
way
computers
staticky
now.
too. All right, I'm going to kick her off. Come back in.
Okay.
Come back in, Miss Linda. You were real staticky, and then you couldn't see us. We could see you and hear you, but there was something going on with your internet. Hopefully Miss Elizabeth will join us back soon. So while we're waiting, let's see what's going on. So we've got we got the collaboration circles coming up. So that's on May 10th. One's at noon Central Time, and the other is at 7 p.m. Central Time on May 10th. So we have 2 times that day. So it's all about actual collaboration with other speakers. So it's just virtual networking. So you're going to get to meet other speakers throughout the US, Canada, and beyond. So make sure you sign up for that. Pick a time and day. Or the day is May 10th, but there's the noon and 7 o'clock Central Time. Yep, you need to sign up because it is amazing. You just never know what's going to happen. We've had people give free magazine ads, free radio show participations. People have done webinars together. I mean, it's incredible. Every time I'm just shocked at what happens. Yeah, you were on one. So yeah, I have been sitting all day. I'm going to stand up for a minute. I'm going to shake. Everyone stand up and shake. Shake your high knee. Oh, got to shake it. There we go. Much better. So my dog's looking at me like, what are you doing? Oh, there's Elizabeth. Hopefully we get Miss Linda back in here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, my ears are like been stuck in these things. Here's Miss Linda. Yeah, what happened to you, Miss Elizabeth? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yay. You're still a little staticky. I'm not sure why, but Elizabeth, you can't hear us? Yeah. It's a little staticky, Miss Linda. I'm not sure why yours is staticky.
Let me see.
Yeah. Oh, you got it on you.
Yes.
Yeah. It's probably rubbing up against something. Ah, Miss Elizabeth dropped out again.
I had to sacrifice these headphones for internet connection. So otherwise then I had to drive all the way home and get them. The good thing though about doing this is that I had my shirt on inside out and I would never have noticed that had I not had.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah.
We would have not noticed.
No, it seems like somebody always does. I see her.
I can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yep. It helps to have a backup computer.
Yes, always. Yeah, it's like, why would one work and not the other? And usually it's a Mac that doesn't work. Who knows? Things are, crazy. Okay, so y'all ready to go?
Yeah.
Alrighty, let me go and put your website links over in the send a message area so people can find you. And then go tweet and post that you're coming on. Antonia. Perfect. And Facebook. There you are. And there you are.
Just tagged you.
Yay. I tagged you too. I tagged you back.
Woohoo!
It's funny, because I meet so many people and we're taking pictures together. Then I get little side messages. Oh, be careful with that person. Or, oh, that person. I'm like, oh, y'all stop. People are so critical.
Well, there's friends, and then there's wine friends, and then there's people who I want to walk my dog with friends. So I figure there's at least, there's 10 degrees of Kevin Bacon, there's 10 degrees of friends.
There you go. I love that. That is awesome. All righty. So let's get going, everyone.
Okay.
All right. Next time I cannot have it go all day like this. My ears are like bomb, bomb, bomb. All right. Oh, let me go look what I'm supposed to talk to y'all about. Ooh, grow hacking practices. Grow that practices. Normal. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. So, ready? 1, 2. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! So this is our next segment of incredible guest stars, and you're going to be wowed again with these incredible women. So we have Elizabeth Quintanilla. Yay! And we have the fabulous Ms. Linda Larson-Schlitz. Yay! So we're going to have a great time with both of them because, they're guest stars and they're fabulous guest stars. So, of course, we're going to have a great time. So let's see. Let's start with Elizabeth. Tell us a little bit, kind of your elevator pitch of who you are and how fabulous you are.
Okay. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Quintanilla, and I've been running Marketing Gunslingers since 2009. We're kind of your outsourced marketing department, catch-all group of everything that you can need marketing help with, so, from running events to hardcore SEO, CRM strategies. So working with startups, City of Austin, restaurants, and my favorite client right now I'm having a lot of fun with is a dentist, because I'm showing him how humor works for attracting clients.
Nice. Love that. All right, Ms. Linda, how about you?
Well, I am what they call a paradigm pioneer, and I do all kinds of different things for employers and individuals to help them figure out the purpose in life and how to do things differently in the nation to save trillions of dollars by doing away with normal. That's kind of my thing.
Love that. Yeah, because we're not normal here. That's for sure. You know,
got to accept that fact and make the best of it.
Oh yeah. Who wants to be normal, anyways? So tell me, Elizabeth. You talk about growth hacking. What is that?
Okay, well, it kind of started off as a subset of marketing, but it's like a growth hacker is just slightly different than a marketer in the sense that they're always thinking about how does whatever I'm doing right now grow the business. If it's not just about building the brand, but how does it actually grow the business in terms of revenue, in terms of more customers? And, it's basically thinking about all the activities. And sometimes it's just really simple activities like, helping the restaurant say, give a free lunch away to collect business cards with a vase in the front of in the front as people walk in, because everybody wants a free lunch. And now you have those people and you get to add them to your email list and you get to add them to your Facebook, and you didn't have to run a $10 ad to add more likes to Facebook because you're just right there. So finding and thinking of all the little things to how to integrate all the different marketing activities so that they connect with each other and help grow the business.
Perfect.
Great.
And I know, Ms. Linda, you were talking about normal. So what do you talk about? What do you mean by that?
Well, normal, we're all created differently. We all have unique talents, gifts, and abilities and experiences. And thank God for the both of you being different. Because if you didn't do what you did, we would be here today. Because I know we've helped each other in different ways. So normal is the box that I frankly don't even believe exists or should exist, that we put people in to have them meet somebody's criteria, that somebody came up with these criteria, rules and regulations of normal. And from the day that we're born, we either are above average or below average, or somewhere along the line, we aren't good enough. We don't fit somebody's box. And so therefore, that's where the low self-esteem comes and people don't fit. So we just had a school shooting here in our area where my daughter went to school for prom. Somebody came in and 2 kids were injured and the shooter was killed. But it's just a horrible thing. And it's because somebody was being made fun of again. Somebody was being bullied because he wasn't normal. And so we need to do away with that whole notion and accept people's uniqueness so that we can use each other, I guess, to further our mission in life. Because
I think that's really what Elizabeth's talking about too, right? It's about looking at things in a different way and telling the children, my son's 12 and I talk to him about what is normal and what isn't. And realistically, you don't want to be normal and no one wants to be normal because no one is normal. Everyone is unique,
right?
Some people will just stand out a little bit more. We're just kind of different and that's good.
Differently abled.
Yeah. Normal. Yeah, because normal is like the middle of the bell curve, average. And how many people are actually average in everything? I'm going, and then,
Yeah.
Well, and even for the kids in school, right? They want everybody to be straight A's. And I'm like, you're expecting everybody to be good at every single thing. Right. That is impossible.
Right.
And why would you want to force that? I mean, no wonder the kids have ulcers now, You
know what the coolest thing is, because I believe in kids. And I've got one kid, he's a freshman this year in a kind of an alternative school. He's doing my videotaping and editing for me. And I just met another gal at a different school who has got her own marketing company that she started. So I just got her card. She was at the big business expo. And I love putting kids to work and helping them to find their unique giftedness, because that's what it's all about. And it's
my son's starting his first business. He's 12. I had my daughter start when she was 12. It gives them something to own and say, this is, who I am. And this is how, unique I am. And it also trains them. I take them to networking groups and conferences, learning how to hand out a business card is shake hands and talk to people. Right. I mean, if we all did this, I can't even imagine where this world would be.
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm calling my next book, How to Save $1 Trillion in 5 Years by Doing Away with Normal. And if we did that with every kid, think about it. Every kid would be self-sufficient by the time they got out of school. We really have to do it differently. We really do.
So, Elizabeth, when you talk about marketing and marketing tactics, is there certain things, I mean, that kind of pop out in your mind, like everyone should be doing nowadays? Because there's like, seems like it's like a huge barrage of things.
Oh no, there is a huge barrage of things what everybody can do, but I mean, everybody should cover at least the very basics. Like, I was literally working with this restaurant, and he's a chef and he's not a marketer. And so he did not have an email list. So helping him set up with the email list, helping him set up with like, let's claim your business on Google. Let's claim, but not only on Google, it's like, come on, you got Bing, you got Yahoo, you got to own your Yelp page. You got to do all of these things. If you're a brick and mortar, you always have to do these things. And if you're a service-based industry, you still should do the same. And I'm looking at it like, but I'm also saying, how can we save time by integrating and repurposing things? So, showing him how to use Instagram to post to Facebook and Twitter. But now as he's taking pictures of all of his menu items, those are the pictures I'm using in his email marketing, in his website. And when we come up with the wine dinner tour, he's going to have a little flyer with some of those pictures. I'm going, how can you not want to go with a nice little pizza and a wine?
Cool.
I'm going, seriously. Yeah. And then the same thing. Yeah. And then the same thing with the dentist. I mean, we all know the basic dental info. Come to a dental cleaning every 6 months, replace your toothbrush every 6 months, and don't forget to floss daily. Most people don't want to hear that repetitive thing, but having humor throwing in, and it's Shark Week, and having a shark come in on a dentist chair, people will remember that dentist. People will remember humor.
Good point.
Exactly.
Good point.
Yeah.
That's great.
So, Linda, when you look at, kind of changing mindset, because I really think that's what Elizabeth is saying, right? Is just change your mindset about what you should be doing. Don't go with the normal. Go with something unique. Stand out. Be funny. Whatever it is, right?
Yes. Right.
That's what you're really saying too, right?
Well, exactly. When I published my book, The Ditzy Blonde Faucet, It's a God Thing, people thought, oh, you shouldn't be negative about yourself. But, for me, when you are differently abled, not disabled, I don't believe in disabilities, we're all differently abled. When you've got something like ADHD, which I do, you have to learn to laugh at it. You have to own it, so to speak, and make it a positive thing. Without that, I wouldn't even be right here on this TV show right now doing what I do, because it's that thing that I've dealt with my whole life that has made me so passionate about helping other people who have, I didn't do well in school ever until I learned I was differently abled, and I could write and I could talk and I could learn, but I had to show people that I learned differently. And that's the whole key. I wasn't normal. I barely made the C average. But grad school and undergrad 3.7, because somebody discovered that I could learn differently and share what I knew differently. That's what we have to do. And God bless you, Elizabeth, for doing what you're doing, because those people, that dentist, that restaurant person, they have a gift and they've got a passion that they will never realize in fullest if it wasn't for you helping them. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and I think that's really about being a speaker, right? All of us, go out there and we want to change lives. In our business, we want to go change lives, know? So when people are like, oh, I'm just a Mary Kay lady, I'm like, no, you're changing someone's face, which can change their life. You change your skin, whatever,
Yeah, you get rid of my zit.
It makes you look younger. People think you're younger. I'm 61 and I still get them. I'm like, well, yeah, I look like
I know. My mother lied to me because she told me when I was like 14 that when I get older, they'll go away. Hello. I'm still waiting. I'm 49 now. Okay, how old do I have to be, Mom? But it's not going to keep me from going out there, right? That's the whole different point.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I want to add on to Linda's point, because there is a dirty little secret in marketing, because there's a thing that everybody says, every marketer should know, every business owner should know, that before you do business, you got to know, like, and trust somebody. Some people do a lot of negative marketing, so you get known fast. The problem is step 2 if you do the negative marketing or the kind of like what I would call like all these political advertising bashing and being bashing is like, oh yeah, you don't become likable. Yes, the people know you, but you know, if you're not likable, you're not going to have business.
That's a good point. Good point.
So,
good point.
Yeah, it's like, who do you, it's just a reputation, right? When I hope that when people talk about me, it's good, something good. You know, hopefully I've made a good impact on this world. Now, if someone does say something negative, I probably know who you're talking about, because there's always going to be someone who doesn't resonate with us, right? But in the whole spectrum of things, are you doing something good for people? And that's really what it's about.
Well, and with that whole marketing thing, you know, it was really helpful. I met Mitch Russo, who helped Tony Evans. He used to be his business manager. And he said a really important thing about, you know, the looking at the theme of what everybody has said about you over the course of time of what you've been doing. And when I went back over, I've got hundreds of evaluations for when I worked for the State Department doing workshops. Hope kept coming through is kind of my mantra as far as giving people help, opportunity, praise, and encouragement. And Tanya, you are just the epitome of this when it comes to praise, help, opportunity, praise, and encouragement. You do that flawlessly. So thank you for that. And I think that's what we all are meant to do in life. Whatever our passion and our purpose is, that's what we're supposed to do, is give people hope.
And I think too, the other day I was blown away, and I almost got all choked up about it. It was crazy because I don't really get that affected by things that much. And I was at an event, and I till the entire end of the event. It was like 9:00. All the other speakers had left. Even some of the other participants had left by then. We were exhausted, but I wanted to stay and participate and help out and thank the person who had brought me in to speak. And time after time, people came up and they're like, I just love that you stayed. It meant so much to me that you stayed and you helped us and you were here and support us. I mean, over and over and over again, the same words. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I made impact. Yeah, it hurt physically because I was like, I was so tired. But wow, emotionally, I was just like on fire, right?
Right. Yep.
That's what it's about. Oh gosh, I tell you, this time just kind of zooms by. Okay, so Elizabeth, do you have something that you would like to give away to our listening audience today?
You know, I told you and almost everything, every PSA member, every person that you ever bring to me, I'm always happy to give a free hour of mentoring and coaching, because I may not be the right marketing consultant for you, but I always have friends and connections that are, and I like solving marketing problems and helping you strategize. So, because I want to help every business grow. That's really my theme. If I'm not helping you grow your business, I am wasting your time.
I love it. So put over into the chat area how to get a hold of you, okay? And then Linda.
Okay, will do.
Yay.
I am doing a business thing next week on how to create a mentally healthy, friendly workplace. And I've got a series of videos I'd love for people to go to my website and access. And when they do that, they can also email me, or I will get their email, and I'll put that in here. I would love to as well have a strategy session for them, whether it's on a personal level or a business level. I would love to help them figure out how to gain the hope that they are looking for in their life to become all that they are meant to be.
Yay! Put that over there. Awesome. And then here's the link to the conference. We've been talking about the conference all day. It's going to be a blast. Elizabeth was there at the last one. Linda, I hope you get to come this year. We just have a blast. Did you have a good time, Elizabeth?
Oh yeah, I had a blast, and I'm trying to convince Reese, because you don't have it at a beach, so it's like,
it's Palm Springs. I mean, come on, it's close enough to a beach.
I would love to go.
So it's June 26th through the 29th, Palm Springs, California, at the Hard Rock Hotel. I mean, we're going to have a rocking good time. What I wanted to let everybody know, though, is that we are you might not be able to actually come, but you want to put your word out there. I would have people who are booking for event, conferences, radio shows, teleconferences, magazines. I've got a couple magazine people coming. I mean, I've got some really big hitters coming, and you want to get your stuff there. So we've got a program guide. You could buy an ad in, and it's very affordable. So that way every one of them will get that. We also have a goodie bag. You could put stuff, in there. You could have items or just a flyer or a coupon or something. And then also if it's something that I could put on the tables or on their chairs, we're going to do a chair drop. So if you'd like to put something where everybody has to pick it up and look at it, then we've got that also. So go to publicspeakersconference.com. I put the link right there. And that way, especially if speakers are your target market, hello, why aren't you going to be there anyways? I mean, my goodness, a whole room of speakers, hello, if that's your target market, you should totally be there. But either way, if you're there, great. If you want to just drop it off, and send it to me, I can do that also. So go to the website, look under sponsor vendors, and you'll find all that information is right in there. So yay! The beautiful Sue Brooks is on. Hey, Sue. All righty. So thank you, ladies, for being on today.
Thank you, Tanya.
Yay!
Appreciate you.
And make sure you come back on the next Fab Blab-a-thon.
Definitely, and happy to be your friend too.
I'll be checking into doing that hour.
Yeah, right? We wouldn't want to take advantage of that. And we've got the fabulous Ms. Jody Kruger and Becky Doyle coming up. I like saying your last name. So come on in, ladies, and join us here. There's a little call in. Just push the button. There's Miss Becky. Perfect. And Jody, I saw you on. There you are. Yay, Becky's here. Yay, yay. There's Miss Jody.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you. I noticed that you changed your picture. You had to switch Twitter accounts or something.
Yeah, I had a little. My computer went blank last night, so I'm reestablishing everything. Hi, Becky.
Hi, how are you, Jody?
Good.
All right,
I'm just surprised I'm here.
You're surprised you're here? That's weird.
Yeah.
That you got everything to work? That's better. Okay.
Yes.
So put over in the send a message area your website so people can click on that and go and check you out. And then go and tweet and Facebook post that you are on. Let's see. Becky Doyle and Jody Kruger. Yeah, it's funny because the system wouldn't let me do this earlier today. So you could tell that Blab is still trying to figure out what the heck they're doing. Alrighty. At B3CKYDOYLE. Kruger is on live now. I can't type and not talk while I'm typing. It's very annoying. Oh, really?
I can't type while I'm talking.
I can only talk what I'm typing, though. It's not like I can talk and type something different. It has to be what I'm typing. Don't ask me why. It's very annoying, especially when you're writing a book at Starbucks. People are like, "What is she doing?" And then there was.
But it's a really good way to meet people and to have them ask, "Oh, what are you doing?"
Exactly. It's very.
Yeah, I ran one of my webinars from a Panera the other night, and afterwards I hung up the phone, and the woman across the a couple seats over was like, "Oh, are you a coach? No, tell me about what you do." It was a great segue.
That's why my first book is called A Client a Day the Coffee Shop Way, because there's nothing better than eavesdroppers.
Right.
I never just talk to one person. I'm talking to as many people that can hear me as I can. And one of the ladies, it was so funny, a long time ago, she goes, "That's so rude. What if someone's trying to read?" Because you could tell if she goes to Starbucks to read or something, right? And I'm like, well, she's not my target market, so who cares? She needs to move. All righty.
Yeah, you got to expect that people around you are going to be talking if you're in a public location.
Thank you. Right. Okay, now if I'm screaming and the people on the other side of the restaurant, that might be a little too much, but you know. But they do hear my laugh, so they always know wherever I am, that's Tanya's in the building somewhere.
Yeah, I have the same issue.
Yeah, you know, it's just what it is. All righty, let's see. What time is it? We've got a couple of minutes. So remember, everyone, go and you're going to want to book all these fabulous people. If you want to book Miss Linda or Elizabeth that was just on to speak at your conference, you're about to hit Becky and Jody, and you're going to want them to come speak at your next conference, your radio show, whatever you've got going on. Go to publicspeakersassociation.com. We've got it here also right in the little square. Click on that. Go over the speaker search. Type in Becky, and her little ad and face will pop up, and all of her contact information. And you put Jody with an I, and then her face will pop up, and you can click on it, and you say, "There she is," and get connected to them. I try to make things easy, you know, and fun at the same time. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it makes it a lot easier to learn.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, and I totally forgot to look at what y'all want me to talk about. Jody, I sent you an email, but I didn't get what you want to talk about, but we could talk about. I know what you want.
I sent it about an hour ago.
Yeah, so I didn't get it. I was a little busy. I don't know what I was doing.
He's been on Blab all day.
It's just so rude.
Yeah,
I'm just so in the. Okay. I love that last question. Would you accept male client? We'll have to start with that one.
I get that question quite a bit.
Awesome. All right. Y'all ready to go?
Yes.
All righty. Fluff hair. Get ready. Ready.
Oh, yes.
Welcome right to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And this is our Fab Blab-a-thon that we have with our fab guest stars, Miss Becky Doyle. Yay! And the fabulous Miss Jody Kruger. Yay! Oh, y'all have to have more excitement than that. Come on, yay! Yeah, exactly. I always feel like I'm Kermit the Frog. I'm like, yay!
Oh, I love her.
I know, right? Oh, my goodness. So, Becky, give us a little bit about who you are and how fabulous you are.
Okay, I can do that. So my name is Becky Doyle. I work with women who are feeling stuck in their job. They're professional women and they want to get into something else that they've been trying to do for a while. And so I help them get the jobs that they really want with the skills they already have. And I've done this myself a few times. And in the last 5 years, I've doubled my annual salary by stepping up and leveling up in every job I've taken.
Nice. I'm sure we'll have some people who are like, hey, I need to know her.
Yeah.
And Jody has gone through a lot of transformations since I've known her. So tell us, Jody, who are you now?
Who am I now? I am Jody Kruger. I am Radiant One. And I am someone who helps people who think they're ordinary find their extraordinary. I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a spiritual coach. What else? I am.
You're so fabulous.
I am peace.
Every time I talk to Jody, I'm like, I feel so calm. And she used to be a financial advisor. I'm like, you're a financial advisor? Really? Because this really doesn't look like you, you know? Not that she wouldn't bring peace to your money, but you know. I like this Jody a lot better. So, yay. So, Becky, when you say like do you find that when you talk about, you know, finding that niche of what really people are awesome at, right? I find that with speakers a lot. You know, people are like, well, I don't know what I could speak about. I'm like, you've got to be joking. What are you great at, right? What makes you unique and amazing? And I'm sure you run into that also. You're like, you're kidding me. I'm looking at it, looking at how fabulous you are, right?
Yeah, it's funny. I was working with a client last week, and she handed me her resume to look over because that was the problem that she was having. She wasn't getting any bites off of her resume, and I'm looking at the resume and I'm talking to her, and I'm like, this does not at all reflect what an incredible person you are. And she said, I know. And I took her through. I have a step-by-step process that I take people through to make that kind of information really clear. And as I was doing that with her, she was saying, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And the first person she showed her revised resume to was like, oh my God, we've got to get you in for the next stage of the interview. They said, this is incredible. What great information you have in here.
Yeah.
And she was just, I don't know how you did it, but thank you. And it's just because of the way that I take them through their career history, and I walk them through the process of evaluating what their natural skill sets are. So not trying to fit somebody into a box that they don't belong in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you want to make sure that what you do with 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week is something that you are naturally inclined to, that you enjoy. And that is something that I help people go through and figure out what their skills are so that they can fit into the right box.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And you probably find that too, Jody, with that, getting a little bit of an echo from somebody. When you're starting to look at, it's you, Becky. I don't know why you're echoing. So when you're looking inside at people, right, and looking at their amazingness, you probably see that when you help people find that, spiritual journey or whatever, is that they don't own how amazing they are, right?
Correct. The amazingness, I do tend to see that before the average person sees it. When I didn't understand my amazingness, there were people like Tanya and others, Candy.
And I like the new hairdo, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You saw that in me, and I took cue and took good notes, and have come back and asked you, what did you see? How did you handle that? And it's delicate. It's very delicate. And but what it comes down to is letting people realize that they own who they are. It's not who they are, it's what they are. And that they can go inside, and I help them go inside into their heart and see what they are. Because who we are is a name, a title, what we do, which is important. That's important. And we're each unique in that way. We're unique and extraordinary. But we need to realize that ourselves first before we can really move that forward and show the world. So I'm working with people.
Right.
In their
And I
heart
want to
space.
point out too, for everyone that's listening, this is a perfect example. We really are all in the same kind of space, right? It's about showing people their brilliance. But here's three very different type of personalities, right? And so you really have to look at, and don't y'all love it when you find that person that it's like two puzzle pieces that fit and you just work. And I love finding people that I'm like, I could make fit, but I'd rather just send it to Becky or send it to Jody because it just works so much better when you can align them with the right person.
It's awesome. It's just as awesome to find someone for a friend or a colleague than it is to take on a client and work with them yourself. That's one of the big aha moments I've had in the last year and a half. That there's so many people, like-minded people out there, and we're each here for that unique subset.
It's like there was someone who was needing a website the other day, and we could have done it, but the way they wanted to do it was a pretty huge project, and I didn't have this time right now to work with them anyways. And so I just sent over to Tracy Repchick and say, hey, this is someone you need to work with, right? And it's so freeing to know that you can help somebody support two people at one time. So do you find that with Becky, with your people that you're working with, is that there's this kind of spark that you see in them? And then there's some people that you're like, okay, I just need to let this person go.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And I changed my microphone settings, so let me know
Okay.
if this is any better.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was actually just having a conversation with someone about this today. There are some people that I meet and I'm like, oh my gosh, I really, really want to work with you. I think this is going to be a great match. And usually they're people who are either walking through a very similar experience to what I did or what I've done in the last few years, or someone that I can relate to on an emotional basis. You know, I feel their pain very strongly. I'm very much of an empath. I dig into the same emotions as other people very quickly. And then there are some people who I talk to and I can still tell that there is so much resistance around making the transition that I would be guided to help them with, that I'm like, you know what, I don't think this is going to work. Here are some other things I can do for you. Here are some other people that might be able to serve you and what it is that you're looking for. I always try to ensure that even if I'm not going to, you know, work with a person, and if I'm not going to continue a relationship with them, that I set them up with someone else, or I at least introduce them to someone else who might be able to help them or continue the referral process.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and even like I was on stage just 2 days ago. It was amazing that everything's like squished together. But there was a gentleman in the audience, and some of y'all may have heard this story earlier. And it was so funny because he was like, he was not interested in me and what I was saying. And then his arms went down by the middle of my presentation. And by the end, he was giving me a huge testimonial about how he didn't like me at the beginning, but he just started resonating with what I was saying because he was blocking himself. He was saying to himself at the beginning, why is this girl so silly, right? Well, she should be a certain way. She should be, you know, a certain type of speaker. She's not professional. She's not up there doing the things that I've always heard speakers are supposed to do. And I'm like, yeah, that's not me. So, yeah, you know.
Just because I'm not doing it your way doesn't mean I'm not doing it the right way for me.
Yeah, and he had really challenged his beliefs on what a speaker is, right? And he's like, a lot of it was just him. He goes, I had to admit to myself, it was just my beliefs that were all messed up, you know, and I had to kind of really rationalize. He goes, well, she's giving great content and she's being really authentic. So why would I not enjoy her, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at, with different career choices that people make, do you find that there's a certain path that people start going down, but it really isn't the right path? How do you help people kind of see which path they're supposed to be on?
Well, usually when I meet people, they're aware that they've already started going down the wrong path at some point in the past, or they've been in a job for too long. They're like, I'm realizing now that I stayed in this job too long and I want to transition, but now I'm scared to because I've been here for 20 years. And, I try to help people before they get to that point. So I don't actually have anyone that I've witnessed going down the wrong path. But I do see some people, so for instance, in my career confidence breakthrough session, which I'll be offering later, we'll really dig into what it is the person wants to do, what it is that they're feeling driven towards. And I had one person I was speaking with that I ended up not taking him on as a client because there was resistance there, but he thought he wanted to go into recruiting. And as he was talking and I was listening to what he was saying, he said, it sounds a little bit more like what you're looking for is project management. It doesn't sound like you're really looking for recruiting. So people definitely have a tendency to misdirect their intentions. And some of that comes from not knowing very much about different career paths. And some of it has to do with just a lack of self-awareness around what it is that I really want to do.
Yes, love it. And how about you, Jody? Do you find, that people start off like on a spiritual journey, or maybe even not, and not realize that they need to be on a particular path? Or is it just kind of free flowing? How do you handle that?
I take them to a place where they can dream. So it doesn't matter what they call themselves today or what. They need to go inside to find out where they're going. And probably the easiest way to do that is to play. You've heard me say that before. You know, we just had an hour and a half ago, you had a little dance. Little quick dance.
Gotta get your butt moving.
in the Blab-a-thon. Yeah. So that's a quick way. That's a quick way to bring creativity forefront. So through play, we bring our creative spirit. We are creators. That is what we do. Period. So to get to that space, the quickest way it's typically to play. So I've had those resistant clients that look at me like, you want me to what? Like, I want you to go swing. I want you to go color. Something you did as a child that brought you joy. And that's where we start. So you really go back to the very fundamentals of humanity, what it means to be human. So that's how I do
Beautiful,
that.
Jody.
It might be unique.
I love that. You know, and
yeah.
don't you, I mean, I think a lot of times when people start talking, you know, especially as a speaker, a coach, something like that, when you don't even see that it's even congruent with what they're trying to put out to the world, right? I've seen people, perfect example is a lady who used to be a massage therapist, and she tried to be a priced realtor, and it just never worked because it was not congruent with who she was. And I see it all the time when people are speaking. They try to force themselves into a model of what they should be. You know, I remember I knew I had hit a certain plateau. I hit a certain plateau when I got off stage and I was talking to a whole group of ladies. They were like, oh my gosh, you're so great. And they liked what I was wearing. And the next day, because it was a 2-day event, they all came in with almost the same outfit on. And I'm like, what? That is not what I meant. I did not mean make the little Tanya minions, okay?
Oh my God. Yeah.
We love them.
Right. So yeah, you know, I'm sure
awesome.
Y'all see it too,
That's
where
awesome.
people are trying to force themselves to be someone that they're not. And it's sad to me. It really is.
Yeah. Well, that's why I incorporate into my 6-week program a module about doing some self-assessments and looking at what are our natural inclinations for how we communicate, how we analyze the world, what we look at what are we detail-oriented or big picture? Because I think those details are really, really important when you're looking at making a career change, because those are the details about how you operate as a person. And just like you described, if I were to try and go do an accounting job, which I love numbers, you know, so that mistake I could make, but I would not operate well as an accountant. It doesn't jive with my personality or the way that I think, you know, and I would be very unhappy in that job.
Right. It's like if I tried to do a karaoke-a-thon or something, you know, I'd be singing, no, not much. Other people would be great with a karaoke-a-thon. How about you, Miss Jody?
I sing
Not
in the
the
shower, in
karaoke-a-thon,
church, and in the car. And I'm beautiful. I have a beautiful voice. But no karaoke.
Fine. But how do you know, when you start seeing someone that's just trying to be someone that they're not, I mean, doesn't it drive you nuts? So
I try to see them as what they really are, who they really are. It drives me nuts for a moment, and then I realize, whoa, you know, this is not what I meant to see.
Right.
And to really look at their heart, look at
I
what
get
they're
real
receiving
sad
from
when
their
I meet
heart.
people like that.
I
you
get
know?
sad. Yeah. As empaths, we have a hard time. Sometimes we have a hard time letting that go by, and that's something that I've been working hard on, is learning how to just let it go. Just let it go and get back into the flow of things. And most people, if most people will follow you there.
Yeah.
So if they're getting all icky or just not making any sense, or you're not seeing their truth, as empaths, we may not see their truth. It's not their path. Yeah, I'm seeing it's not their path at that moment. You can help them follow you into that flow just by being who you are and being present and showing them that you're there.
Yeah, I see that with people that come off real arrogant, is that their self-esteem is still not there, right? They're trying to overcome or mask something they feel that they're lacking. And it's, to me, it just kills me to see them like that, because you just want to grab them and go shake them like, that's my approach. Jody would obviously not do that, but
yeah. Well, I went through a very similar process myself, just in my own journey over the last 5 or 6 years, because so I was in the Coast Guard originally. I went through the Coast Guard Academy, graduated, and was on a ship for a while. And then when I was let go from the service, I had a total identity crisis, and I discovered that so much of who I was trying to be, I was trying to be that way because of what I thought other people wanted of me. And I went through this really deep soul-searching experience, probably something similar to like what Jody often talks about or probably does with your clients, with getting them to play. I'm projecting here, but taking them through, I took myself on a journey of discovering what beliefs did I have about myself, and are those from a fear, are those from some other deep-seated belief, and where did that come from? And if it didn't resonate with me, I realized, this is something I was taught, and having to let go of that stuff and bring in new self-beliefs and reestablish who you are as a person. It's a incredibly transformative process.
And I see myself in a lot of people, because I remember 2005, 2006, I was starting to become a real big networker, but my self-esteem was so low still. And, I still hadn't gotten to where I needed to be, and fear factors and all of that. And someone invited me to an exclusive, I'm still not quite sure how I got there, but they invited me to a party, and it had the top of Austin back then. And it was in this gorgeous, $1 million home, and I drove up in my Taurus, and they had the Mercedes and everything. I felt so out of place, and so I started strutting around, and I started talking really different, and I'm like, what happened to me, And I walked out of that house, and I'm like, that was so awful. I will never do that to myself again, But I'm glad that I could reflect on that, But it's like an embodiment of someone. I was like, who is this person? Why am I acting that way?
And once you start living authentically and you show your authentic self to other people, whether it's, in the simple interactions in the grocery store line or in really deep and meaningful relationships, you can't go back.
Yeah.
You can't go back to pretending, to be a different type of person than you are. And
no wonder nothing happened from that event, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
They were probably going, "What is wrong with her?" Oh, that's awesome. So, wow, the time goes so fast. So it seems like it was just 10 o'clock this morning. All right, so Jody, tell us what you would like to give away today. Do you have something to help?
I'm going to give away. I give away a smile. I'm going to give away the first step to extending peace to the world. I'm talking about changing the world and contributing to world peace. You can call me at 816-588-9400 and discuss this, but I'm going to give it to you right now, is to look in the mirror and smile.
Love it.
To smile at yourself. That's a start, and then we can move from there.
And that was really hard for me to do, by the way, especially to look inside my eyes.
Yes.
And the worst part was I had to say that I was fabulous. And the first time I was looking in my eyes, I was like, I'm pretty good. I mean, I couldn't say it. I was like, I'm pretty good. I'm like, oh, poor little Tanya. It's like, fabulous. I couldn't say it. And the kids kids could say it a lot faster. They were like kind of giggling and stuff, but then they started saying it. And, get your kids to do that early. So write in your phone number so people get a hold of you, Miss Jody. All right, Becky, what will you like to give away today?
Well, today I'm going to be giving away a free career confidence breakthrough session, which is an hour on the phone with me talking about what you're doing right now, what you think you'd like to be doing, and we'll talk about how you ended up where you are and what we think might need to happen in order to get you where you're going. And then we'll see if I have any resources available for you. And I also have a free webinar tomorrow night at 7 p.m. about how to make your resume pop.
Oh.
So if you're interested in that, go to my website, shoot me an email through the website, and I'll send you the link.
Nice. Love it. All right. Make sure you got that on the side there so they can get a hold of you. And then I wanted to remind people, talking about games, on publicspeakersassociation.com, if you scroll down a little bit, we've got a speaker's assessment. That's kind of fun to see where you are in your speaking career. And then we also have a game that you could play. So that's kind of fun to see. I have a choose a yes or a no, and it's me being silly. So I
love games.
I know,
Games are
right? So it's do it and think about it for your own business, because a lot of time, gamification is like really big right now, and I still need to kind of massage it and tweak it a little bit more. But it was fun to do it and fun to think about how to kind of walk people through a process and then get the people that you love and you would enjoy at the end, right? And everyone else kind of goes away. So yay! Thanks for being on today. Any last thoughts or quotes or anything you would like to throw out there?
I would say the one thing I want to make sure people know and understand why working on if you're going to do a job search, why working on your resume is so important, is that hiring managers and recruiters will spend on average only 6 seconds looking at your resume. So if you can't stand out like that, you're going in the no pile.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
And I can help you stand out like that.
Awesome. How about you, Miss Jody? Do you have any last things?
I posted it, I'll say it. A quote I absolutely love and live by is that fear can be anything negative. Can lump it. We only have two human expressions, fear and love, period. So fear becomes love with the courage to take a breath.
Nice.
It's that easy.
Love that. And my favorite quote, besides the new one that I just have, I just came up with a new quote for myself, and it's, are you a go-getter that doesn't go? Right? I mean, really, it's like a question to yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, come on, get going. What are you waiting for? You're fabulous. Let's move it along. So awesome. All righty. Thank you all for being on. Yay!
Yay! Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Yay! Let's see who's up. So now, it's our last group. It's Ms. Kia Coleman and Marcia Chambers. So y'all come on in. I think I saw Marcia's here. And there she is. I think Kia said something. She may not be coming on. I don't see her in the lineup. What you looking for?
Insurance stuff.
Over here. Should be right on top. There you go. Hubby needed something. Hey, Miss Marcia.
Hi, Tanya. How are you?
In your cute little hat.
Oh, thank you.
Why are you over to the side? Scoot over in the middle.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay. There I am.
Yay. Perfect.
You were saying something about Kia?
Yeah, Kia is supposed to be on, but something says in the back of my head that she's not going to make it. So it may be just you and I. So we'll just keep going.
That's fabulous. Yeah.
Right. We are good. All righty, everybody. We're going to continue on. and have some more fun. Don't forget that we are going to be having the next Blab-a-thon, the Fab Blab-a-thon, on May 19th, and we're looking forward to be on that. So go to publicspeakersassociation.com. It's over here. You just click on it in the little square, and go to the members page, drop down, it says Fab Blab-a-thon, click on that, and then fill out that form, and you are in. We also have the virtual summit coming up on May 9th. So it's right around the corner, so you definitely want to jump on that one. And that's just a full length 25-minute straight presentation with a lead gen at the end, and it's on the telephone, so it's a teleconference. So those are a couple of big things coming up. All righty, girlfriend, we're gonna wind up with the best at the end, right?
Woohoo! That's right.
Nothing said to anyone who's listening that was on earlier. Okay.
There were some
awesome.
great presentations earlier, though. I really resonated with some of those speakers.
Oh my gosh, there's so many amazing people today. And that's what, I mean, I'm so lucky to hang around the most amazing people. That's all I can say. Every single one of y'all is just, wow. I mean, and getting to go and be in the environments where I get to meet incredible people, you know, just like Sue's listening right now. I just met Sue at John Block's event, and not only does she rivals my hair. Her hair was way prettier than mine. It was just gorgeous. It had the pretty colors. And then she did this little braidy thing in it. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm just so hair jealous right now. That's a new thing, hair jealousy. So it was cool. That was cool.
I can't wait until the conference in June.
I know, and I'm going to get to meet you like in a couple days. My roommate in San Francisco.
I know. I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited. You know what happened to me today? I was running errands, and my left foot just gave out. My foot. So I might have a swollen I have no idea. I think I caught a Charlie horse in bed or something, and it just never recovered.
All right, we're gonna have to have the hobbling Marcia, you know, going around the conference. Oh my gosh! All right, we'll rent you a little, you know, wheel cart or a dolly or something, and we'll dolly you around.
Dolly me around.
Yeah,
I like that.
We'll call you Dolly. No, that's not Marcia. That's Dolly over there.
That's right. That's right.
Hello, Dolly. All righty. So we're going to have a good time. All right. So make sure you type in your website over into the chat area, and then tweet and post. Let me go tweet and post that you are coming on. Speak. Blab-a-thon. And then we will get started. Marcia. And yeah, it looks like Marcia, everyone, but it's Marcia. So don't get it wrong. All righty. Yeah, it's funny because earlier today, the Blab-a-thon, Blab didn't allow me to tweet and post. They just wanted to do a 30-second blocks, and then that went away, and now I can do it. So it's like so confusing. Everything on Blab is always changing. I'm like, whatever. All right, let me clap your hands real quick so I can give you a clap. Right, exactly. Hey, Susan. I was just telling everyone about Sue's fabulous hair. How incredible she is. Susan is another fabulous lady that I just met. So she's awesome. Okay. Dave, the ultimate upcyclers. Susan. Upcyclers? What is upcyclers? That sounds fun. Wow. Awesome products. All right. Cool. I'm already following you. All righty. So let's get going. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes. It was not a rhetorical question. Okay. All right. Let's show everybody. We're winding it out with fabulous Miss Marcia. So let's go. Welcome to the Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay! I am Tanya Hoffman. I'm the CEO and founder of the Public Speakers Association. And I'm so excited to introduce you, fabulous Miss Marcia Chambers. Yay!
Hey, thank you, Tanya, for having me on. You yourself are fabulous and awesome. I just love what you do for us aspiring speakers and even seasoned speakers, just to have a platform to market yourself and get yourself out there. Yeah!
Yes.
I'm Team Tanya.
Yay, Team Tanya. I wonder who would be the anti-team. I got to start thinking about that. Okay, so... alrighty, everybody. So y'all are gonna have so much fun because Marcia is just a doll, and she is like one of those people that what I really love about you, Marcia, is that you're not only a change maker, but you also change yourself. Like you have reinvented yourself like so many times since I've known you, and you're just open to suggestions, and that's, I think, very unique. Don't you think it's very unique in people?
Well, yeah. I think it's unique. And thank you for that, because what I do, what I preach is leadership. And in order to lead, you also have to be able to follow. So if you're not coachable, then you're not even trying to be a leader. So I have to drink the Kool-Aid.
Right. I know. I'm always open to suggestions, and some of them I don't take, which is fine, right? And some of them I'm like, oh my gosh, that just changed my life, So, if you're always closed, don't you find that people that are just closed to opportunities and change and movement, it's so sad. I look at them like, why? They could be so incredible just because they're allowing themselves to be open to movement.
And a lot of them, it have to do with their self-esteem. A lot of them, it's how they were trained from being young. And I really like what Jody, your previous speaker, had said about having people start to color and play, because I'm a recent grandmother, yay! And just watching that baby socialize with other little babies and how they just interact. That's how we are innately. And why is it that we grow up with these in the box mentalities and think that we can't do this and can't do that and just limit ourselves in all aspects, when in actuality, we are so free to be, and we just don't allow ourselves to do that.
Well, and a lot of times we think about in the box, out of the box. Realistically, there is no box, right?
Exactly.
And when you start looking at the possibilities of reaching out and changing lives, every one of us is a life changer, is a game changer, is a whatever changer, world changer. And it could be a good or a bad, because every time you talk to somebody or not, right? That's a big one. I mean, you walk in, think about this. I was thinking about this the other day because I was at the airport, and it always seems like I'm at the airport.
You're always at the airport.
And I'm looking around. I'm sitting in the San Diego airport, and I'm looking around at all these people that I don't know. And I'm like, suddenly I was like, this dawned on me that, oh my gosh, I have so much more impact to give. Right? Where before I probably would have gone, well, why would they want to think I could have an impact on their lives? Right? And I'm just so glad that I'm in this space now instead of the old space.
Yes. And I give a lot of credit to you. Since we met last year, this is just a totally different platform, totally different environment than what I had become accustomed to. Because even though I was in sales and I would do this grassroots, meeting people, talking to people on a one-on-one, this virtual aspect, this virtual platform is just so much better because you reach so many people. And with regard to just limiting yourself to just speaking to an audience of, okay, say 50, but they're in a localized area. Now you can speak to 50,000 in all over the globe. And I really, really love that. And Bow down. Yes, Tanya. Thank you.
I know early when we first started the Blab-a-thon, a gentleman from Australia was on, and he's like, finally, he texts everyone. He goes, I have got to go. It's 2:00 in the morning, but I'm having so much fun. I don't want to leave. I mean, that's impact, right? When you can make someone stay up until 2:00 in the morning, I mean, really, there must be something going on.
Exactly. How could anyone just not gravitate to your fun personality, you know?
Not everyone does, believe me. I love the one when I always think about, there was two gentlemen, they were both looking at starting a chapter for the Public Speakers Association. And I got them both on the phone because they wanted to start it together. And one of the guys was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is going to be so fun. Oh my gosh. You know, he was just going on. And then it was the next guy's, and he was like completely the opposite. So he was all buttoned up and he was like, so explain this. And you could tell he had a whole list of questions, you know, that he had written out, methodically written out and everything. And he just started. And he would ask me a question, and I would answer it. And of course, I'm me, so I would become animated. And then he was like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And, I mean, every time, and I'm good at, because my husband's analytical, so I know how to kind of move things and adjust the way I say some, you know, I'm like, oh, you didn't get it? Okay, let me say it in this way. And he just was having the hardest time. And finally, towards the end of the you could tell it was the end of the conversation, he goes, and he screams into the phone, would you stop laughing? And of course, what does that make me do? Laugh. And I was like, oh, are you seriously? Did you just seriously tell me to stop laughing? He goes, you be serious. I'm trying to be serious here. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, Jim. This is not going to work. If you don't like me now, you are really not going to like me later. So this doesn't change, you know, and that's okay. You know, you just let him go.
It's so funny you had that experience because I had a friend or someone I thought was a friend. We were driving, we went to Vegas together and we decided to drive to Los Angeles. I had never been to Los Angeles. And we're driving in the car and I put on some music and she says to me, will you turn that music off? I cannot concentrate. I said, oh, okay. So then I started singing to myself. And, you know, just making fun of the time because it's 4 hours. What am I going to do in 4 hours? And I started singing and I was cracking myself up, giving myself jokes. She pulled the car over, stopped the car. And she said, do you want to walk back to Vegas? Excuse me? Well, will you stop that everlasting laughing? It makes you so crazy. I said, well, I am. Can I tell you, it was the most painful 4 hours of my life. Needless to say, we're no longer friends. Because if I can't laugh, come on. That's all I do.
And I find these people that, you know, I'm really irritating to them. So, you know, what do? You just let them go and you let them be who they are and understand that it's okay. You know, you just let them be themselves. And you know, absolutely. I love being around really weird people. So you're just like fit right in. And my son thinks it's really, Mom, you got the weirdest friends. You know, I'm like, yeah, baby, so do you. And he's like, oh yeah, I guess so. You know, we don't really think of it that way. But you know, we are who we are, and when we own who we are, it's just so brilliant, right?
Yes. We have a lot of people that come to the PSA New York chapter, and some are weird and some just fit right in. We have people that come to my entrepreneurs inner circle. Some are weird and some just fit right in. But you know, it teaches you how to maneuver the flow, kind of, sort of, because life is just easy going, easy flowing, and you can't react to everything. If you spend your time reacting to everything, you never get anything accomplished. So just learn how to deal with people from that standpoint.
Oh yeah.
You just got to meet them where they are.
And used to, I would have been all upset, because I'd be like, I try to make him happy and, figure out what am I doing wrong. And, oh, it was so painful back then, trying to make everyone be accepting of you and as if there was something wrong with you. And now I realize, it's just them, something wrong with them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much fun, and it's gonna be crazy. So, not possible for Tanya to be irritating. Oh, you're so nice. I knew I liked Nelson. Now we're talking.
That's right.
So, Marcia, I know as you're so brilliant in so many aspects, there's so much that you know and that you help people with. When you really look at, what is it about your life that kind of stands out for you that makes you go, this is how Marcia was created?
What about my life that stands out? Well, I can tell you what I like about me is my personality. That's what I love about me. It's an easy smile. It's an easy chuckle. And I don't take life too seriously. I don't think I ever did, actually, but yeah, that's what I like. What I like about my life now is that I've changed to an industry that I knew nothing about because it was something that I enjoyed doing. After being in Toastmasters, I realized that I really love this speaking thing. Now, how can I make some money? And then I found you, and not saying that I didn't do my R&D. I did some R&D, and a lot of people were out there with bureaus, and they never resonated with me because they were like, well, you have to do this. And that's just not my personality. And when I found you and you were like me, I was like, yes, I am home. And you have taught me so much, Tanya, with regard to this virtual platform. That's new. It can be overwhelming, but I really enjoy it. And I listened, and now I have the Speaker MC show, and that airs on every alternate Monday. And it's all about relationships, and it's relationships, us to each other, us to food, us to money, us to our kids, just relationships across the board.
Yeah.
So I listened.
Good.
And what else do I like? I like the fact that I meet people. I'm really honing my networking skills, so to speak, because as your previous guest said, there are a lot of people that you meet, but do you really want to work with them or do business with them? Not necessarily. So I've learned how to craft that. I'm not saying that people I meet, I throw them out the window, but there might be someone who would be interested in what that person has to offer. So I always keep them and keep a connection.
Yeah.
And I've learned to maintain that connection. So I have learned quite a bit since being in PSA. You know, a lot of things I used to take for granted. Now I don't. Now I look at them from a different perspective. So
Awesome.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
That's what I love about my life now. Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is just from growth, and you have been, because there's some people, that I say, hey, would you like a suggestion? And then I give the suggestion and then they disappear. I'm like, what happened? And it had the opposite effect. But you just kind of hone it and you just are constantly tweaking. And that's the way I've always been. I'm always like, someone gives me feed, like, perfect example. I was just starting to get used to being in front of people, and a lady that was sitting and watching, I was running my networking group that I had at the time, and before I sold it and everything. And she looked up at me and she goes, Tanya, if you touch your hair one more time, I'm going to walk out. And I'm like, don't touch my hair. And all of a sudden I saw my hands like coming to my head. I'm like, why are my hands trying to touch my hair? And I didn't realize that I was just constantly fluffing my hair and touching my hair and touching my hair and touching my hair. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I still do. I still find myself going, I was like, what is the hand coming for me? We learn and we adapt and we move, but those I think that don't,
Absolutely.
just kind of go away, right?
Exactly. Because isn't that what life is all about? We're all energy. So energy is never standing still. And when you stand still and energy stands, I think that's what that pain in my foot is all about.
You're ready to move and
yeah. So we have to constantly move, and part of that movement is growth. And if we don't grow, then we remain stagnant and might as well just hit the coffin.
Right, exactly. I mean, how much fun would it be to do something exciting every day? I mean, that's what I get to talk to the most amazing people. I get to go places and meet people in person. You know, I get to meet people at the coffee shops and at the airports. And, you know, it's just so fulfilling in so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
You get the baby kitty. My son's petting the baby kitties. We've got kittens also. So,
oh, wow.
they're getting so big. They're like playing with each other and attacking each other. It's all fun to watch them grow and explore. You know, you start going, oh yeah, I guess that little dot on the floor would be interesting to a cat, you know? It's like, why do I see that as interesting? You know?
We could learn a lot from these little miniature animals.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's like kids and animals and you start seeing through their eyes. And I also love it when I see things through other people's eyes, you know, and that's why I guess I love that change and having people give me feedback, both positive and negative, you know, because it only helps me see what works and what doesn't work.
You know, I went to a function last week and I had so much feedback, and just in conversing with other people who were there, they had so much to say, good and bad. And I sought out the host and I said, hey, well, where's your survey sheet? We don't do that. What? Why? Oh, we don't need to know what you think. Those were the exact words. We don't need to know what you think. We're going to do what we want to do. I said, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I left. But it's that box again.
Yeah.
People just want to put themselves into this tight little square and remain very limited instead of branching out and being limitless and hearing somebody else's perspective of, you know, how good you were. Or, you know, maybe you could tweak this a little bit, but some people just don't like feedback.
Well, because, you know, they're afraid. It's a fear. You know, I remember kind of the first kind of surveys that I went and spoke at the Small Business Administration. One of the things, they have everybody in the audience fill out a survey about what they think the speaker is. So I was like super excited to get all these, you know, little forms, and I started going through them. And I had people go, oh my gosh. There was a guy that was in there and he was like, oh my gosh, that was the worst presentation ever. I don't understand anything that she said. I'm like, oh my gosh, you didn't understand anything. And then the next sheet was, that was brilliant. I can't believe all the stuff. My hand is cramped from all the writing. She was amazing. I'm like, how did that happen in one sitting? And it was like that dawn of, oh, I don't have to make everyone love me because I can't, you know, I can't resonate. I can't even communicate to everybody.
It's like what you said. You said that there are 25% who will just love you. And then there are 25% who will just hate you. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, because you don't like them either. So, you know, just let the people who don't like you
Exactly.
know. You know, it's kind of that aha moment. I'm like, well, I don't like them either. Why do I care? Right? Oh my gosh. So, Marcia, what would do you have something to offer our fabulous listeners today?
I most certainly do. I would like to offer anyone listening in today, if they would like to be a guest on the Speaker MC Show. The Speaker MC Show is all about relationships, how we relate to ourselves and each other to build and be more effective in our communication. It's how you relate to your spouse, how you relate to your boss, how you relate to your children, how you relate to money, how you relate to food. People don't realize that all these things factor in to our day-to-day existence and kind of help to frame our reactions and our actions and our intentions. So yeah, the Speaker MC show. The next show will be on Monday, May 9th, and the title is Do I Know You? And it offers tips on effective marketing and following up. Yeah.
Nice.
Also, I'd like to offer a 30-minute discovery session for people who are feeling stumped or stuck, or they have a presentation to do, or they have to, I don't know, present at a wedding or a funeral, and they have no clue what to do. They're just nervous beyond belief. I can help you feel unstuck and get that confidence that you need to speak effectively, just to get out of your way. So that's what I'm offering today.
Yay! Put it over to the side so they can get in touch with you. And I put all of my links up for everyone. PublicSpeakersAssociation.com, PublicSpeakersConference.com. We want y'all all at the conference. It's going to be a blast. TanyaHoffman.com/win is my link to my contest. I give away $1,000 coaching session every month. And I always pull on the first of the month. So jump on that. And we would love for y'all to be on the next Blab-a-thon. It's February. You said February. Now I'm thinking February. May 9th, also the same day as Miss Marcia's show. But it'll be most of the day also. I think I'm going to shrink it up a little bit because it's been a lot of hour for me.
I can imagine.
I maybe be doing it like morning on one day and evening on another or something. I'm trying to figure out how to make this thing work. So, no, don't shrink it. Oh, you love this format. All right, fine. Just because Nelson asked me, I'll do it the same. No. And Nelson said he was going to be on next time. Right, Nelson? Yes. Perfect. Yay. All righty, everyone. And Sue, I hope you come on. And Susan, Susan dropped. She must have had to go. So perfect. All right. I am so excited. Thank you so much for being on today. This wraps us up for the end of this long day with Miss Marcia Chambers. Yay! And
thank you for having me, Tanya.
Absolutely. And also you could go and listen to her and a lot of these presenters today on our summit. We've got them all recorded and it's a full presentation. So you really get into some juicy information. So if you go to Public Speakers Association under the summit tab, there's a drop down that says past summits and you can see all and listen to all the recordings there. So they're up there ready for you to enjoy anytime. Yay. And so yay, thank you all. And I can't wait for y'all to come back on our next Fab Blab-a-thon. Yay!
See you in 2 days.
Yeah, right. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Tanya Hoffman signing off. Bye, everyone. Bye, Nelson. Bye, everybody.
Bye.